Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I know that one of our board members, Mr. Heldenfeld, is in traffic, so he will be joining us shortly. Welcome each of you here today. I want to make sure that at least for my first official meeting that I chair, that I started at 8:30 as my predecessor did. That's one thing I've learned from him. But we're delighted to welcome each of you here today. And just want to open up with a couple of comments and recognize a few people today. First of all, I do want to remind everybody as we do it, the first of these sessions, that everyone is aware that, you know, the session's being broadcast via the internet. And I know everybody is sensitive to that. I want to remind each of you of that. I'd also like to inform the audience that a public hearing is listed on the agenda regarding the issuance of student loan bonds, and this item is to be taken up at a certain time, and that's going to be at 1:30, so we may have to break away from one of our committee agendas to make sure that we hold that public hearing. I want everybody to understand that. As part of our efforts to continue our work towards achieving the participation success goals of closing the gaps, I wanted to announce that the coordinating board is partnering with the Texas Association of Black Personnel in Higher Education to host a conference on African American male participation in higher ed. This is going to be held in March, March 5th through 7th here in Austin at the Airport Hilton Hotel, and if anybody's interested in attending that, you can get information from Dr. Judy Loretto, our Assistant Commissioner for P-16 Initiatives, or also you can go to a website which is www.tabphe.org. We're excited about that and hope each of you will consider coming to that. The next two things are really fun things for me to do. The first is to, as you know, we normally will recognize the new chancellors and new presidents, and I will tell you, today is a really fun one for me personally to be able to recognize Dr. Francisco Cigarro as the new chancellor of the University of Texas at Austin. I'm going to give him an opportunity to make comments, but I'll tell you the reason I'm delighted is I've really had the pleasure of getting to know him really for the last 5 years while I've been on the board. But my dad had the honor of working with him while he was at the Health Science Center in San Antonio for many years when my dad was associated with UT, and all I can remember the things and the accolades he used to say, not only about Dr. Cigarro, but the entire Cigarro family in San Antonio. And if you're a native Texan, you know that Cigarro family is a legacy name there in San Antonio. And you know, I guess what I'm so impressed with is that, or two or three things. One is learning about really him being one of 10 kids and how education's been such a priority in that family, and that goes all the way back, I think, Cisco, to your granddad as a physician and also as your father. And then I also had the distinct honor and privilege of going to a dinner about a week ago, and unusual, he is also a master classic guitarist. And I didn't know we were going to get that all built into one in our chancellor at the University of Texas, but he performed for us that night and did a marvelous job. But we are delighted to have you as a leader. You're going to bring great things to the state of Texas for our state and the citizens and the students, and we would welcome any comments you want to make.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ryder. This has really been an unbelievable privilege to be asked by the Board of Regents to serve as the Chancellor of the University of Texas system. And as I was reflecting upon this great honor, but also great responsibility, I realized that this entire success has really been based on the principles of education, of respect for each other, and a passion for service. And the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board has been such an important part of the Cigarroa family. Father was one of the original board members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and had the opportunity to serve on this distinguished board for 2 separate terms, followed by an interval, I believe, with my brother. And there's so much that the Coordinating Board has been able to do for Texas. As Chancellor, I'm really looking forward to working with this distinguished group in advancing education, not only higher education, but really the entire spectrum of education from pre-kinder to all the way up to professional degrees, because I believe that this is an alignment. We all have responsibilities, and I'm so much looking forward to advancing this great cause. Finally, I too have benefited so much from your father. Your father, Mr. Chairman, was a great regent, a great mentor, and a great teacher to all the presidents of the University of Texas system. And also to so many members of this board that I've had the opportunity to learn, I thank each and every one of you. And also to Raymond, you've been an exemplary leader. As the Commissioner for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, we've developed a wonderful friendship, a great respect for each other, and I'm also looking very much forward to working with you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
The next thing I get to do is also something we don't get to do very often, and that is to recognize an outgoing board chair, that being Bob Shepard. And I will tell you, we have a resolution that we want to read for Bob, but I will tell you, talked at dinner last night about Bob, and not just Bob, but also Ann, because Ann's been by his side. But Bob has been involved with the Higher Education Board for 12-plus years. He won't quite tell us exactly how many it is. We tried to pin him down last night.
I forgot.
He's been here so long, you know. But I'll tell you, Bob. I will tell you, when I think of a great leader, I think of somebody that can build consensus and yet lead a group. I think of an individual that is compassionate. I think of a leader that also is a servant leader, someone that is always thinking about the ultimate goal and objective and not about his or her personal interest, and that's Bob Shepard. And I tell you, when I think back to Bob and what he has meant to, when you go back to looking at when Closing the Gaps was established, and what an instrumental role that Bob played at that time in a very, what I'd say was a bold move to really define shortfalls and how do we close those gaps. And he led that effort, he and a group of other very instrumental leaders on this board. And so today, I just want to tell you, he's to me been a very special person, because the one thing he has done for me ever since I've come on this board is that he has been not only a great leader but a great mentor. And there was never a time where I had to guess what Bob Shepard was thinking, because he was very direct and wanted to make sure that all the board was always on the same page as to where he thought that the board should be led. So it's bittersweet in that we're losing Bob as chair, but the wonderful thing is he's agreed to stay on the board, and we're especially glad he stayed on the board through this session. I am, I can tell you that. So he will continue to be a great asset. He looks much more relaxed than he has in 12 years, and which we're glad of, but we may tense him up a little bit the next 126 days. But what I'd like to do is read a formal resolution and then ask Bob to make a couple of comments. Whereas Robert W. Shepard was appointed chairman of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry in July 2006, and whereas during his tenure as chairman of the coordinating board, Mr. Shepard served with great distinction and dedication, and whereas Mr. Shepard is widely respected for his integrity, his commitment to educational excellence and opportunity, consensus building, and level-headedness, whereas the board and its staff and all of Texas have benefited greatly from his leadership, his vision, and his thousands of hours away from his paying job to focus on board-related work. Whereas Mr. Shepard's contributions to the board are marked especially by his broad knowledge and his understanding of issues across an unusually wide range of board responsibilities, helping the board and its staff work much more effectively towards successful implementation of closing the gaps by 2015 and achieving its goals, thus inspiring a shared vision and building future leadership of the board. And whereas Mr. Shepard's strong relationships with key members of the Texas legislature and the governor were instrumental in opening doors for the board and its staff, almost, I want to say, as instrumental as marrying above himself the lovely Anne who opened even more doors, depending on Bob to convey critical information about policy and funding for higher education, especially financial aid for students, which led to substantial increases in funding for the Texas Grant Program. And whereas in the fall of 2009, Mr. Shepard will be able to see the world again through his burnt orange colored glasses. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 29th day of January 2009 express our deepest appreciation to Robert W. Shepard for his distinguished service as chairman of this board and his unwavering dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. Shepard in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held and who collectively wish to tell Mr. Shepard, Bob, you're exactly right. So I would ask everybody to join me in recognizing Bob Shepard for a job well done. We have one president. This is a past chairman's kit.
Now, part of this, if you don't appreciate Monty Python and the Holy Grail, you may not get some of this, but...
Are you talking to me or the audience?
Well, you and the audience.
Okay.
Having been to New York recently, I thought of you when we went to see the play Spamalot. So this first presentation is a slogan from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I better stand up here.
Which is your advice often for a legislative session. It's a button that says "Run away." And to go with that, we got you some sound effects so that you could ride off into the sunset. And lastly, because you were so ecumenical and not wearing your orange-colored shades and made it a pleasure for all of us Aggies over the years to work with you, we got you an Aggie wind chime. I do remember that slide. Thank you very much. You may want to carry this. Yeah, probably.
Bob, one more thing. I'll just note that I hope everybody will notice that we have put Mr. Shepard's picture on the wall, and he's the first color photo we've had on the wall. I don't know if there's any significance to that. So
How long he's been on the board.
yeah. Color photo, Bob.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing my mother to write that resolution. I thought that was very kind, to say the least. And, yeah, there's always little moments and signals when you know that it's time to leave, and that is never more clear in my mind than this morning in seeing Dr. Figueroa come in, because I did not serve with Joaquin the first go-around, but the second time that his father came on the coordinating board, I came on the board during his term. So I've had the pleasure to serve both with his father and his brother. That's how long I've been on the board. Now, the story behind the picture is I didn't think much of it at the time, but Laura Weber said right after I was appointed chairman, she said, "Bob, we got to have your picture taken." So Laura arranged it. We went out and had it taken, and of course they put it away somewhere. And I'd forgotten that it was color, but somewhere along the line they decided to make a transition. Well, I walked in yesterday to look at it, and it became abundantly clear, and what you're going to need to know is of why that picture was taken when I became chairman. If you look at that, I didn't have any gray hair. There was none at all. So, Laura, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But on a more serious note, it's been a wonderful ride, and most things that I've been able to do in my career, I've always learned more than I felt like I ever gave. And that's the case in this job. It's a wonderful group. The board is left in tremendous hands, and I've got the greatest respect, as Dr. Figueroa does, for our commissioner and the job he's done. It was my pleasure to serve on the search committee back, how many years ago was that? About 6? To find Raymond. I think he was a wonderful find, and has been a tremendous asset. It's been fun to work for the students. As I look back, and we talked about it last night, I've had almost a 30-year career in higher ed, which is really strange. I served on Pan American University's Board of Regents in the 80s twice. So I kind of started off serving on boards twice. I'm not sure exactly how that all worked out, but it did. But the other thing that has always impressed me, and those of y'all that are new around here, at one point in time, you're going to get to know the people in the audience. And I probably know 3/4 of them, and have had the opportunity to work with them. They're the most dedicated, loyal people that I've ever seen, trying to help educate our young folks in the state of Texas. So I want to thank all of you all for making my job a whole lot easier. It's been a real pleasure. I will be around for 2 more meetings, but as I told Whit, please, I'll call you, don't call me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Moving into the agenda, the second agenda item is for approval of minutes from several board meetings, so I hope you'll bear with us. Item 2A is for approval of the October 23rd, 2008 board meeting, and those minutes are in your file. Could I have a motion for approval of those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Willis, who was the first? Mr. Longo, second by Ms. Mendoza. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Item 2B is approval of the November 13th, 2008 special call board meeting. Could I have a motion for approval of those minutes?
Mr. Cruz, so moved.
Mendoza, Ms. Bricker, second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Item 2C is for approval of the December 11th, 2008 board planning meeting. Could I have a motion for approval of those minutes?
So moved.
Mr. Hinton,
Second.
second by Ms. Mendoza. Good. Can I vote on this one?
Right here. Oh, I'm not going to make a motion for the corrections.
Okay, I didn't see this.
Sorry.
Okay, we have not voted on this. On the board planning meeting, there should be at each of your place a copy of those minutes, and there's been a modification in these minutes on page 3, and which is different from what we had in our original packet. And could I have a motion for approval with those modifications?
So moved.
Mr. Wingo, Ms. Bricker, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. A little fast. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting, and I think everybody knows that the consent calendar includes what we think are those non-controversial items which hopefully can be approved without comment or discussion this meeting. As you know, we normally will put most of the items involving rules, both proposals and adoptions, on the consent calendar. Now, you'll notice a few of those this time are not, and those are ones that we think deserve a little bit more discussion. Of course, any board member can request that any item come off the consent calendar or any item be added to the consent calendar. Does any member want to do either one of those at this point in time? If not, could I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
By Lynn, second. Second. Mr. Hinton, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you. Now we will begin agenda item 4, and this is our major policy discussion section. And this time our major policy discussion will address the issue of improving the quality in secondary school teaching. And the Richardson Forum, which is an educational think tank, and this was sponsored by the Sid Richardson Foundation, they have been focusing on the issues of the university's role in recruiting and preparing and placing and teachers for Texas schools. And the forum established a panel of Texas leaders to investigate these issues and make recommendations for actions. I think worked on this for almost a year, and we have invited a panel to come up and provide us with an update on this study. And I'd like to invite the following individuals up to the table, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about each of those. First, Vala Wilkie, coming up to the front. We'd love to have you sit. The second one is Bill Reeves. I'm here. And then Dr. Mona Weinberg.
Any chair you like.
Yeah, any chair you like. Dr. Mona Weinberg. We were also supposed to have Neil Adams today, and Neil is one of our former coordinating board members, and he called to tell me he had something. I think he was just very apprehensive about being on the other side of the table from this group. But I took his excuse, and but let me tell you a little bit about three of our guests today, and then I will turn it over to them. Vala Wilkie is Harold's originally from Yale and Harvard University, and also prior to working with the Sid Richardson Foundation, had the distinct honor of serving with Phillips Academy in Andover, Massachusetts, and also the Governor's Academy in Byfield, Massachusetts. And we're delighted to welcome you here today. Our second guest is Bill Reeves, and Bill serves as co-chairman of the Richardson Forum, and he serves as director of special projects and executive director for CREATE, which is the Center for Research, Evaluation, and Advancement of Teacher Education. And I think he previously served as associate vice chancellor at Texas A&M, and for school university initiatives, and we're delighted to welcome him here. He heralds from the University of South Alabama and also has a PhD from the University of Texas at Austin. And then Dr. Mona Weinberg, who is executive director of CREATE. We're delighted to have you here, and she originally comes from the University of Maryland and has most recently had a study on which was published, I guess, in the Journal of Teacher Education looking at examining the state of knowledge and practice about how universities provide evidence of the effectiveness of their programs to schools and parents and teachers, and that's something that this board is extremely interested in. So we welcome you here today and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, sir, very much. Let me start out by saying a lot of thank yous. First of all, so appreciate, Raymond, your having invited us to come and present this document, which is the result of a year of really very intensive study on the part of that panel, which you'll see in the report. He's been a great defender of our concept that we need to do something about teaching, and we certainly have been working hard to live up to that. Neil Adams was a great supporter of us during, he also served on the group and has been very helpful. Of course, I want to thank all the members of that group who really put in a lot of time. This was not a sort of a casual study. This was a hard look at the problem. And finally, Bill, who has been really the driving force in making so much of this happen. I thought just a very quick word about the forum would be helpful. Following the report, The Nation at Risk, which I know you all remember well, we, the foundation, and I became much interested in trying to provide some leadership in responding to that report, which in my view was helpful, but it also missed some of the factors that were responsible for what they were describing as, quote, the failures of our schools. In a sense, they were failing. In some ways, they were not. And by 1990, we formalized that in the forum, and following that in the 90s did 5 different studies, all relating to teacher preparation, administrator preparation. And I think out of those came one cardinal change that I think was the most important thing we did in that period. And that was to convince people that those teacher preparation programs, administrator preparation, had to be heavily field-based. They could not sit in university lecture halls and learn how to run the classroom, how to present material, etc. So I think that was the biggest contribution we made at that time. Coming into this century, it was evident that although progress had been made, we still had a great number of issues that needed to be addressed with respect to the success of our schools in doing what now was an entirely new mission. And I want to point that out, that, believe it or not, I graduated from high school in 1941. Things were a little different back then. And different in one sense, in that about half of my contemporaries didn't go beyond 8th, 9th, maybe 10th grade. And it really didn't matter. There was a job for them, some menial job, and then they wound up at the Ford Motor Company, building cars on the assembly line, decent wage, married the sweetheart, bought a house, had a pension, life was good. They did not need to have a college education to be a successful member of our society at that point. They were not dropouts, as we call them today. They were the backbone of the rising American industrial society. And so, fast forward to this day and age, there is no place, really, for that youngster who drops out. And we now call them dropouts, and we refer to them as being more difficult to educate. And so it's a different mission. They're now told you've got to provide a quality education for every youngster from every background, every circumstance. The schools and the teachers were not prepared to do that. So our effort, I think, all of us, has been to bring that standard up to the point where they can succeed. There are, I think, a few major problems that we're addressing. This isn't by any means an inclusive list. But first of all, it is to identify and recognize and work at that new mission for our high schools. In order to do that, we certainly have got to address the fact that we have not enough teachers at the high school level, and we do not have sufficient quality across the board. There are, as you know, a great many teachers teaching even out of their field, teaching without certification in the subjects they're supposed to be teaching. We have a major problem in the workforce for our education group. That's the second item that I think is vitally important and what this report of ours tries to address. Thirdly, the attitude toward the teaching profession. I think you'd agree that in this world of ours, we don't put the teachers up at the same level as our engineers and our doctors and so forth. They're sort of a second level of professional person. they shouldn't be. In my view, the teacher is the basic undergirding factor in the success of our society, of our communities and our state and our nation. Without excellent teaching at that level, everything else has problems. You may remember some years ago, the Bank of America had a series of ads which were little vignettes, and one of them, a young boy about 12 saying to his father, "You know, Dad, I think when I grow up I'd like to be a teacher." And the father says, "Son, wouldn't you rather be a doctor? They help people and they make a lot more money." And the boy says, "Yeah, Dad, but if it weren't for the teachers, where would the doctors come from?" I agree. They are central to our society in preparing, in the final analysis, everybody to rise to the level of performing whatever their function in society will be. And so that attitude issue, we've got to change the point of view in our communities. We've got to see to it that communities and parents are much more supportive, that teachers are receiving, as I would describe it, the respect they need, as they are our final arbiters as to whether we're going to have successful communities in the future or not. And then, of course, beyond that, I would say that public support has to be broadly across the board. I speak a lot, as you may well imagine from my indicated passion about all this, but a lot of people I run into day by day talk about the education problems, and I tend to get the answer, which is, "Yeah, Val, I know that education is important, but it's not my problem because my kids have graduated from college, my grandkids are in private schools or good or very good suburban schools, so it's not my problem." And the hair goes up in the back of my neck, and my response always is, it is every one of our problems, and every child is our child, because in the final analysis, our future depends upon that. So those are the kinds of problems that we thought it was necessary to address as we entered into this program. The report itself then basically says this. I won't go into any detail, Bill will do that for you. But it basically says the universities, which have in recent years fallen way behind in producing high school teachers, most of their products have gone into elementary and to some degree middle schools. Most of the teachers entering our high schools now are coming from the alternative certification programs. It is our contention that the universities have got to step back into a central role in providing those the quality and quantity of teachers we need for those schools. And that means that they have got to have leadership from the top. We've got to have presidents and chancellors saying this has to be one of the top missions of our institution. And they must then make that an across-the-board mission. All departments involved, the math department people, the science department, other sciences, the people involved in English, all the people involved in some way in the teaching of people have to take that as a very, very major responsibility if we're going to succeed in providing the numbers and the quality. The final thing I think they've got to do is create a very close relationship between themselves and community colleges and the high schools. So they are regularly meeting, involved collectively in recruiting candidates, seeking many of the brightest and best, involved in the preparation, involved in the first years of their teaching experience, and being a team working toward the solution of this problem. That basically is what I would like to leave with you. That's what the foundation is hoping to be able to assist all of you, but this has got to be a universal effort, and I think the universities have got to lead the way if we're going to succeed. With that, I'll subside and ask Bill if he'll pick up the job here and tell you a bit about the report itself. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Val, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us this opportunity. And Commissioner, I want to just add thanks to that of Val's for your allowing us to be here today, but also for your active participation in all this and support of all this. My job today is just quickly to brief this board on the advanced copy, which I think has been distributed to you, of this report. The report will be published now in final form after today and will be disseminated very broadly throughout the community here in our state. I think the foundation actually disseminates about 40,000 copies of this, not only in Texas but elsewhere around the country. So we'll go from here to a fairly broad point of dissemination. The report is entitled Delivering a High-Quality Teacher Workforce for Texas, Reconsidering University-Based Teacher Preparation, Renewing Commitments, and Improving Practices for this new century. And as Val has already said, what we're doing in the report is, number one, trying to lay out the problem for Texas and to identify the significance and the importance of the problem for Texas. Just so that you know, within the CREATE Consortium, and the CREATE Consortium, we've had the privilege of briefing this board before, is a consortium that was initiated by 4 systems within the state, the largest university systems in the state, including the University of Texas, the A&M system, the Texas State system, and the University of Houston system. There are also other members, University of North Texas, as well as a number of independent and private universities. There are now 37 members of that organization. At the time of this report, and the data in this report, there were 34 members of the organization. Membership in that set of institutions constitutes probably about, well over 80% of the teacher production in the state from universities. Using the data from that university, from that set of universities, what we were able to determine is that over the last 5 years, there's been a decrease in the total number of teachers produced by universities in the state, a decrease of about 13% overall, going from a total of about 12,500 to about 11,000 teachers. But the drop has been very precipitous, extremely precipitous in the preparation of secondary teachers. And so this, of course, is occurring at a time when school enrollments in the state continue to escalate, and the diversity and of the student population in the K-12 sector of the state is increasing in its complexity. It's also occurring at a time when you here at the coordinating board and all of us in the state are aspiring for higher standards of readiness, for more and greater access to university success for students in our state. And it seems to us that this issue then really becomes a very pronounced and important strategic point for us to be able to address together, and that is we're never going to get more kids graduated, we're never going to get more kids truly college ready unless we have people on the ground teaching them in their classrooms who are able to inspire them and who are able to equip them with the college going skills that we are needing, and skills really that are available for their success in the future. So the importance of the problem we try to establish here. The two other parts of the report that you'll see is, first of all, a call to, as Val said, for universities as intellectual centers and also as centers where really that historically have provided the teacher workforce for the state, and as institutions that have a vested interest in sending out highly qualified and very capable teacher workforce to affect the students that come to them. There is a call here for renewed leadership at the university level. And essentially what we're asking here is that leadership occur with prominent and highly active involvement by university presidents and provosts, because since 1986 in our state, the policy directives of our state, undergraduate education degrees were abolished at that point in time. And the intent of the legislation in those years was to be certain that teachers came out well prepared academically, and it became, therefore, transferred to a university-wide responsibility as opposed to just simply centered within the College of Education. They certainly are still very active as leaders and within the universities, but there is a call for active university leadership led by presidents. And in that sense, one of the things you'll see in the report, and we are very enheartened by, is the fact that the Council of University Presidents and Chancellors have effectively given an acknowledgement to the importance of this report and have included in here their endorsement at least of the significance of this, and have opened the doors for their continued commitment to work on this. And we're very heartened by that and think that they will take up the challenge for that. For institutions that do get serious about this, and we're hoping that folks will, the report lays out, we did not try to provide a recipe. We looked at a number of successful practices here within our state and within other states, and those are documented and listed in the report. But what the panel tried to do, what the forum panel really tried to do is from all of the testimony we heard, from all of the readings that we were able to look at over the course of the year, is distill those into a set of meaningful design principles so that when universities do activate renewed leadership teams, they at least have a roadmap of what are the touch points that they need to be addressing when they begin to do this work. I just want to quickly run through those for you, but essentially the consensus of the panel was that as follows. There are 9 essential touch points that and if you're following in your report, it's on page 11, beginning on page 11. First of all, to articulate this as a university-wide priority. It's not going to happen if it's not embraced university-wide. It's not going to be a priority, we know, if it's not embraced and articulated by executive leadership and chief academic leadership within the institution. So articulating it as an important part of what the university will need to do is important. Secondly, to create a university-wide leadership structure. What's still happening to a great degree is, despite the fact that this is a university, particularly secondary teaching responsibilities are university-wide in nature, most of the issues related to education are relegated to the College of Education. And in the sense that the College of Education can be an important coordinating point, they can only coordinate the delivery of academic instruction in science and in mathematics and in other fields for secondary teachers must be really done and dealt with within those respective departments. So creating a university-wide leadership structure that will enable and support continuous action within the university and coordinated action within the university is going to be imperative. A third design principle is to actually set targets and articulate those targets and to base those targets on regional need. And we have in our universities, and certainly in the CREATE Consortium, know now through the PACE report, the information system that we offer them, they know the enrollment and the employment patterns within their particular school, within their sector of the state. But the idea is to actually set a goal, to articulate the goal, and then to check your progress annually toward that goal. It's not absolutely assured that one could always achieve it, but it just seems to us that there's a greater and a higher likelihood that you'll achieve a goal if you can actually state it up front and come back and revisit your progress. Universities are going to have to get serious about actively recruiting the most talented people to go into teaching. If we do not seriously recruit for the profession, if we only stand back and take those students who come to us, who self-select that, we believe we're losing a huge component of the pool, and in terms of achieving the overall quality of the workforce we're looking for, we really think that we need to be in a position of identifying talented folks who we believe could positively affect the lives of young people in their respective fields. So recruiting is and marketing, that is very, very important. The training aspect and the programmatic aspects for training secondary teachers particularly, this is one that I think that the Commissioner has really worked with us in understanding and helping us to really see the importance of this, is that once you recruit talented people, you really have to provide them with an extremely high-quality program. And you need to train them, as we're saying here, as intellectual thought leaders, as persons who are important within the university community, but as persons who will really go out and be able to inspire future generations of university students, and therefore really give them something that is more closely akin to what universities do perhaps under honors programs, where they take their best and brightest students, and in addition to providing them rigorous conventional instruction, they provide them additional enrichment and leadership opportunities. And so for teachers, we really see an enhanced program that would be really necessary. Finally, the other design principles are to engage and reward university faculty that are involved in the preparation of teachers, and particularly reward those who are in academic departments who are working on the preparation aspects of teachers in their field. This can't be done without strong partnerships with both public schools ongoing, deep relationships, working relationships with public schools, and also with the community colleges as feeders of those institutions. And then finally, the last design principle, this is something I think that Mona and her work and the staff at CREATE, is to try to expand research on the effectiveness of teaching and the preparation of teachers so that work within the university and certainly their work within the public schools is informed by sound research that is Texas-based. And so those are the 9 design principles that I think folks have really looked to and tried to address in this report. I think that is essentially the overview of the contents of this. We hope that you'll have an opportunity to review it. I know with all the literature that you have before it, it's going to be you have a demanding schedule in that way. But we hope that you'll have an opportunity to review this, and we look forward in terms of working through CREATE and others. And I think we are fortunate to have CREATE as a infrastructure, as a mechanism through which to try to work for the dissemination of all this, along with the Commissioner's Office and hopefully with the Council. So thank you. That's a quick overview of the report. And Mona will talk a bit about CREATE's role in teaching.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I also want to thank the Commissioner and the Board for inviting us. I believe you've had a presentation about CREATE, and you understand that we are a consortium. One thing that is really evident, let me back up a little bit. I'm new to Texas. I've been in Texas less than a year, and the reason I came to Texas was because of CREATE. There is a unique opportunity in Texas. It is the only place in the nation that has the major university systems coordinating, supporting, coming together to address issues in teacher preparation. It is really unique. I think the nation is looking at this to see what can a state do. It is really important that the state take the lead and that we work together with the universities. What CREATE is prepared to do and what we are ready to do because of the way we are structured is we are ready to coordinate this report, the principles in the report, the actions needed to help disseminate, to work with all of our institutions to help them take up the call from the Richardson Foundation. We look forward to working with them. We know that each university and each university system is unique, yet coming together, we are really have much more power and effort that we can coordinate in order to take these recommendations. I was able to join in at the end of this forum and was most impressed with the group that was around the table and the seriousness of purpose that they took this effort. We at CREATE have developed alongside of this a framework, something that we're calling Schools of Professional Education. And it is a framework that really addresses many of the principles that are presented in this framework, this forum recommendations. It talks about goal-oriented management framework, setting goals, assisting universities, helping them gather data, doing research that is responsive to the needs of the P-12 community, and always keeping in mind as the goal for everything the student achievement of the students in the state of Texas. That is the primary goal. That's why we prepare teachers. It's not just to prepare teachers. It's so that our teachers can improve the learning of the students in the state of Texas. And I'm really here just to let you know that CREATE is ready, willing. We will be having a series of meetings to disseminate the principles out of this foundation report and hope to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner?
I'd like to make a few comments about this overall issue and what the Richardson Foundation has done. First of all, this issue of universities focusing still more attention on the issue of preparing highly competent teachers for high schools is is not only critical to the well-being of Texas, but nothing could be more in the realm of enlightened self-interest for universities in helping to improve the preparation of students who arrive on their campuses. I think that another important component of the context is that there has been a spate of research over the past several years. Of course, some of your work is part of it, that demonstrates, I think, irrefutably that high-quality instruction is a key to the success of children in K through 12. We know that extremely effective teaching can trump poor socioeconomic circumstances. We know that highly effective teaching can trump relative lack of parental involvement. We know that highly effective teaching can trump ineffective teaching. So that high-quality instruction is key to what we want to achieve educationally and economically in Texas. There was a study that came out recently, perhaps one of the most definitive studies that's been done of the state of education worldwide, and it studied the relative success and failure of educational systems and approaches all over the world. And as all of us in this room know, that depending on the study you see, we're ranked somewhere between 18th and 23rd or 24th among industrialized countries in the quality of our K-12 educational system. And this report, the so-called McKinsey study that is readily available online, concluded, I thought very, very powerfully, that the key to successful educational systems is the quality of instruction. In Korea, which is one of the highest achieving, South Korea, which is one of the highest achieving countries, you have to be in the top 5% of your university class to be admitted to a teaching, an institution for training teachers in the country. In Finland, which is the highest, the most effective state in educational country in educational outcomes, you have to be in the top 10% of your university class to qualify to be a teacher. And as a report called Tough Choices or Tough Times pointed out, in this country, the bulk of teachers come from the bottom third of their university classes. And a Korean educator who looked at the circumstances in this country concluded that you can't expect teachers to teach what they can't do themselves. And we have a lot of wonderful teachers in Texas and around the country, but it's very clear that we haven't done nearly as well as other countries have in recruiting some of our brightest undergraduate students into the teaching profession. A couple of important facts. If you look at No Child Left Behind, we've made substantial progress in this country, and particularly in Texas, in improving the test scores of children in elementary school and in middle school. But what happens is all the gains virtually disappear when kids get to high school. And if you look at the Education Trust data, you see that the highest achieving students coming out of high school in this country are performing somewhere between 1 and 2 years behind the highest achieving students in other countries. And you also see that, and this is really striking, that African American and Latino seniors in our nation's high schools perform at about the same level as white ninth graders. And so we have these extraordinary disparities, and some of those disparities are related to the placement of highly effective teachers in different kinds of schools. Another important issue that we have to consider, one of the tragic ironies of higher education in this country is the more prestigious the institution, the less interested typically that institution is in preparing teachers. In all the years that I've worked in higher education, and I've worked with institutions that have had grand ambitions to become among the top 15 or 20 universities in the country, I've never once seen a strategic plan from such a university that identified education as one of the critical areas for development. They talk about departments of chemistry, and they talk about engineering, and they talk about the humanities and social sciences, but they never talk about education. I've never seen a strategic plan from an ambitious university that placed a very high priority on the preparation of teachers. This board last year adopted college readiness standards, which have been applauded all over the country as being exemplary and as being at the appropriate levels of rigor that we need to improve the economic competitiveness of Texas and to improve the quality of life. And the fact is that right now in Texas, and I've heard this over and over again from superintendents and from principals, we don't have the teaching staff in the state that can teach up to the level of those standards. And so our next undertaking, certainly one of our highest priorities, has to be to work with our colleagues on university campuses to address that issue. And as I said, nothing could be more in the enlightened self-interest of universities to attach a very high priority to this effort. We've been talking to representatives from the governor's office about using some of the incentive funding that we were asked to place in our legislative appropriations request to really kickstart mobilize a statewide effort to focus on this issue. And we're still in conversation and negotiations with the governor's office, but so far the feedback has been quite good, and we hope that at some point we will soon, at the next board meeting, I hope that we'll have a plan that we can present to the coordinating board for your approval. But it's very clear we have to give much more attention to this issue than we have before. We have some institutions that are doing some good jobs. We have good pockets of programs all over the state, but we don't have a comprehensive statewide initiative that is required to turn this situation around. And I applaud the work of the Richardson Foundation and CREATE that I think has provided us a blueprint about how to proceed with this critical effort.
Mr. Chairman, I said thank you to him at the beginning, but do you now understand why I'm saying he has had a tremendous role in helping us develop what we're here presenting to you? And I'm just very grateful to you, Raymond, for the role you've played.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments or questions? Ms. Phillips?
Commissioner, you've also mentioned many times that these lists that come out rating the universities also do not have this as a rating mechanism, training effective teachers.
Yeah, the U.S. News and World Report, for example, does rate schools of education, but if you look at the rankings, they're mostly based on research productivity rather than the actual training of teachers. The number one, the top schools of education in the country are Stanford and Harvard and Wisconsin, and they really don't produce a whole lot of teachers. So it's the two issues are really disconnected in a way that's intolerable in the long run, unacceptable in the long run.
Maybe we can look at adding it to our accountability.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Ms. Bricker?
Yes, like a whole lot of people I know, I am a former secondary school teacher, and I think that probably that's a lot of the problem, is that so many people go into education and then they leave, or they aspire to different roles within public schools or private schools. I'm also admittedly a former school board member as well. And to me, it seems like we need to probably dissolve the framework that we have now when we think of teaching. Examples would be, for example, the alternative certification program. I can remember 5-6 years ago, and I don't know the current statistics in Texas, but just in the greater Houston area alone, the universities produced something like 200 teachers, and the alternative certification program produced 800 teachers. With few exceptions, One being the amazing program at UT, the UTeach program, which is being, I noticed that you cited that as at University of Houston, that it's being replicated. There is a disconnect between alternative certification. It's a we-they, like the schools of education, colleges of education, and then the alternative certification. That's part of the framework that needs to change. Another is value-added or performance-based pay. Teachers are extremely resistant and reluctant of peer-to-peer assessment. You kept your children out for recess 30 minutes longer, therefore you're not a good teacher and you're not getting performance-based pay. So a measurable, data-driven way for accountability, not just as far as the academic results, but the teaching criteria that we're looking at. Admittedly, I'm also with a lot of bias toward and support of No Child Left Behind. And that, for Texas, ironically, Texas embraced it because they already had an accountability system. They knew that you had to test in order to measure, for those kids to grow and to measure effective teaching. Another, and that's something that we absolutely have to embrace, is some way to reward effective teaching, measure and reward it. Houston ISD has a value added that's, I think, is looking, the nation's looking at their program as a method of rewarding effective teaching. Eliminating tenure and going to term contracts is something that I know that a lot of school districts have done throughout the state. In fact, TASB and TEA and our board, working collectively and together and in partnership, we've come up with a lot of amazing results and recommendations. Engaging the community colleges in teacher effectiveness and teacher training programs, and post-teacher training when they're already in the classroom, and going back and looking at effective leadership training for teachers. Discipline training, which as a teacher I never got it, how to manage a classroom so that you can really go about the business of teaching and not spending so much time. The University of Houston has an amazing program, Consistency Management and Effective Discipline, Consistency Management and Effective Discipline, I think. An amazing program that's been replicated all over the world, not just in this country, but all over the world. But the Commissioner's right. I mean, it's pockets of excellence, and bringing these kinds of things to scale, working with the teacher groups so that they embrace instead of resist things like value added. And the only way that I can, from my viewpoint, see it is with the effectiveness of research studies like yours that actually say this is data we're looking at. THECB, for example, I'm sure y'all are familiar with the Texas Business Education Coalition. They basically, for lack of a better way of expressing it, they made it okay to have tests in Texas, to have standardized tests. Otherwise, you hear of businesses, a lot of business leaders saying, well, you're just teaching to the test. Instead of, well, this is the curriculum. Of course we're teaching this, and this is what we expect them to learn. So that goes back to what you all said about the attitude. But it's only through the research and the data that you all can produce and the effectiveness that you have across the state that will really make a total sea change on the attitude that we have toward teachers. I applaud what you're doing, and I look forward to reading your report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bricker. Any other comments? Mr. Wingo?
This may be out of line, but I just have to ask the question. When we look around this room at individuals in business and law, they have their own private businesses. How do we reach a point where we talk about incentive funding, but how do we, from a foundational point of view, raise the scale and pay grades that teachers entering the profession can feel like they have an opportunity for more upward mobility? I think if you're looking at students, and I don't know if we have a study that really addresses this, asking a student, what are the 3 or 4 reasons why they wouldn't go into teaching, or what are the incentives that would motivate them to go into teaching. The point was made earlier by our commissioner that the bottom third of our students graduating are the teachers. Now, if someone says your starting pay is going to be X, or if you go on to get a business degree or a law degree or a medical degree, you're coming out making $200,000 or $300,000 a year. I mean, I think those are apples and oranges, but I do feel that when you look at business, there's so many greater opportunities if you are truly an overachiever. So how do we reach a point where we really can incentivize kids going into college and the training and the understanding and the marketing of how we make them understand the value and the foundational components that teaching will mean for our country for the future, but how do we incentivize them on the front end of the deal? And I know that goes back through all kinds of legislative issues and funding and everything else, but I think one of the fundamental problems is the pay grades need to be adjusted. That's just my opinion.
Well, let me help turn this into a question for our distinguished panelists, because I want to piggyback on that. We, for 20 years or more, have heard teacher pay, teacher pay, teacher pay. And yet I think Texas, at least starting teacher salaries now, are fairly competitive from what I read. We also, the countries that our commissioner cited, Korea and Finland, are told by international studies that their compensation is not appreciably different than the United States. It's a matter of culture and respect. Has CREATE researched this issue of teacher compensation versus cultural change? And I didn't see anything in this brief overview that pointed to that or talked about that. Is that a research topic for your organization?
It has not been, and Mona can speak to where it will go in the future. It has not been yet a research topic for CREATE, and the reason it has not been a topic for CREATE is that the focus of the research, the primary focus that we have been trying to promote through CREATE, is research about the university process and university productivity itself. I mean, one of the things that this board is very astutely pointing out is that to create a quality workforce for public schools in the state is a complex issue that will require the engagement of a lot of people at different levels, both on the public school sector and as well as the university sector. So there are no easy answers, and I've been in this for a long, long time, and ever since I've been in it, it seems like we've always been dealing with teacher struggling with the teacher compensation issue as well. But the point is, I think that those problems can be solved if it is prioritized and if it is embraced by leaders at every sector. And one of the things we were trying to do here, and this is part of a series of work that we'll be doing through the Richardson Forum, one of the things we were trying to do here is simply say to universities who have historically been providers of teachers, and particularly secondary teachers, is that our numbers are going down, and we need to hold up our end of the bargain, and because we even have greater stakes than before because of the new readiness kind of work that's out there. So this, I think, is one sliver of a larger issue, and all we're really calling for here is if universities will prioritize it, there's brain power at the university, there are business leaders at the university, there are economics leaders at the university, there are folks who possibly giving thought to this could help in a coordinated and a concerted effort to try to address it over the long run. So,
I'd also like to say that one of the things that we're focusing on and will focus on in the future is not only teacher preparation, but it's teacher retention. And there is research on teacher retention, and it's not just compensation that keeps a teacher in the field. It's school working conditions. There is a lot of information about that. Well, with the framework that we're working on and CREATE, a huge component of that is deep partnerships with the school systems and the districts and the schools that the teacher preparation programs with whom they work. Those things can be certainly discussed and addressed. It no longer should be the universities prepare the teachers and then the schools and the school districts do something with them after that. We're really asking our universities to pay closer attention to recruitment, bringing the students in who are going to be teachers, how they prepare them, and then paying attention to do they stay, because if you continue to prepare teachers and they don't stay in the field, then you need to understand what it is that's going on as to why they don't stay in the field, and what can the university do to help that. The place that I came from, which is American Association of State University Colleges and Universities, used a term called stewards of place. And the universities are the stewards of the places where they live and the communities in which they reside. And they need to pay attention to the K-12 system, not just the 13, 16, or above. And that's what will help our universities focus on in the future, we think.
We like to look at it as a pipeline, but a circular pipeline.
Exactly.
Let me make one comment to support that. We've just completed another study in which we brought in 50 first-year math and science teachers about 3.5 years ago to tell us, for one thing, what their backgrounds were, what sort of preparation they had, and so forth, and then to follow them through their first 3 years of actual teaching. To the point that's been made, when you ask them what their positive reactions were, what the good things were, why they might stay with teaching, it was never salaries to begin with. And beginning salaries, as you've said, are not bad. It's the ceiling that's the problem. But what they did always say was working conditions. It was the fact that they learned how to teach in a very individualized way and made the programs that we're supporting, and then given 160, 170 students a week to try to deal with. You can't teach on a highly individualized way and do 100 and that number. Losing their planning periods to work together on things. So the working conditions are the bigger item. Salaries have to be addressed. There's no question of that. You're right in saying that this is a large part.
As a follow-up, to address Mr. Wingo's comment about salary, it's, a lot of districts have signing bonuses. They have loan forgiveness if you stay a certain amount of time, and they have all kinds of bonuses if you're a hard-to-fill position like special education, bilingual education, math, and science. I don't see it as the starting salary. I see it as what happens 2 years out, 3 years out, because the starting salary is probably, on par with a lot of other starting salaries in businesses. But that's where you lose the teachers. And one of the best examples of working around this, and it includes ACP, is Teach for America. And what we're looking at in different areas across the state is how do they retain those teachers? Because they only sign on for 2 years. And after that, most of them, I would assume, are gone, if not all of them. Another resource I wanted to mention to you is the Houston A+ Challenge, because they focus specifically on high school teaching and the effectiveness of that. And they've really kind of gotten, throughout the entire country, really, a lot of research that they've brought back to Texas that's been extremely effective.
Well, thank you, Ms. Bricker, for that comment. Thank you, panel. It's obviously, as you can tell, the board's engaged extremely important work. And as we look at college readiness standards, I can't think of an issue that's going to be a higher priority for this board in terms of how we work with the higher ed institutions and trying to take this type of data and trying to, from a policy standpoint, as the commissioner was saying, see what we can do to help implement some of that. So thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to having you back on that teacher retention research soon.
We'll now move to agenda item 5, and this is our recognition of excellence section.
She's great.
And this item is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and to highlight outstanding work of our administration and our faculty. And generally, we have focused on higher education as we have looked at this part of our board meeting every quarter. But for the first time today, we're going to have the opportunity to hear firsthand about 2 programs from the public education sector. And the first of these is going to be on the Yes Prep Public Schools. Now, I'd like to invite Donald Kmetz.
Yes.
How are you? Welcome.
Thank you.
Who is Director of College Initiatives for Yes Prep Public Schools. and he's going to provide us a brief presentation. And I'm not going to steal your thunder, but you've been with, I guess, Yes, since late '99, I guess.
Yes, sir.
And just some of the things I was reading in your bio were, some pretty amazing numbers in terms of looking at those high school students and how many of those end up going and pursuing some type of post-secondary work. So we're looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It is truly a pleasure to be here and see so many familiar faces. On behalf of everyone at Yes Prep, and in particular our founder, head of schools, Chris Barbick, who is sad to not be here this morning, but does send his well wishes and thanks as well to all of you, in particular to the commissioner and to the board. It is truly my pleasure to be here and to speak a little bit about Yes Prep Public Schools. As the slide indicates, we are celebrating our 10th year of existence as a public state charter school here. I have been fortunate to be a part of Yes since the second year, so I'm in my 9th year with Yes, but looking primarily at my role as Director of College Initiatives, where I now oversee all of the college counseling and alumni programs for all 5 current Yes schools in Houston. And so primarily what I have been asked to do this morning is in your sort of packet there is a brief overview of Yes, but as you indicated, Yes, it was set up primarily to serve students from low-income, underserved backgrounds, and to create a rigorous college academic prep program for them. And quite frankly, if you sort of look at our core purpose, this really defines who we are. We exist to increase the number of low-income Houstonians who graduate from 4-year colleges, prepared to compete in the global marketplace, and committed to improving disadvantaged communities. And so that's what drives us at the end of the day, and every day, is that we are just about this and sort of focus on this solely. And within that, our core values, what sort of drives us beyond that point, are sort of these key 5 indicators for us. It's number 1, achieving excellent results through continuous improvement. No question here. Something that we all truly believe in, the high expectations of our students, our staff, and our faculty, as well as our families. Number 2 has pretty much a direct relevance to the topics you all have been talking a great deal about this morning, which is the attracting and developing of high-caliber people as a source of our strength. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But I think there's no question for us that, especially of the student population we serve, that there are so many mitigating circumstances and situations that we can affect. We can't change home lives. We can try. We can't change socioeconomic levels. We can do everything we can. But the one thing we can control is the people at the end of the day who are teaching those students. And so that's really where we put a lot of our resources and strength into that, is really making sure that we go after the top people and we recruit those people and we keep those people as much as possible through any means possible. Within that same realm, we go after and we seek out people who will work to build positive relationships. Our alums, our students talk oftentimes what matters most for them is the relationships that they build, and our families do the same thing, between the staff and the students. We're fortunate as a 6th through 12th grade model that we actually do build relationships with our students over 7 years, and that translates into ongoing relationships while they're in college and beyond. Fundamentally, given the fact that we are sort of working with students from disadvantaged backgrounds, we believe that we have to, and we're empowered to create opportunities that would not otherwise exist. So our fundamental belief is that we work to create opportunities that put our students sort of on the same playing field as students from more affluent backgrounds, and creating those opportunities that they will then achieve at the same levels, if not higher. And then the last thing is, through all of this means, we will be able to sort of achieve the social justice that we're looking for, to impact communities and to impact students and their families' lives. And then this is just sort of a brief overview slide of how we do it. What are our inputs? What are our approaches? What do we do? What we hope to have out of it. One of the big requirements that you may have seen in the overview is all of our students are required to be accepted to a 4-year college or university in order to graduate. That's in our state charter. And so we sort of, at the end of the day, we say that's sort of the bang for the buck, and that's where we put our money where our mouth is. So we're really committed to ensuring that our students have that access and the ability to do so. And then at the end of the day, that they graduate from college and that they are prepared to compete in the global marketplace and to give back and contribute to their communities. And so, what lessons have we learned? People often ask us, well, what did you learn in your 10 years? And sort of going back to what our core values are about. High expectations, of course, drives that factor. But that's just the start. We have to continue to move on from that. People matter, and then the relationships matter more. We, again, pride ourselves on what we have been able to accomplish with our students and their families. And the college prep begins way before high school. That's why we have our middle school component as well. School size matters. Getting students into college can't be the only goal. For us, we have a pretty comprehensive alumni support program, again, with over 90% of our students being first gen. And so we really work tremendously to support our students and their families. As Chris told me when he hired me 9 years ago, part of my job was to help develop the college counseling program, but the most important part of my job is to ensure that our kids were graduating. And if they weren't, then we might as well close down the schools because we've actually done a greater disservice to our students and their families. And then at the end of the day, the rigorous academic preparation is the best indicator. Everything we've seen indicates that, especially for students of all backgrounds, that rigor matters. And so what we've tried to implement through a comprehensive program in both 7 years is the rigor academic program. And so with that, that's just a quick snapshot, as you all are very familiar with Yes Prep, and I'd like to open it up for any questions that you might have.
How long do you have?
Here all day, so that's fine.
Questions? Ms. Bricker?
Well, obviously, this is a program that Houston is very proud of. The whole state, the whole country showcases, yes, all over the place. Actually, this is the second time that we've had a presentation from Yes Prep. They were actually the first Star Award of a K-12. I've known these people for 10 years.
Absolutely.
And actually, they started in the Houston Independent School District as an in-district charter. I made the fatal mistake of taking the commissioner to see Yes Prep years ago, and I had a really hard time from that point on getting him to focus on other public schools, on other school districts, because it just blew us both away with the things that you all are doing. I think probably most importantly is the absolute crusher question that the commissioner always asks whenever he walks into a school, and that is, how many of your kids graduate and where do they go to college?
Yep.
And these guys can tell you name and family member and where they went and what their grade point average is. And on the flip side, the commissioner and I have also been to other schools where they said, well, we really don't know. And I think that's probably the difference. As you walk in, there's a huge wall that says the names of every student and where they're going to college, a wall of honor. And it's just everything that they do is so about excellence, and it's just such an impressive program that we're also very proud of.
Thank you.
One of the questions I'd like to ask is how many, or approximately how many of your teachers are TFA?
That's a great question. So right now, currently on staff, close to 50% of our staff is either current core members through Teach for America or alums. I myself, prior to coming to Yes, worked for Teach for America for 5 years. And so we have a very strong contingent, and I think that has probably been a huge aspect. I myself was a political science major, had every ambition of working probably in a city like Austin, and was brought into education in states for 15 years now in education. The same thing with Chris and our core leadership as well. And so I think that in that capacity, that's been a huge incentive, and we recognize that is a massive pipeline for us, alums as well as current core members placing at our schools, especially with our ambitious growth. We're planning to open up another 8 schools in the coming years, all in Houston, and with the ambitious goal by 2020 that we will be serving 10,000 students in Houston. So Teach for America is a huge pipeline for us.
And what is your teacher turnover?
Less, and the stats that we're finding is about less than 10% on average, and what we're finding too, especially goes hand in hand with that, with many of my colleagues knowing them personally, is that it oftentimes is folks going back for graduate studies, especially if they're coming out of Teach for America or other programs like that. They're going back on for higher education studies of their own. And so one of the things that we have done dramatically to sort of impact that is we work to create programs. I know you're very familiar with this, but in partnership with the A+, Annenberg, Houston ISD, and KIPP, the Rice MBA Entrepreneur and Education Program, the Sam Houston State Program. So what we're trying to do right now is what a lot of folks are doing is looking at that means as a way to keep people, as opposed to losing people. And we're also looking at aggressively at creating a truly master teacher track to really look at how we can best support and sort of cultivate our teachers who, at the end of the day, have no desire to move up into higher levels of administration within the schools, but really just want to refine their craft. And so, again, not losing people for that, but really keeping the incentive to stay.
Well, one of the other things I think that's real important is that their relationship with the public school districts in the city is a very healthy one.
Yeah.
It could have been an adversarial, or like you're the competition, we don't like you, but instead the competition only makes everyone else level up. And one of the things that they've done recently is they opened a school within a public school, an HISD public school, at Lee High School, and the commissioner's been there as well.
Absolutely.
A couple times, I think.
Yeah.
And that has been a remarkable example of how you can not only bring it to scale, but kind of share best practices. So I think, of all the wonderful things that you all do and that Chris has done, I think the neatest thing is that they've managed to establish a very, very positive working relationship with the other public school districts.
Absolutely.
Congratulations for all your hard work.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brenda, did you have a question?
I'm so impressed.
Thank you.
You have to come see it.
I do. I actually do want to come see it, and I will.
Okay.
I like so many things about this program. I love that, if you want to teach here, if you want to be a parent of a school here, if you want to be a parent of a student here, if you want to be a student here, the expectations are clearly outlined at the front end. And not only that, you have to sign to this.
Absolutely.
And these high standards are maintained. I'm assuming you're going to tell me that the demand is higher than the supply. In other words, there are probably, I'm assuming, a lot of students who want to get into these schools who can't. And if that is the case, can you talk a little bit about the expansion plan that's hopefully in place?
Absolutely. Right now, we just looked at it, and we have our open lottery season right now. But with the open lottery season occurring, we actually have more students on our waiting list, and we're currently serving 2,800 students district-wide, and we have more students on the waiting list than we actually are serving right now in the entire district. So that definitely tells us the need is there. The expansion plan is pretty aggressive. We sort of went through this last phase of opening our fifth school with Yes Prep Lee, and Lee High School was our fifth campus, and we sort of took a year off, which is a true sigh of relief in that regards to sort of regroup. We had opened 4 schools in 4 consecutive years, and so we finally said, okay, this is good to sort of regroup. Rewrote our business plan in a way that really looked at how can we expand and get to that next level, sort of the third phase of our growth. As you all well know, one of the biggest challenges we have, it's not necessarily the students, as clearly demonstrated, it's the facilities aspect. And that's where Lee is a unique partnership because we're actually housed within Lee High School, and so again a sharing of both practices and facilities. But even then, on top of that is securing of the facilities, and oftentimes too the lack of funding that accompanies that, because we don't get money for facilities as charter schools, as you well know. So all that said, we are actually ambitiously growing right now. We are very happy to announce that that we launched our new business plan in November, and it was about to grow would be about $68.5 million, and we were able to secure $19 million in December to actually begin that first phase, and hence that's why we're moving forward with 2 schools to be open this coming fall. And so our plan is to open 2 schools each for the next 5 years, and then by 2014 at the latest would be that 13th campus. And as Chris likes to say, people ask why 13, and the reason why 13 is it's a catchy number, but it really gets us to our 10,000 goal. And as he says, if we get more money and more support to be able to open more, we will. But our goal is to really impact with 10,000 students, if not more than that.
Commissioner?
Could you, well, let me back up. I have visited a good number of high schools over the years, and when I visited the Yes High School in Houston, I was struck by the dedication, the competency, the eloquence of the teachers. They were just very, very impressive on any number of levels, the most fundamental of which was intellectually.
Yes.
When I visit Cristo Rey High School in Chicago, which is an amazing place, and right in the middle of the Latino barrio in Chicago, they're accomplishing results similar to what you're doing. Once again, when I was at the school and I talked to people, I was struck by the quality of the teachers. They were just, once again, profoundly committed. They knew their subject matter extremely well. They had a very, very high level of confidence in the kids. They were committed to the principle that children from all backgrounds can learn at very high levels. So tell us more about how you select teachers,
Sure.
what you expect from teachers, how you prepare them, how they work with each other in the school to accomplish your goals.
I think we go through a pretty comprehensive selection process, and what we did is, if our chief program and people officer were here, and Lori is very familiar with Jennifer Hines, would tell you that we went through a long model a few years ago and looking at what. No surprise that to many of you, we looked at who our most successful teachers were and defined by broad standards, not only test scores, but by their surveys, by the students, and by parents and everything else. And then to some degree looked at our teachers that weren't as successful. And what we did is we pulled a bunch of people, all of our staff, into sort of a behavior model. And what we looked to define was sort of what are the key traits that really define a Yes Prep staff member. And I think that was pretty indicative, is that it wasn't about, at the end of the day, one of the things that we thought initially was that, we really, because we talked about the relationships matter most, we talked a lot about, people need to care about the kids. And that's not to take anything away from that. But what we found is even from what we sort of realized from our lesser effective teachers, they equally cared about our students. In fact, oftentimes just as much or if not more, if you could define that. But what really was powerful is at the end of the day, we found some key traits, including sort of one of them is rebound time. What that means is, quite frankly, if someone walks in and the copiers are all broken that day, what are you going to do to still create that lesson that you need to teach those students that day? Nothing's extraordinary, but how are you going to respond very quickly to something that happens that day and still deliver what you need to do as an instructor that day? We also found that the other key components of that were teachers needed to be able to engage in good critical confrontation. And what we mean by that is teachers who felt comfortable saying, I'm not as comfortable with this, and not in an adversarial way, but in a collegial way that says, this is why. This is not working for me in my classroom with my students, and I want to talk about this and dialogue it, because there's buy-in at the same time as well as it's pushing the programs further. So what we did is we just went through that. So before anyone sort of makes it through the interview process, they go through this sort of behavior assessment. And if they don't hit on 5 of the 7 key points, they're not moved on. And so we don't even look at instruction, we don't even look at anything else, because our fundamental belief at the end of the day is those things can come into play later on. But if you can't be in the Yes Prep system, then it doesn't make a difference if you know your content so well. So I think those are sort of just a quick snapshot of that. But that's how we go about it, and that's why I think we've been able to really keep the staff members and sort of be able to build the program we have, is putting a lot of efforts on the front end.
After 10 years, I'm curious as to the number of graduates that you've got out
Absolutely.
there and what their college graduation statistics are. And thirdly, how frequently you bring them back to talk to the current students.
Very, very much. We actually host, every winter we host sort of professional development for our alums, and we call it our winter conference / alumni forum. And we have our students now come back and speak to our current students all the time. We have an open campus policy. We encourage our students to come back and visit with our students often. Our stats right now, we've graduated over 365 students to date from all 10, from the 8 graduating classes that have come before us. And with with that, 84% of those students have either graduated from college or are currently still enrolled in college, with the other 15% not enrolled and about 1% in the armed forces and then in the military. So we, as Lori indicated, we are able to track our students and really follow up. We realize it's a smaller number, but again, it goes back to the relationship aspect. I think probably one of the most telling statistics that we're very proud of, our students, our graduates, we say, are all over the country, but over 80% of those students have returned back to Houston and are actively contributing in the community, with 9 of those graduates currently on staff with me as teachers now back on our campuses. So it's both incredibly rewarding and yet a little humbling, because I'm getting a little bit older to recognize the fact that I wrote those recs, and the most recent ones is I taught those students in 6th grade when they were in middle school. So needless to say, but it's well worth it at the end of the day.
Mr. Chairman. Donald, we know, and I know you know, that the whole YES holistic plan can be replicated, and people are copying you all over the country and doing well with that. I think I know the answer to this, but are you aware of whether anyone has been able, say in just a public school setting, to come in and look how you teach, how you are successfully teaching, let's say, African American males algebra, and plug that into another setting with any success?
Yeah, our academic program, we have an open door policy. We love to share, because honestly, that's how we've gotten to where we are today, is that we've taken the best practices from all across the country, whether public or private or anything. And so we feel like the equal opportunity to share as well. And so what we look at, I think one of the newest models that we've done, no surprise here, was that just sort of along that lines of algebra. I think we've gone a long way. We had this, but as we've grown to 5 campuses, we've built a real sort of cooperation spirit where we've created district assessments, and let's say algebra, that are on quarterly as well as semester, and those are written by the teachers. So all the math teachers come together, write the assessments, and then at the same day know that what they're teaching to and what they need to be teaching to, those assessments are shared district-wide, so everyone sees everyone else's results. And the difference is it's not a competitive nature. What we look to find is if someone in algebra at the let's say the North Central campus in 9th grade just knocked it out of the park, and it's broken down by objectives, by strands, and everything else, then what we are saying is come together and figure out, what are you doing that's really just hitting it here that we're not necessarily doing here. And so what we've really tried to do is the programs we've seen all across the country that have really done that, we've modeled ourselves after, and we've shared that with others, is you've got to create this spirit that is not about competition. It's about pushing each other, because at the end of the day, the success of North Central is equally dependent on the success of Southeast, and vice versa.
So if someone says to you, can you teach algebra to African American males in the Houston Independent School District, you're going to say yes? Yes,
and I think at the end of the day, what we say is, teaching is not, we don't necessarily look at it by student population. We just go in and say it's effective teaching is effective teaching. And obviously being able to adapt to the needs of the students in their classroom, but at the end of the day, effective teachers can teach in settings that they're placed in, is our belief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
One of the major complaints that I hear from teachers in regular public schools is the conflict between teachers and the administration. And can you kind of speak to what you do differently in that respect?
I think one of the huge benefits of being a small school, which sometimes is both a benefit and a curse, but truly a benefit, is being a small school. There's sometimes a very fine line between being a teacher and an administrator. And what I mean by that is the teachers are often grade level chairs, department heads, as well as being a teacher on top of that. And so when we really start to look at the administration versus the teachers, it's really not that different. One of the things that I think truly helps us is sort of when Chris created the school, he mandated that all administrators teach at least one class. And so I think at the end of the day, when we talk about teaching, I myself, I'm a teacher as well. So the policies that we enact or the requirements that we have affect all of us, not just administration saying you need to do X, Y, and Z. It's okay, we're all doing X, Y, and Z. So I think that goes a long way when you can sit there and say whether it's one class or 5 classes that you're still in the classroom connecting with kids. I think that makes a world of difference.
Thanks so much, and
thank you.
Great presentation. And for those of us who haven't seen the Yes Prep School, probably all
please
come down one time. Let Lori take us out there.
Exactly, absolutely.
But thanks so much, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our second recognition of excellence is the Ignite Rocket Science Program. I'd like to go ahead and ask our panel to come up while I introduce you. I'll introduce them individually and let you take your seats. One of them I recognize very well.
I was hoping you would.
It's another opportunity to get him on the other side of the table. So,
We all recognize it.
yeah, we do. First of all, I'd like to introduce our distinguished panel on the Ignite Rocket Science Program. The first is Brett Williams, who is the director for Ignite Systems Go and at Fredericksburg High School. And I guess you're the founding instructor of Ignite, and we're delighted to have you here, a product of Texas A&M University. And what's been real interesting is that I guess you were instrumental in developing this and to address a critical issue, and that is, engineers, and that's an area that's been very near and dear to the heart of this board. So we're glad to have you here and welcome you.
Thank you.
The second person is Dr. Helen Reed. Glad to have you here. She's department chair for aerospace engineering at Texas A&M, and we're delighted. I've got them on both sides of me,
Did you hear that?
What was that noise?
But she comes from Arizona State University, brought 11 plus years, I guess.
20, actually.
Oh, 20. Okay. And but you have two major, I guess, satellite projects underway. We may hear some about that today, but we welcome you and thank you for being here to participate in the panel. And then Jerry Griffin. Jerry is, I could go on and on about Jerry. He's one of my former coordinating board members when I first came on, and I think I was like a sixth grade kid listening to all the stories about Apollo 13 and all the Apollo flights that he was involved in, but his background is so multidimensional. That's what's fun about hearing about Jerry. I mean, y'all probably know him as director of the Johnson Space Center, but he's also been in the private sector and ran the Greater Houston Chamber of Commerce, and then crossed over to the private sector side and an executive search firm. And we are delighted to have you back. I will mention he is also an Aggie, and I tell you, Jerry brought great leadership to this board, and in many, many ways he was heading up what was what we call today the Strategic Planning Committee. I guess we called it Planning Facilities at that time. But we'll welcome you back. And you're one of Neil Adams was not brave enough to come back today. You were, so we welcome you here.
I would also like to introduce, if I can, Carson Dickey, president of the Ignite Foundation.
And I am a graduate of the University of Texas.
Glad to see there's an affirmative action.
But we welcome each of you and look forward to your presentation today.
Well, let me kick this off. It's a real, it's a little bit overwhelming to come back and be on this side of the table. Maybe I know why Neil didn't show up today. I always thought when I was on your side of the table that the higher IQs by and large were on this side. Now I know that's not true in all cases. I know our time's limited, and I could say a lot about this program. I met Brett about 11 years ago, I think, and we were trying to remember. He invited me to speak to his class in Fredericksburg. I speak to a lot of high school classes on one subject or another. And so I thought this would be just another fairly typical situation. Well, when I got there, I found out it wasn't at all. This young man and through a lot of his own hard work, had developed an approach to get high school students, juniors and seniors, into the business of designing, building, and flying rockets. Now, I'm not talking about bottle rockets or something you buy in a store and assemble and launch in a parking lot. I'm talking about really high-risk, high-performance, useful rockets. And it's a hands-on environment. I believe this model could apply in a number of settings It doesn't have to be rockets. It could be something else. But I think when you hear this story and the way they have done it, it started out, I think, probably the first 4 or 5 years I was involved with Brett in Fredericksburg. He was developing the program to make sure it would work and got it to where it was really tuned. Then, 4 or 5 years ago, with the formation of Ignite, the thing has gone statewide, and then interest shown by other states to copy what's going on here. And Brett may mention a bit of that. But my point is, look at this from two angles, if I would ask you to, from two angles. One, what does it do directly to get kids interested in technology, math, science, discipline, testing, all of that? See what it does to there. But think about where it might apply to other areas, because this is a hands-on technology.
On when it comes to different markets. The aerospace industry is one that has proven itself over time to always bring money in this country. We've never been at a loss. We've never been in a negative. It's always been one of our leaders, and that's because innovation, that innovative technology, is bred there. It's a genesis for it, and so the focus of this, not only in engineering but into the aerospace, has been something that was reasoned for. But as Jerry said, this is something that, when we consider where we're at today, you've got to think that the problems we have today, we're not going to resolve them using the same thinking we've had in the past. And so that's why we've come here today to introduce you to Ignite. We're an educational foundation that's based on progressive, innovative curriculums. We really are about bringing public education into the new millennium. We're focused on curriculums that develop and resolve today's and tomorrow's issues and help with tomorrow's workforce. We really are a project-based curriculum, as Jerry was saying, focusing on inquisitive learning, inspiring discovery, handling problem solving with hands-on approaches. We're looking at real-world life skills and critical thinking, problem solving, design, development, testing and analysis, communications, teamwork, everything from project management to budget management. These are all things that the students are going to be brought into, not just because I say that's the lesson plan, but we do it, and again, not through computer modules of learning modules where we talk about real-world problems out there. We do it where we actually have them design and develop a component that will be integrated into a vehicle that's going to be involved in applied research. And so what they are doing is real-world problem solving. It's not a creative part on the teacher in terms of trying to just do something fun in the classroom. These vehicles, as you'll see, have strong application, and this is where we start seeing alignments with our curriculums. And the one I'll start showing you now is our example of Systems Go. That's our engineering thread. Systems Go is a 2-year curriculum focused on the aerospace and engineering industries. This is where we have I'm going to get through these slides. This is where we have students, as an example with this nose cone that's under development here. Students design and develop components to carry, in this case, there were 3 CANSAT satellites for Stanford University's 6 graduate students that were doing the research on this vehicle. This nose cone was derived and developed by the students, researching shapes of nose cones for different velocities, learning about the von Karman equation and how to derive that and put it into a computer, getting involved in the a subcontractor, so to speak, a local machine shop that was able to lay the model, the mold before they started to lay up their glass work. Whether we're talking nose cones, fuel grains, oxidizer tanks, it doesn't matter. All of them have to go through the same design and development process when it comes to these projects. There are actually 3 levels of projects that we work with in this program development. We're being used now as a fourth-year science credit. We're developing very strong vertical alignment now from middle school through high school into academia. In fact, when it comes to academia, which Dr. Reed will be touching on in just a second, this is all about getting schools, high schools, into collaborative research with universities. This exposes the kids into seeing what's taking place at the university level, and a lot of times inspiring those students to get that direction. A lot of my students, I hear them talk about how their parents tell them that a college degree can be done with $2 down at the local library for the library card because it's all about just reading books. Well, that's not true. A lot of what we see out in the real world takes place in the research labs at our universities, and students aren't exposed to that most times at high school level, and we're very focused on doing that. We believe this is an example of a fluid study out of Purdue University that would be integrated into a nose cone to fly on board one of these vehicles. On top of that, when I mentioned the real-life skills that we provide them, our students, this is out at White Sands Missile Range and the Blockhouse at West Center 50, our students handle all of the red tape work with the Army as well as actually the testing of the vehicles, meaning that they're manning the launch pad, they're manning this is the Blockhouse, they're manning mission control, the Met, they're doing every bit of it, of course with the Army watching over their shoulders. This, I say, is the...
That's good.
And then here's an example of last year's test of getting Stanford up. These are 500-pound vehicles that approach 4 times the speed of sound as they go up toward 80,000 to 100,000 feet to get the research altitudes for the universities. But again, it's not just about rockets. I mean, that is our tool that we use right now as the subject matter. We've found it intrigues a whole lot of students, and it does support the aerospace industry very strongly. We, I believe, are the strongest precursor program in the country right now. And I guess the biggest question a lot of people ask is does something like this work? You know, even if it's not focused on just rockets, it can do remotely operated vehicles, as this one was done for the Central Texas Law Enforcement Agency and other projects like this. But the big question would be, does it work? I've got a list of students right here that I'm showing you that are working on long-duration flight, water reclamation unit for NASA, hypervelocity projectiles for the Army, the head of the R&D propulsion testing for Elon Musk's SpaceX that just run that $1.6 billion contract with NASA, lead test director at the shuttle main engine test stand, electrical engineers, propulsion engineers, the mission control propulsion analysts. And I can tell you that out of my small class in Fredericksburg that typically has 15 students in it as a senior class, approximately 80% of those students are degree seekers in engineering. We usually average 1 student per year out of that 15 going into the academies. That's why I froze on this picture, because this is one of our fighter pilots out there now. We've seen a lot of them go to Naval and Air Force and become fighter pilots with the military. Having great success with our students, even though it is a small school. These students are going into, we've seen them in law school, med school, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, civil engineering, petroleum engineering, a lot of them heading toward the aerospace engineering. But really to follow up with that, I want to step back one. I saw an image that I think I've got a slide in the wrong spot right here. This is where we are right now, where we have 45 schools in this state that are presently adopting the Systems Go program. We've been replicating the program for the past 4 years at this point through the governor's support, the governor's office, Texas Workforce Commission, and are presently on a schedule to cover the state of Texas before 2015, and are looking at other states. Right now, Indiana, New Mexico, and Tennessee are very interested in the replication of this beyond. But I don't want to spend any more time on this. I'd like to go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Reed for her relationship with this.
Thank you, Brett. First, I want to make a slight correction. When being introduced, I was introduced as the department head, and I just wanted to say that I've recently completed my service as department head, and I'm proud to be a professor of aerospace engineering at Texas A&M, continuing on with my student activities as well as my research. I wanted to talk. I was very, very delighted when Brett contacted me about starting a collaboration. And the idea here is Brett and his team have done a fabulous job of igniting their interest in the STEM activities. And the idea is for now the universities and colleges to nurture that excitement, to continue it on. And it was a natural marriage for us to get together with this, because I have a program at Texas A&M, which is a small satellite program, very, very relevant to what Brett has done, and I'm very, very excited to merge these two programs together. And I'm going to go through my 3 slides very briefly because I know I'm a very, very short time. But I have the good fortune of having a gentleman work with me, Joe Perez, who spent 20-plus years at AFRL actually building satellites. He was a lead integration and test person, and now he's got the real-world experience that he's bringing to the kids. But our department has a very strong commitment, and me personally, to integrating research, design, build, fly, and education, which is very much like Brett is doing. So this is a very, very natural extension. We focus on undergraduates doing the work with graduate student leadership. We have multidisciplinary teams. We expose students to projects that go from concept to operations. Freshmen through PhD students. We've had high school students work, hit and miss here in the summers. We have an integrated concurrent engineering lab where students work together with different disciplines to see how designs are put together. And a neat thing we have is a certificate program that we've set up where we teach students basically modules of different engineering and math and program management kinds of skills. And so when they complete our program working in our project, they will have a certificate that says that they've actually gone through and gotten so many skills. I mean, learning how to solder, work with hand tools, doing project management, setting up modeling on the computer and things like that, just using state-of-the-art tools. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
You had already went to
I
the
totally
next
apologize. I'm very, very excited. The NASA Johnson Space Center is actually a very great partner with our program at Texas A&M, and they've committed to an 8-year 4-mission campaign for the students to actually launch 4 missions over the next 8 years. And so I'm very excited that we're just about to deliver our first satellite to be launched on the shuttle on STS-127. It'll be integrated into the shuttle on March 2nd. So this is a program into which Brett's students and other high school students from the state of Texas could become intimately involved very, very easily. Next slide.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did that again.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. So what we have in mind, what Brett and I have talked about, we're very, very excited about is part of this his program. I didn't do that. Did I do that?
No, go back.
Sorry. Is to set up summer workshops for the high school students, and this would be throughout the state of Texas. And as other high schools become involved, it could involve bringing in other students from outside the state. But primarily, we want to try to get these kids from around the state of Texas into the university environment in their junior year, in their senior year, to actually work side by side with the undergraduate students who are actually doing projects like building satellites, learning things like, we picked out some topics, Brett and I talked, and things like learning how to read schematics and drawings, learn how to do soldering, use hand tools, learn how to do solid modeling on the computer, learn about project management, including setting up different test procedures and things like that. And the possibility would be then that the undergraduate students and graduate students then could work with the high school students then throughout the rest of the year to even develop a payload that would go up on the Fredericksburg High School rocket. The neat thing about this is we could set this up so that as high school students they could start to get credit toward this junior engineer certificate program that we've established at the AggieSat lab at Texas A&M. And so we're considering a pilot program to start this summer where we want to kind of get the bugs out of it, get lessons learned. So we're proposing a 2-week session this coming summer with 15 high school students. We're looking at a budget of about $100K just to get things up and rolling, some lessons learned, and then we were very excited about scaling up in the future. So by next summer, we would be able to offer, for example, like 4 2-week sessions, and then use this, as Brett has done, as a model for other university programs nationally.
And really what's exciting about this, as we've been talking about it, is that when you, and part of this partnership that's developing is with the University of Texas as well. I don't want you guys to think we're leaving that out, but this is actually a triad. Dr. Bob Bishop was unable to make it this morning, but between Ignite, Texas A&M, and the University of Texas, we have been focusing on the idea of how can we create the best engineer for the global market. How can we make sure that the American engineer is the most valued engineer out there so that we can maintain our standard of living? And looking at this, when you look at the 2 years that I have developed as a capstone program and are presently working on it being a 4-year integrated vertical alignment there, with the ability of the training that A&M can provide, students that do decide to go to A&M can enter into projects in their freshman year. Now, most universities, I'm sure you've been hearing it lately, have been bashed a little bit about too much theory, not enough hands-on. Well, universities do need to be involved in the hands-on projects, get these kids a little dirty as they learn their understanding of how it works. Helen Reed's a strong proponent of that. She has programs set up right now where the juniors and seniors do get a chance to get involved and is actually trying to feed down farther. What we're excited about is the opportunity that our students that come out of Systems Go across high schools in Texas could then go to A&M and begin their education there for a 4-year degree and to start getting involved in projects their freshman year. So now what you've got is a 4-year degree holder of aerospace engineering that in the past typically had maybe 2 years of hands-on R&D, and now you've got a 4-year degree holder that has 6 years of hands-on strong R&D plus certification levels at an industry level that will allow them to enter that market extremely strong. And that is what Ignite's been about.
Hey, Brad, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
In dealing with the Fredericksburg Administration and School Board, did you ask for permission or forgiveness when you started?
Some of both. I think that's probably what you just said is probably what wraps a lot of it up. It was kind of an interesting genesis.
Should I guess which one?
Well, actually, kind of both. I mean, you kind of sometimes have to to prove it before you come in and ask for it.
Yeah.
But I was brought in to start a program with not any curriculum and without any money. And so this had a chance to. I actually have been in research most of my life around education, but I stepped in because I used to bash education. I used to hire a lot of graduates out of A&M and UT and was very disappointed at their ability to problem solve. They all wanted to be given a list of their job to just go do assembly line type performance. And so I used to really be disappointed with public education. So when I had a chance to come in, and actually I took a 2-year sabbatical that's now lasted almost 15 years. But I took that in a hopes to bring in what I thought were some change in philosophies, strong project-based education, bringing a value into the classroom of what's being taken place. You know, in my classroom, the way our curriculum's set up, never do we have a student ask, why am I learning this? Because always is there something happening in class that stimulates the need to understand something, and that's when that lesson comes up in front of them. You know, as an example, an unstable rocket that brings that desire to understand stability, and that's when stability is taught to them. So what happens is there's always that inquisition from the classroom of how is this happening, why? You know, those are the kind of the questions you get in the classroom. It's not why am I learning this, it's more can you teach us this? And it's like, yes, that happens to be the next thing we're getting ready to talk about.
Let me mention one thing about in the early going. I know, and Bob, it gets right to your question, what kind of support was. Brett was actually out on the road talking to companies like THECB and others that build rocket components and scrounging and getting them to commit this was before Ignite existed, so there was no formal way to go about it. Brett just did it on his own. He went to the companies and said, can you help us with maybe a particular solid rocket grain or a cone at the bottom? And the companies came through for him because he's very persuasive.
Well, one thing I want to clarify, because I know a lot of time there's a knee-jerk with this. We use inert technology, hybrid technology, which means that the propulsion systems, the fuel grain, is a synthetic rubber. It's the same as the bottom of your tennis shoe. That's how dangerous it is in the classroom. The oxidizer is also inert. What we have is a system that requires 3 steps to ignite because you're in essence trying to get combustion on 2 products that do not burn. So it's a very safe environment for the students. You can actually have your propulsion system in the classroom. That's why it's a wonderful piece of technology for education today. NASA, speaking of NASA, we're actually endorsed by NASA. We've been, if you guys are familiar with the Student Launch Initiative that's out of Marshall Space Flight Center, that's actually a replication of the first year of our program, that first project level.
Well, those of us who had the opportunity to know and work with Jerry, we can readily understand why you got so excited when you went to talk to him. It's an amazing.
You're right. I still am.
Yeah.
Brett, Helen, on behalf of Elaine and myself, I just want to thank you for proving that being an Aggie is rocket science.
You want to see? Would you like to see one fly? Do we have sound? because the sound's the best part. This is the first time we ever had a vehicle filmed, and I'm sorry about the size of it, but it's the first time a vehicle's been filmed from outside the blockhouse.
It's White Sands Missile Range.
I'm sorry?
Maybe we don't have sound.
Oh, really? Oh, that's the best part.
That's the best part. I've
It
done
is.
these.
And I don't, is it not going to show? It should have started automatically.
Do you have a click on it?
Yeah, try clicking on it. Well, we
I'll
might
do
just
the
have to
sound
get
effects.
it to you. Yeah. We might just have to get it to you later.
My students do. They fill in the sound.
That scenario right there of watching that flight, that is icing on the cake. I mean, the success
Oh, yeah.
criteria is really to be at the pad ready to test at a given time, because we fly out of the Army's missile range. It's a federal missile range. So we follow under the same red tape as Lockheed Martin or the Navy. And we're given a certain test date, a certain test time. And those students have to, absolutely.
Does the entire class work together as a single team, or do you divide them into
Both. They are a team for the project, but at the same time, between nose cone and nozzle, all those different components have their own teams. It's concurrent development. The same thing the industry discovered when they did the Atlas rocket, when we needed to get real progressive against Russia back then. Most of this is mirrored off of the industry. When you look at our design and development loop, everything from the problem statement to the design brief up to the critical design review and the flight readiness review, it all mirrors what takes place in industry. That's one of the reasons NASA is so excited about us, because our students come out of high school understanding what takes place in the engineering world.
And they deal with the cost estimating,
They do it all.
sourcing and acquisition of materials.
Acquisition of materials is some of the funnest parts. That's where they learn their Jedi skills. That's when they make
In our
contact
case, learning what materials they can and can't use. I mean,
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's the
But-
whole gamut, yeah.
Well, I wanted to obviously applaud you for the extraordinary work you're doing. When we were developing the science standards, I read a lot of articles that were published primarily by the National Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Engineering about how to teach science, and they all said, every article said, the only way to teach science is hands-on.
Absolutely.
Yep.
The other point in bringing this group to the coordinating board is, after we developed the college readiness standards, I've been asked recurrently, well, how do you feel about career technical education, and is there room for the career technical education in college readiness? And I said, absolutely. And they say, well, for example, and I said, well, programs that have strong career technical education applications but are also conducted at a high level of academic rigor. And this is Exhibit A.
Yep. Well, you've heard everybody talking rigors, relevance, relationships, all of that. They're right on it. It's just a matter of can we do it. Project-based education is an issue out there. It's a philosophy shift for most teachers to get away from lecturing in front of those students, which today doesn't work very well anyway. It really is about instilling or inspiring or igniting, as we like to look into it, that desire to learn. And in today's students, that Gen whatever we're calling them now, why, sometimes it's difficult, but we're having great success with it. Those testimonies you see from the teachers, we're seeing the same successes in our small schools as we're seeing in Fredericksburg. Yep. That list of testimonials I showed you up there of the students, I went through it quick because I didn't want to disservice the other 120 that we have out there across the industry in the United States. I could have sat here and talked about them all day, the neat things they're doing.
It is important to keep coming. This thing has tentacles now, and I think we're 46 high schools or something like that in the state now. And some of them are just beginning, but
by next year we might see our first ones out at White Sands Missile Range, possibly.
And we had one other point I wanted to make that I have seen in this thing. I've spent a lot of time in my years in NASA in Washington and testifying and talking and begging for money and so forth. One of the things that really impressed me was 2 years ago, and I can't remember the student's name, it's kind of like a rocket meet. We had high schools that came out to the Paul Meek Ranch there in Fredericksburg from all over the state.
Right.
And the Big Bird was laid out, and one of his students was briefing Troy Frazier, and the local businessman. This young woman, probably 16 or 17, it looked like my days in Washington, in my days at JSC. she was so impressive, answering every question. And I don't know where she is now.
She's in the aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Just finished her first semester on Dean's List.
My point, you can kind of see it. You can just see this person developing. Except it was this teenager, and it was incredible. It was just incredible to watch.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And I don't know if my colleagues on the board realize I really don't have any interest in this subject at all. But Dr. Reed, I I want to cry. I think this is just outstanding. But Fred, as you may know, I'm a graduate of Texas A&M Aerospace Engineering. Back in the day when there weren't any women's restrooms on the first floor where the classes were taught. I'm not bitter. But
Stating a fact.
But yes, just stating a fact. Only on third floor where admin was. Anyway, I cannot emphasize enough being able to expose high school kids, and I hope that at some point you all are able to look at a component reaching into middle school as they're dreaming of what they can become. How important this is. When I walked into the classroom at A&M, the vernacular, I didn't even recognize nose cones and airfoils and et cetera, et cetera. This is so invaluable. Back in the day, our hands-on education was cooperative education. When we had the privilege, I worked at NASA Ames Research Center in the flight simulation. It was just incredible. But that was the extent to the hands-on, and that was in the junior year already.
Right.
So I just can't tell you.
Now we're engaging the freshmen, and absolutely.
I just can't tell you how important this is from a very personal experience. I think, to quote my daughter, I say, OMG, you know. But to be able to take this down to the middle school and to have, they got sound. All right.
Found it.
Oh, is the table going to take off?
That's an example of the high school projects, level 1, level 2. I'm sorry, they're trying to bring up that one film at White Sands. Yeah, that's what he was mentioning with the young lady just a minute ago out at the field. When we do the testing for the schools all around the state, they come out to a launch site that we have set up to support the testing of the level 1 projects are 1 pound to 1 mile. Level 2 projects are transonic flight. The school breaks the speed of sound, and level 3 is the high altitude flight that we do at the Federal Missile Range.
Just fantastic. I think this chart says it all, and Lori, at our P&S committee meeting, this was what I was trying to articulate with regards to the peak period when we had scientists and engineers.
Going to the moon.
That daring project that the president outlined and created a vision. That's what sparked my interest. That created a vision of what we could do with science and technology, and we haven't had that kind of thing since then. At the same time, when we're retiring and we're going to have a huge gap, but we can't talk about this without talking about the teacher preparation that we discussed earlier.
And that's a big part of what we do, that intensive training that we do. It's not only teacher training, but then following up with the program, continuing to watch it, whether it's face-to-face or working with them on the website.
Absolutely. And industry has to get involved.
You bet.
Giving the opportunities for hands-on experience. This is a circular problem, Fred, as you articulated earlier, where we cannot inspire what we don't know.
In fact, we could even have teachers come up for workshops in the summer too, if they would like to, to work on things. Absolutely.
But universities, when it comes to academia, stepping it up into the project-based education, getting away from so much theory, and then what you were talking about, that initiative back then on that when we raced for the moon. There were a lot of governmental initiatives there where if a student was to go get his degree or her degree and go into work for NASA, that college degree was pretty much paid for. We haven't seen that since then. It might take something like that to really get this Moon to Mars initiative moving, but that's going to take something between academia and the federal level to create.
Absolutely. As early as we can to get into the pipeline, any small components of this outstanding program would just benefit us tremendously.
Well,
it's fun.
Very much.
It's a lot of fun, too.
How many schools are you all in?
Still, can I just say, before we lose the thought, and I agree with everything you said, and this is the important leg to get done. But I want to come back to something I said in the beginning. I believe this model, this from being a junior in high school
Through college.
through college,
Through graduate school.
and doing this
Yeah.
cooperative, this model ought to be
Yeah.
considered in other areas.
Yes.
And I think
Absolutely.
technology
Absolutely.
tends to make that easier because there is some hands-on to it, but I think it could even go farther. I think it could go into the more even legal or whatever.
Yes.
It can be applied.
Yes.
The model
It could be ported to other
fits,
things. You
and
bet.
it's what we need.
And that is, when I mentioned the University of Texas, Texas A&M, and Ignite, this is a triad that's beginning to try to develop a template for what he just described that then can be replicated, whether we're talking other universities across Texas or if we're talking Purdue or Stanford, that could do the same thing in their state to make the same flow of student preparation go.
Has this triad effort identified the next field that you want to model this in?
Presently, not yet, no. Right now, there's such a critical need right now of engineers. A lot of people feel that we're already off the slippery slope and we're pretty much bottomed out and we're going to have to rebuild ourselves. So there is such an emphasis on that right now that we haven't taken our focus off of it. Other than, as Carson could tell you, that Ignite itself, we are looking into everything from alternative energy to criminal justice in terms of different curriculum threads that we're developing. But right now, this triad right here is presently all about engineering.
Good for you.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say you hear so often that American children simply aren't interested in science, and it's more a function of the way we teach science than it is the natural curiosity. I remember taking my daughter to the Exploratorium in San Francisco when she was about 5 years old. I couldn't pull her out of there, and it was all very sophisticated, as you know. I'm sure you've been there.
Yep.
Sophisticated, hands-on science.
Yep.
And we will be in touch with you to find ways to work together and help promote your.
I want to add one thing, if I could. I want to make sure everyone knows this is not a gifted and talented program. This is open to every junior in the high school.
Yeah.
And we get a complete cross-section of students.
That's one of the reasons we
From
invited you.
1A to 5A schools. I mean, and you don't need to.
And understand also that when it comes to our students, America's doing a good job of educating its students. I don't teach rocket science. The truth is they already possess that knowledge. What we teach in our math classes, what we teach in our physics classes and science, they already have what they need to do this work. It's just that, and this is where we are shortfalling, we never show them how to apply their knowledge.
Right.
And that's what, when you go back to why I started this was one of my main focuses, is teaching students how to apply. And that's why I was disgruntled with graduates that I was hiring. They didn't know what to do with what they possessed. And that's really where the genesis of this took off. But thanks very much for your time today. We really appreciate being here.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks for bringing this program.
I have one final thing to say, Whit. I stopped at the governor's office this morning, and when I got on this board, Bob Shepard was on the board. I served for 6 years, have been gone for 4. He's still on the board. And I hear that he's supposed to rotate off, but the governor tells me he's going to draft him and keep him 6 more years.
Not going to happen. Gary, I want you to know I put your name on the back of that Aggie wind chime that we gave.
Oh, okay.
Thank y'all again.
Thank you.
Great to see you, Jerry. Jerry, good seeing you. Okay. To say the least, what a morning of presentations, and I hate to say that we've got to now delve into all of the issues here, but we'd like to start with the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research, and I'd ask Ms. Lynn Phillips, who's chairman, to kick us off.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure, you bet. We'll take a 5-minute break, if that's okay. Thank you.
I want to make it all the way through.
No, it's those presentations. This is one I want.
start?
We do, right?
It's the committee now.
Do we? Thanks to everybody. We are going to now move to agenda item 6, which are the matters relating to the committee on academic excellence and research. And I'm going to ask Dr. Phillips, as chairman of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the break. The first item is the committee chair's report. This quarter, our staff has been very busy working with our still new Assistant Commissioner McGregor Stevenson on a wide range of matters, and especially in preparing a number of reports, which we're going to hear about later, including projecting the need for veterinary medical education and pharmacy education, and strategies to increase the number of initial licensure registered nurses in nursing. And the AR committee heard these presentations heard the full presentation at our meeting on January the 5th, which our Vice Chair Elaine Mendoza presided at, and I thank you very much, Elaine, for stepping in for me. And we'll be voting on some of these reports today. First, though, we're going to hear from Dr. Lee Holcomb, who is the director of the Higher Education Policy Institute. Hi, Lee. Welcome. This institute really relates directly to Raymond, but just as a matter of convenience for reporting to the board, Lee reports to our committee, and we're anxious to hear your report, Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips, and board members. It's a pleasure to be here. I would also like to thank you for the suggestion for the break. It makes it a little easier to follow the previous presentation.
You're not going to shoot a rocket off. Oh, shucks.
Right. I believe Judy's passed out today's testimony, and you can read along as I go. And also, we have available copies of 2 reports. One is a draft of the development ed recommendations, as well as a draft of recommendations regarding indicators for capturing research capacity at institutions. So having said that, let me go ahead and jump in. I'm going to be talking about 3 specific areas of activity: development education, tuition deregulation, of course, research capacity of institutions. In regards to development education, I'm going to present key ideas on how to improve development ed based upon the symposium that we held and also based upon the literature at large. Regards to tuition deregulation, there is a small but credible literature that relates tuition to enrollment, and I will be presenting results of this literature that relate most directly to tuition deregulation. In regards to research capacity of institution, as the state moves forward in considering how to increase the number of nationally recognized research institutions, first and foremost, what's required is credible measures of research capacity in order to identify the candidate institutions as well as monitor institution progress in their efforts to build capacity. So I'll present these recommendations as well. Getting to development education, I would like to mention before I go through the specific recommendations that in subsequent testimony, Tamara Clunas will present her recommendations for development ed that are based upon feedback, largely upon feedback that she's received from institutions. And it's worth noting that her recommendations, based upon feedback from the field, overlap largely with many of the recommendations that we've developed at the Institute. And this is important because that lends validity to the recommendations. So we've come at the recommendations from 2 different directions. Moving on to the actual recommendations, mandatory assessment of incoming students. This may be a matter of policy, but there's a disconnect between practice and policy, often at institutions. Enhancing academic advising capacity of institutions. This is an issue that relates both directly to all students, whether they're in development ed or not, but especially should be directed toward development ed students. Establishing small learning communities via linked courses, and this is important as a mechanism of social and academic integration into community college, which is often lacking relative to that of universities. Examine curricular structure and reform, for example, long-standing separation of reading and writing. There's a credible literature that calls that into question. We need to build the capacity of institutions to implement data-driven decision-making for all students, again, especially development ed students. And then there's the issue of instruction. Place high-quality faculty and instructors in development education. And for all instructors of development education, provide ready access to training and professional communities to enhance their practice. And lastly, outreach to K-12 districts, much like we've seen in the Coral and El Paso area. Align systems and curriculum. Those are recommendations that pertain largely to practice at institutions. There's also a number of recommendations that apply more to the state level. And the first is develop a uniform statewide assessment and reporting system that can be used for diagnostic and placement purposes, as well as growth measurement. Develop a funding formula strategy that allows for flexible entry and exit, and provide technical assistance to institutions to implement systemic reforms of development education. And lastly, we need to develop stronger evidence of best practice, and go at this at two different approaches. One is the evaluation of approximately 3 to 4 demonstration sites of systemic approaches to practice. Evaluating that in such a way that at the end of the evaluation we have credible, strong evidence that these practices do work. And then coming at it at a little bit different approach and analyzing statewide data to identify institutions that over time have consistently demonstrated an ability to outperform their peer institutions in regards to development ed outcomes, and then go in and actually investigate those institutions on site and more in depth to identify which practices we can actually attribute their success. Tuition and enrollment. As mentioned earlier, there is a small but credible research literature on the relationship between tuition and participation success. We've commissioned a full review of this literature, and I'm going to present a preview of the literature, and that relates most directly to tuition and enrollment. Before moving forward and discussing this literature, however, it is important to note 3 points. The literature looks generally at tuition levels and enrollment. It doesn't necessarily analyze tuition trends within the policy context of tuition deregulation. The analysis is credible. However, it remains difficult to draw causal connections between these tuition increases in levels and enrollment trends. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, the analysis is not based upon Texas data. The key result is, not surprisingly perhaps, is that increases in tuition are related to decreases in enrollment. What does that mean? Well, the sensitivity to tuition levels differs by institution type and student. Low-income and minority students are more sensitive to tuition than are non-low-income and minority students. Community college students' enrollments are more sensitive to tuition than university levels. And within community colleges, academic students have been shown to be more sensitive to tuition than are technical students. Already enrolled students, whether it's at a 4-year institution or a 2-year institution, are not as sensitive to tuition increases as new enrollees. Increases in tuition levels at universities is related to increases in enrollments in community colleges. That is, as universities increase their tuitions, community college enrollments in the area tend to go up. Lastly, in terms of measuring research capacity, I'm going to be talking about criterion that should be used to capture research capacity as Texas proceeds with their efforts to improve or increase the number of nationally recognized institutions in the state. Again, before I get into discussing the criterion and indicators, it's important to note a couple of things. One is that each criterion should be tracked for all institutions over time. Trend analysis gives you a much better insight as to what's going on in institutions than just snapshot data of 1 year. The analysis should be conducted institution-wide for each criterion, and in addition, where appropriate, analysis should be conducted by discipline within institution. And this is important because the institution-wide analysis may not reveal centers of excellence within institutions in a particular discipline. The general criteria in decreasing order of relevance to research are research influence and productivity, peer recognition of excellence in research, other research criteria such as number of doctorates awarded and postdoctoral appointees, and dedication to quality of education both at the graduate and undergraduate level. In addition, external support is also important. So what do I mean by each one of these? Well, in terms of in research influence, that's best captured by a citation analysis. And a citation analysis captures the degree of research influence as measured by the number of times a journal publication is cited by peers in the field. This is the most credible measure of research quality. Faculty publications. This is an indicator of research productivity as measured by the number of publications in peer-reviewed academic journals. This is the second most credible measure of research quality in an institution because peers have deemed the work worthy of print. And thirdly, it indicates the faculty participation in the academic enterprise, even among tenured faculty members. Research expenditures are also very important to consider, with a particular focus on federal research expenditures, since they are awarded after a review of proposals by peers nationwide. As I mentioned earlier, peer recognition and excellence in research, that's measured most frequently by faculty membership in the national academies, and also faculty awards and recognition. Other criteria, as I mentioned, doctorates awarded and postdoctoral appointees. So those are the indicators that relate most directly to research and output, input, and productivity and capacity. But in addition to that, it is important to consider the overall purpose of an institution in terms of its dedication to quality education. And those measures of student quality in terms of exam scores, national merit scholars, graduation rates, and student-faculty ratio. And lastly, external support is an important criteria to consider because often institutions dedicate these funds to enhancing the research capacity in addition to the research funds that they procure otherwise. So we need to look at endowment and annual giving. And I would just like to close that in your notes there is reference to an article in the Chronicle of Higher Education, which you may have received already, that is an indicator of that this is a serious process. Can be a very difficult process, but it requires dedication. And I'm not going to go over the notes. It's in your handout. But having said that, that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thanks, Lee. Could you, or maybe Raymond, just give us a brief update on the Policy Institute, and are these the areas we're going to study? Are there other ones, or what you're thinking?
I've asked Lee to focus on developmental ed and the issue of tuition deregulation and developing criteria for national research universities, because in speaking to legislative leadership and the ramp up to the current session, those are the issues that we were told that we needed to be well informed about. We have longer. The tuition deregulation issue is going to require an awful lot of long-term attention because, as Lee pointed out, the research literature on the topic is really pretty scarce, and it's not. It's useful, but I'm certain it's not definitive. So I think that will require some more attention. The issue of developmental education, I think we've pretty much achieved our goal. I think we have a very clear sense of the components of strong developmental ed programs. I think we know what we need to do as a state in order to improve developmental education, focusing on a common assessment, focusing on certain innovative pedagogies, and more than anything else, focusing on placing more of our best faculty in developmental ed programs and also providing professional development. What we have found from the work that Lee has done on the criteria for national research universities is we can provide the legislature, if it so wants, we can provide them I think the most useful objective criteria for determining which institutions in Texas are best positioned to move up in terms of prestige and overall academic status as national research universities. We can also, based on Lee's work, we can also conclude that although there are some institutions in Texas that are better positioned than others, every one of our emerging research universities to achieve national research university status is going to require a very significant infusion of new money. We don't have any that are right on the verge of achieving that status. So he's. I think we've pretty much done the necessary work to inform the legislature about how they might wish to proceed on this issue. So 2 out of the 3 critical projects that Lee was working on in the wrap-up to the session have been pretty much completed. He's now going to work, we're going to take a look at learning outcomes, and we know that is an issue that will require some extended attention because the status of research, the state of research on this topic is minimal. Nobody understands it very well, either in the United States or around the world, and there are a number of countries that are working on this. We're also going to work on some issues related to Hispanic education and strategies for improving Hispanic education in Texas. And those are, now that we feel comfortable, as I say, about 2 out of the 3 priorities that we had, we'll finish the 3rd and move on to these other areas.
Chairman, so the 3rd area that we're continuing on, is that the Tier 1 research?
No, it's a tuition deregulation and trying to understand better what there's such a complex of issues that affect decisions that students make about staying in school or going to school that are not just as important but do have an impact on enrollments, and we need to figure out, disaggregate those factors from tuition rates and fees themselves. We know that there's a correlation, but we don't know exactly how much of a relationship there is. So we're going to continue.
And I don't disagree that more work needs to be done there. That wasn't. In fact, I think what we've found so far, most of members of the public or the state leadership would say, well, we knew that. And so we've got to drill down into more root cause information. But on the national research level, there's a couple things that I didn't hear that I'd like to. I hate to think we're done yet in identifying the objective criteria. 2 points. One is publications and citations are fine and they are objective and measurable, and so I don't have any qualms with what you've identified so far, but I think we also need some measure of results, like patents or commercialization, because I think that's part of the outcome-driven change of philosophy that we've got in higher education now. And then secondly, we are seeing a lot of different estimates of what the financial commitment per additional flagship school is going to require. And if we could do some research to support what we think the level of sustained funding needs to be over, X millions of dollars a year over X number of years per institution lifted to that level. And frankly, I understand it's going to be different per institution because of where they are in their relative journey already.
And I think that's a key point. I mean, and the purpose and part of the indicators is to get a good snapshot of where each specific candidate institution is, so that we can develop better estimates for exactly what is required for each specific institution to move forward and towards enhancing their research capacity.
Yeah, that's a great point, because it's knowing where they are now, but also developing a particular objective criteria, picture of where they need to be. What defining the hurdles in a fair and objective way, so that it's not, well, we know it when we see it.
Well, and I think that's where also the discipline-specific analysis comes from, because I mean, if we're interested in developing a national research university among one of the candidate institutions in the specific field as the sort of the trailblazer field for that institution, obviously, if that institution already has a tremendous reputation nationally in that field, then the amount of marginal investment for that university is going to be less than perhaps another institution in the same field. And there are, I mean, even among the emerging research institutions, there are disciplines that they have national recognition. With that, in that area, they are a nationally recognized university in that specific discipline that measure up quite well with UT and A&M, for example.
Brenda, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'd like to tag on to your comments because I wrote two similar comments here. I would like to see the criteria expanded as well. I think it's fine that you say measured by the number of times a publication is cited by other researchers and the number of publications, and that's fine, but my 2 points are this. What about the audience? How large is the audience for each particular point of research or publication? And then the second point to that is the end result. In other words, if you have 10 published articles, one has an audience of a much smaller number with a much smaller outcome than another article. That should somehow factor into our criteria. So again, the 2 points, the audience, and the second point being the outcome.
Can I ask a clarifying question? By audience, then, do you mean, for example, within, just to pull computer science, to talk specifics, you're talking about adjusting our indicators for the number of computer science faculty in the country, or?
Well, I think what I mean is who is reading the article, how many people are reading the article, how are they being influenced by the article, and what does the article, the research then lead to some sort of action. But I think there has to be some sort of audience measure because I'm assuming you're going to have different grades here.
Well, it certainly is the case that in terms of the type of audience, obviously the publications and the citations is strictly focused on research, the researchers, the peers of that faculty member or those faculty members within that institution across the country.
Right, and what I'm saying is I think that needs to be expanded.
Well, there in the recommendations in the handout on the that is available for you, there are other indicators that have been developed that are based upon an analysis of citations, essentially. A number of times an institution is mentioned on the web by other institutions, for example, or just in general. And that's the only other indicator that I know of that would start to get at a broader sense of sort of the university presence. So that's going to require further investigation.
Have you identified the 4 sites that you're speaking to?
4 sites?
I thought that's what it said in here. I'm misreading this. Evaluation of approximately 4 demonstration sites.
The development education sites?
Right.
No. That is still in work, but we're anticipating an RFP process that would stipulate certain guidelines, most specifically related to the best practices that we've found here. That institutions would be expected to implement a coherent and systemic approach to improving development education. We would entertain proposals and then make decisions based upon the proposals.
Thank you.
And also I should say that when I say we, I almost misspoke. That's the coordinating board staff that would do that. An institute wouldn't be directly involved in that activity. We would inform that activity, but that would not be the institute discretion.
Wayne, did you want to say?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Fred's comment and also to a point that you made, Brenda. We have come up with some criteria. For example, we've taken a look at a sample of AAU institutions that we think are reachable for an emerging national research university in Texas. We've taken a look at data, for example, for the University of Kansas, the University of Missouri, the University of Nebraska, and the University of Arizona, all of which are AAU institutions, but they're not Harvard or Stanford, and so they're not institutions that are just well beyond our research in terms of our reach in terms of research and support allocations. And we're taking a look at the amount of funding that those institutions have per full-time equivalent student, and we'll be able to give the legislature a sense of a ballpark sense of what kind of level of funding you would need to provide institutions to be able to reach that kind of level of national research university. Our sense is that you want to aspire for something to something reasonable, and then you would build on that. So we have those kinds of data, and we could put it together very quickly. We're prepared to do that already. The issue about technology transfer and the issue of commercialization, we will take a look at that. The fact is that because universities have not been held accountable on that issue, there's not a whole lot of literature about what existing institutions do. Some institutions gather information on the return on investment and how many companies are spun off and so forth from research enterprises that are campus-based, and we can gather data on that, but there's not a rich body of literature on that. The question that you raise, the audience and how large it is, particularly outside the narrow confines of academia, you could get at some of those data by looking at the citation indexes, because they'll tell you, for example, that so-and-so was cited in the Wall Street Journal. Okay. And that suggests that people that are interested in applications are reading the material, that the only citations are in very obscure academic journals, and you know that probably the influence isn't spreading beyond academia. So we could take a look at it that way.
If I could add one thing related to that point, Raymond, is I've just seen a report that McGregor's staff has put together specifically related to intellectual property, patents, income from that.
But that's only statewide.
That's statewide.
Yeah.
Right. That's statewide.
Which wouldn't allow us to compare nationally against some of these other
institutions. Yeah, what the benchmark level is for national research universities.
Well, perhaps we could go back to the 3 institutions you've already investigated. And maybe they'll volunteer that information.
And I haven't looked at it recently, but I believe there is a national group that at least at one time collected some information on intellectual property. It's one of the harder things to get at. And I do want to mention also in terms of the last item that Lee mentioned, which had to do with research expenditures. Part of that is also, it's not just federal research expenditures, but can include contracts from industry, things related to funded research from entities, not just the federal government, but other areas, which I think could be clarified and gets to your particular points, I think, in terms of who sees the relevance of the research and its power in generating other things. So I think that can be clarified, and we do in our research expenditures report for institutions collect that information already.
Along those lines, David, we have to be careful if we're going to look at intellectual property and commercialization. Let's balance it with basic research that may not go anywhere, but is really needed in order to get the IP and the commercialization. And we can miss out on a lot of opportunities if we don't encourage basic research that may not lead to intellectual property. So if we're going to have a metric on that, perhaps we need to think about how we look at, maybe through the expenditure side, research that may not go anywhere, but you never know. That's why it's research.
And there's an example, and I don't know the details on this, but when Paul Chu at University of Houston had his breakthrough in superconductivity, part of what he did was had his students sort of camp out for days and days reviewing the literature, and he found an obscure journal article that people had not paid much attention to that actually led to the breakthrough, and I believe it was DuPont ended up paying a fair amount of money to UH to support some of those efforts because of that obscure article. So Both points are well taken, I think.
Who would agree that obscurity does not mean no value?
That's right.
Are we, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are we going to take this criterion, Commissioner, and measure it, and measure our two quote-unquote flagships that we presently have and see if there are any gaps from those institutions?
We could. We've taken the position consistently that as we talk about developing more national research universities, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we need to strengthen the existing ones.
And I think to quantify it, we could be measuring the two existing against these criteria.
That's the best public universities, yeah. That would
would really help us promote that concept, because that's a very difficult concept to grasp as a Texan, that our two flagships may need some fortification.
The Institute has procured the publication and citation data that would allow us to do this analysis for the 7 emerging research institutions and UT and A&M. So those data are available.
Good. You're already on the track. Fred, did you have something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that my intent in bringing up results-based metrics was not to try to dictate whether it's commercialization or number of patents, but just to find an objective measure of output. And I would also apply that to excellence in undergraduate education. This discussion is not at all intended to be about research, because a flagship must have excellence in undergraduate education. But we do need to measure some way both the intellectual and the economic impact contribution to Texas.
Two responses to that. One is, in your list here, the citation analysis and faculty publications, those are the two most credible sort of outcome measures, okay, that you refer. Research expenditures, federal and otherwise, is sort of an input measure, okay. So one of the things that, for example, you could do in your citation analysis is look at number of citations by research expenditure and compare it across institutions in that regard. So that would be a way you could relate the two. So that's sort of another measure for productivity. Okay. And then in regards to overall focus on quality of education, there are sort of a list of usual suspects that I've included here that's used in other efforts to rank universities. But there are also, and I don't mention these in the brief, but there's some things that we might be able to do that have not ever been done before. So, for example, once we are able to get National Student Clearinghouse data, which gives us very good enrollment information for institutions nationwide, what we could begin to do is to look at how well these undergraduate programs are funneling their students into graduate programs across the country. We may even be able to, another indicator that's important, if you're a national research university, one of the things that you do is you attract students from across the country. And once we get those data, then what we could begin to do is to take a look at the students who we have in our graduate programs and backtrack and find them in the National Student Clearinghouse data and develop indicators for exactly how national the pool is for those students. Because that's another indicator for national recognition.
So the bottom line is that in deepening and completing this research is that we don't yet know what process our state leadership, our legislative leadership is going to dictate, but we do know that this discussion will continue to its logical end regarding Tier 1 universities. So whatever responsibility we may be given, I just want us to be prepared with the answers and ready to hit the ground literally running or even already there.
I think we have a very good foundation for establishing those criteria. We'll enhance what we've already done with the recommendations have been made.
Laurie, quick comment on actually 3 areas. One, to underscore what Mr. Heldenfeld said, I think that we need to respond with some sense of urgency since the legislature is in session and they are looking at various methods of top-tier additions to top-tier universities. We need to look at it from an economic standpoint, and we also need to be as succinct as possible. In other words, not give 20 different ways to identify a new research or top-tier university, but, here's probably the top method of doing it, or the top priority. I think that time is of the essence on this one, because I think that we can backpedal and it will be 2 years, 4 years, 8 years out or more if we aren't convincing to the legislature that this is an urgent need. On developmental education, we need to figure out what the stumbling blocks are to bringing it to the high school level. It's my understanding that, with THECB as the driver for curriculum, that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to bring in college support courses for developmental ed from the community college or university level, because they have to match certain requirements in order to be accepted. And third, on the tuition deregulation, it seems to me that it would make sense if, when you said that low-income students are more sensitive to tuition, it seems like if the low-income students have increased access to grants, that it would be really the middle-income students that would be the hardest hit with tuition deregulation. And I'd like to see some evidence on that. It seems to me that those students with means, with resources, they're going to go to college no matter what. It seems that if our grant programs are working as they should, and more importantly, probably the support system to those students, the counselors that are really working with them to get the money in place, that those students should not be as impacted as the middle class of students.
But isn't the fact that half of the students that are trying to get grants aren't capable of getting grants because the funding isn't there to begin with?
Yeah.
Well, that would be like, maybe a state grant, but there's all kinds of federal money that is not as restrictive. Certainly,
We're talking about state issues, though, aren't we?
right, but it's impacting if a university has an increased tuition, the lower class or poorer students can still access federal and state grants.
A couple of comments. First, in regards to your desire to be succinct, you should have seen my first draft presentation. In regards to the tuition, this is an issue that is, that we are, people in staff, the coordinating board, are very aware of. The analysis of the lit review on the research is, as you might expect, very clear. The more you give financial aid to students, the more likely they are to attend. And that's especially true for low-income and minority students. What is a recent development that is not quite as widely known is that there's a tremendous premium and value to making sure that we have effective outreach programs to the K-12 level to market these programs, that the criteria be very transparent, eligibility be simple, the application process be simple, because even if you have a lot of money available, then you're missing out on a lot of traction if all those characteristics are not in place.
Well, and it stands to reason, obviously, that if we're consistent, whether it's with our college career centers or GO centers throughout the state, that whether tuition goes up or not, that they should be getting the kind of support, state and federal, and private for that matter, grant opportunities so that they aren't as impacted.
Yeah, the plight, so-called plight of the middle-income students in regards to transitioning to higher ed is one that's become attracting a lot more attention in the literature as well. From a research perspective, it's a little harder to get at that because of just it's a mechanical issue relating to the data elements that we have available. We can identify the low income. It's a bit more difficult to identify the middle income students.
Yeah.
So,
I have a question about the developmental ed. If we're able to identify what works in bringing students up to college-ready level in English and reading and math, Do you anticipate that by the next session, we might have some policy recommendations to make
We have policy recommendations to make now.
on developmental ed?
Yes. For example, establishing a statewide assessment tool instead of using one out of 4 options.
Right.
We need to improve the diagnostic capability of whatever assessment tool we use.
Yeah.
Lee found out that Florida, for example, developed its own assessment tool, and I don't think we want to wait that long for that in Texas, but we've already been in conversation with people from the College Board about improving the diagnostic capability of the AccuPlacer. That's one. We know that, and this is very similar to the pattern that occurs in K through 12, that we place our least experienced, our temporary faculty in developmental ed, and obviously that's not working. We've got to find ways, create incentives, maybe through formula funding, maybe through a pot of incentive funding money to encourage community colleges to get more seasoned, highly skilled faculty in front of developmental ed students. We know that the research doesn't justify the traditional separation of reading and writing into 2 separate courses. Right. So we know that's a policy recommendation we would have.
That's where I think we can be influential, because we need to tie this to a credit-worthy course.
Right.
I mean, we can get around a lot of problems if we could, and the solution, whatever it is going to apply to the high school junior or senior just as well as to the freshmen. So we're thinking about all that. Right. Good. That's exciting. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item 6B. This doesn't make sense to me, so I'm not going to read it. First, 6B1, we're going to consider adopting the committee's recommendation relating to a division of responsibilities for obligations of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and agency staff in relation to statutes, rules, and regulations. And this is for the Academic Excellence and Research Committee. We've already done this for several of the other committees. McGregor, you want to bring us up to speed on this?
Thank you very much, Dr. Phillips. Thank you, members of the board. At the board's request, we did the external review by Vincent and Elkins that evaluated who should be taking the responsibility for the appointment of and decision-making of various obligations that the board has under statute. Under the response from Vincent and Elkins, the staff concurs with the majority of their recommendations. The only variations that we have are those where Vincent and Elkins has indicated that the staff could have the responsibility, but in present operation, the board currently has that responsibility. And we would prefer to leave the responsibility with the board so that there is no division between present operational policy and what the recommendation is with V&E. So basically the bottom line is, if you all have the responsibility currently, we're leaving the responsibility with you. If we have the responsibility currently and Vincent and Elkins said it should be with the board, it goes to the board.
Everybody remembers the origin of this, correct? Nobody needs an update?
I had one question, and I hope it's a brief answer, but TEC, that last line, the current practice says board/staff, and I noted that V&E's recommendation, if you can couch it as a recommendation, is board only.
I'm sorry, can you point me to what page you're on?
This bottom line on the first page of 6B that refers to section 61.856, and I don't know what that section refers to.
Let's go back and look as well.
It's on page 10 of agenda item 6B.
Yeah.
grant application?
For the Tech Prep Consortium, the staff makes the recommendation for the formula funding for the Tech Prep Consortium, but the board approves it as we voted last night in the Agency Operations Committee on the formula. And so it's kind of a joint effort between the staff making the recommendation and the board approving the final distribution of those funds.
Okay, which makes sense to me.
The final obligation is on the board, and that's the final approval goes to the board.
So you don't see a disconnect between B&E's?
No, sir, I don't. Bill, do you have any?
No, it could be stated either way. And in the notion being that the board will make the final decision with presumably significant input from staff. McGregor, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the reason for the slash between board and staff. But if it be the board's preference that it reflects simply the board, since it does make the final call, it could be done that way as well.
And there is actually
still give the input.
Right. And there's actually the Tech Prep Formula Funding Advisory Board that works with the staff to develop the recommendation. So I think that's why the sharing is necessary, so that we make sure that we're getting input from the stakeholders before the staff makes its recommendation to the board.
I think this has been a good exercise as far as the staff's concerned. I'm not sure that any of us know any more than we did in the beginning about what we're really supposed to do. So we might want to direct our attention at some time to looking and reading through the rules again. Thank you, though. Let's see, do we need
trust
to
the
vote
committee
on
chairman.
this? We have to, yeah, well, thank you.
Move to approve?
Yes, I need a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Elaine, seconded by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 6B2 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the appointment of advisory committees and work groups not established in statute or rule. Okay, McGregor, confuse us some more.
Well, I'm sorry if I did so the first time.
No, we were already.
She wasn't at our committee meeting, McGregor.
Okay.
That's right.
These are, again, standing committees, but they're not statutory, so they were not part of the V&E review. Basically, what we're seeking is to have the commissioner or his designee be granted the authority to approve new members and continuing members on these committees. So it's a continuation of the previous item in terms of appointments, but it's strictly giving the commissioner or his designee the ability to make those decisions. And there are several committees, as you can see on the blue pages, to which this would apply, and would also give us the flexibility moving forward to add additional committees as there are necessary work groups that come up that we internally feel like we need to get input from stakeholders, that we can do it without having to come back to the board and taking a 3-month process to get approval from the board first. And the committee recommended approval of this as well.
Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Ricker, seconded by Mr. Shepherd. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 6C and 6D1 were on the consent calendar. Item 6D2 is from Texas State University, San Marcos, for authority to offer a Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree with a major in nursing and creation of a School of Nursing within the College of Health Professions. McGregor?
Thank you. This program would be offered in the newly constructed nursing building at the Round Rock Higher Education Center. The proposed program would help to meet the unmet need for RNs in Central Texas as well as the state. And Dr. Perry Moore, the provost for Texas State University, is here with us, as are several of the members of the College of Health Professions and the nursing program, if anyone has questions for them. The recommendation is to approve this program.
Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Ricker, seconded by Ms. Mendoza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thanks very much. Item 6D3 is a request from the University of Texas at Austin for authority to offer a Master of Interior Design degree with a major in Interior Design. McGregor?
This master's program is to help students develop the skills that they need necessary to become a licensed interior designer. This program received the support of the committee and is recommended for approval.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Shepherd. You can't do that.
I keep forgetting I'm on the wrong committee.
No, this is the board. It's the board. You can
Oh, we're in the board meeting. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, move by Mr. Shackett and second by Mr. You and I have got a thing going.
She just keeps an extra eye on you.
I'm always afraid you're going to vote when
Well,
you
the phone hasn't rung, so are we sure Bob can vote on this?
I think so.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I'm sorry I insulted you. Item 64 is a request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio for authority to offer a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in dietetics and nutrition and a Master of Dietetic Studies degree with a major in dietetic studies. McGregor, will you give us the background on this one?
Certainly. The proposed programs will be offered in San Antonio and Laredo and are designed to address the problem of obesity in the Hispanic community. The two degree programs are linked together as one coordinated program that offer both instruction in dietetics and supervised internships, which prepare students to take licensed dietitian and registered dietitian certifications. The institution expects to fund these programs from anticipated special item funding for program improvement. Should that fail to materialize, the institution has certified sufficient funding from designated tuition and fee to fund the programs, and the committee recommended approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Lane, seconded by Fred. All in favor? Aye. Did you vote, Joe?
Did I vote?
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 65 is a request from the University of Texas of the Permian Basin for authority to offer a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in mechanical engineering. McGregor?
This is the first proposed mechanical engineering program in the West Texas higher education region. The program includes a nuclear engineering track, and currently UTPB has a pre-engineering program for freshman and sophomore students and a partnership with UTEP to provide the upper-level programs. Dr. Watts is here and some of his staff if there are any questions related to this, but based upon the local industry needs, it is felt that this is a strong program, and UTPB is also the recipient of approximately $5 million from the Department of Education under the Hispanic Serving Institutions program that will be used to develop this program. The recommendation from the committee was approval.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Bob, seconded by Elaine.
And I hope they'll take advantage of the Ignite program we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Well, not in the petroleum side.
On the mechanical side.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Just a little combustion.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for coming. Item 6D6 is a request from the University of Houston for authority to offer a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in petroleum engineering. McGregor?
Currently, the University of Houston has a well-established master's program in petroleum engineering, and it was felt that the downward expansion into this program would be an appropriate and certainly reasonable expansion of their program. And as Mr. Hinton said at the meeting, I can't believe they didn't already have it.
Yeah.
So the proposal was recommended.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Ms. Bricker.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Wingo. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 6E1 and 2 and items 6F and 6G were on the consent calendar. Item 6H is a discussion of the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee's report on undergraduate education for the 21st century, improving undergraduate education in Texas. You all should have this. Should have received it, I think.
Correct.
Ahead of time. And McGregor, are you going to take this?
I certainly will. We have with us today members of the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee. The co-chairs of the advisory committee are Dr. Russell Lowry Hart and Dr. Larry Garrett of Victoria College. The retiring co-chair, who has rejoined us to help us through this, is Dr. Judith Dean, and Dr. Catherine Parsonneau from our staff will be here as well to answer questions. Thank you all very much for the hard work and for coming back to walk us through this.
Thank you. Today we'd like to present our report and recommendations from the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee. The committee was charged with providing recommendations that will foster improved quality and excellence in undergraduate education. And I think you'll find in our report a lot of things that speak directly to a lot of topics that came up during the discussions this morning. The Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee represents the full spectrum of Texas institutions with equal representation between community colleges and universities. had a very broad diversity of viewpoints, but we were able to reach very firm consensus on the recommendations that we put into this report. The recommendations we feel are broadly applicable to all institutions of higher education, regardless of their mission, their student body, or their student educational goals. Undergraduates account for about 90% of all the students in public higher education, and of those, close to 70% begin their studies in community colleges. The committee looked at the full scope of undergraduate education. We looked at college readiness, developmental education. We looked at student success, statewide and institutional accountability systems. We looked at curricular models, including the course redesign initiative. We studied the potential of revision of the core curriculum, and we also looked at student learning outcomes. However, we chose to focus our recommendations on ensuring excellence in the core mission of undergraduate education. You'll find within report recommendations regarding a wide variety of things that improve quality in almost every aspect of undergraduate education. For example, we have recommendations and strategies for review of existing degree programs, improving faculty engagement in teaching and learning process, and in modifying the way financial aid is determined and packaged and distributed.
Each recommendation includes suggested quality improvement strategies that provide more detail about how to accomplish it. And while the total number of recommendations and strategies in the report are too numerous to explain here, they do address substantial initiatives like changing the way instruction is funded, improving advising services, identifying and implementing ways to increase faculty instructional skills, and developing success measures that take into account the broader scope of student intentions, especially for the two-year institutions.
As the committee researched best practices and examined national trends, certain points emerged. We compared the proposed learning outcomes for undergraduate education drawn from two major studies. The first performed by a major higher education institution, and by the way, this is referenced page 13 in your report, and the second, a research project by a consortium that interviewed 400 or so business executives to determine what business wants students to have when they're ready for the workplace. These two studies brought into focus the similarity, maybe surprising similarity, between employers' priorities for their workforce and higher education priorities for a graduating undergraduate student ready to make significant contributions to society. On this slide, you see what their joint priorities are as far as learning outcomes for undergraduate education. They include a basic understanding of various disciplines, combined with the ability to think critically, solve problems, write and speak clearly, maintain information literacy, and function as a productive team member. In addition, employers are looking for graduates with a broad base of knowledge and the ability to continue learning in any career they choose. This particular finding can have a major impact on the design of all undergraduate programs.
Higher education is changing in response to the demands of employers and the need to create better educated and more capable society. And the rich data that our committee looked at for undergraduate education illuminate changing requirements for professional as well as personal success. Requirements that can't be met by the current educational model that many feel overemphasizes preparation for a single discipline. A cohesive, collaborative, active agenda must be developed if the recommendations and strategies in our report are to contribute to increasing the quality of undergraduate education throughout the state. Those recommendations reach across three levels of action. Action that the legislature could enact, that the coordinating board could achieve through policy development, and that institutions could be incentivized to accomplish. Progress has been made in Texas in the almost decade of closing the gaps, but more is needed to assure that Texas students have access to college and access to success through an undergraduate education experience of the highest quality. Efforts to improve quality must attend to the fundamentals and must demonstrate continuous, measurable achievement. And this report attends to those fundamentals so vital to improving the quality of undergraduate education, improving teaching and learning, increase student success, strengthening sustainability. These are vital to improving our undergraduate quality. And this report offers innovative strategies embedded in each recommendation to that end. We thank you for your attention to the report and for your leadership, and are happy to engage in any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Raymond?
I have a question, if you would support this idea. One of the things that I've been paying a lot of attention to recently are all these reports that have been coming out nationally and within Texas about the disconnect, the disjuncture between actual careers and jobs available and the majors that students choose. Now, I certainly don't want to be in a position to dictate to students what they should study or major in, but how would you feel, since you do have some recommendations about career choices and career paths and so forth, how would you feel about a recommendation that just as we provide students orientation when they first arrive on a campus, couldn't we provide, shouldn't part of orientation be some information about careers that are likely to be available to students? Most campuses, university campuses, and some community colleges have career and placement centers, but students typically don't go to those places until they're seniors and they're ready to graduate, and then they find out that they have a major in the field that isn't highly marketable. Shouldn't we make sure that students get career counseling throughout their undergraduate experiences? How would you feel about it?
Well, I think that it's vital that we do that. In fact, at our institution, the last 2 years have totally revamped our orientation program around a career focus and success focus. And they take a career assessment during the orientation process and talk to employers about what they're wanting and start planning for what kind of employee they want to be. And that message, coincidentally, was driven home for us as a committee when I was flying in yesterday. And next to me on the plane was Microsoft Evangelist. I didn't know they had the title Evangelist in Microsoft. And we were talking about what we do. And I told him I was coming down here to talk about the future of undergraduate education. And he implored us in higher ed to rethink how we structure our institutions. They don't look at, when they interview employees, what major they're in. They want to know that they can solve problems, that they can write, that they can communicate, they can work in a team, and that they can find information and analyze it critically. And he laughed about tests that students that they would eventually hire would talk about. You know, we test them on memorizing information that they could find at the click of a mouse on a computer. It's not memorizing the information that Microsoft and other employers are after. It's the ability to use it to solve problems.
We're going to come visit your campus and find out what you're doing, but I think, I'd like to bring some recommendations to the board, but I think we need a better a way of informing students on a regular basis about what career opportunities are available to them once they graduate.
It's also good to incorporate sort of a information and a development track for students that includes internships.
Yes.
They can be hugely important as the student progresses. We like to recommend that they start by learning about careers, then they take an on-campus job, then an off-campus job. For a first-generation student who may have no experience in the workplace, the campus job can be a real good transition from them to the workplace and teach them some of the basics they need to know about working, and then the internship, and then they're really ready for the workplace.
I would like, I'm sorry.
There's probably no good reason, although I can think of a few that might be offered by academia, not to have, student success courses, one every year all along that includes internships and so forth, because you're just ensuring that the student's going to move through and move forward, and that should be part of the mission of the university, I would think. Anyway, my son is in a career choice course his first semester at ACC.
One of my projects I'm working on now is to revise our Victoria College portal and website, and by coincidence we had a student focus group last week about what information, and one of the things that came up there. They wanted information right there about careers, career paths, and what field of study they could have at our school to get the career path they wanted.
Community colleges do that much better than universities do, I suspect.
They do. Grayson County, for example, has an instrument where students can go in through their portal, do their own assessment of their career paths, explore, and develop a profile that they maintain of the different careers they think they might be interested in. So there's some great tools out there that could be implemented.
Laurie? One effective method for a collaborative effort, which is one of your action items, would be to inform and empower the P16s across the state. It's a really vital way of making sure that the businesses that are members and supporters of the P16s are talking to the K-12 and higher ed. An example of this happened very recently with the East Houston Chamber of Commerce, where they took all the businesses, the port, a major bakery in the area, and those business leaders came to the high school and to Houston Community College and said, this is what we need them to know. And they've actually developed a curriculum with Houston Community College in their East College partnership. And that all started, I believe, from a discussion with the P16 Council.
Lori, I think that's a vital insight. In our many of the people on the committee are part of the P16 councils in their area, and our P16 council, the Panhandle P16 council, is meeting on Friday, and it's not just having colleges integrate with the P through 12, but having universities and community colleges integrate their curriculum more effectively as well. And I think that aligns so nicely with what this report is recommending.
Well, it absolutely does. I mean, instead of the high school graduates saying this is what we've learned and the college graduates saying this is what we're trained in, have the businesses initiate it by saying this is what they need to know. There was an example with Schlumberger. They pointed out some of their mid-level and high-level managers saying, we could hire 300 more of these people tomorrow if we could find them, if they were trained. And, community colleges, are already doing a lot of that by saying, oh, this is a field where we need to train our students.
And this exact thing that you mentioned is one of the key recommendations in here for the P16 Council and the new the Select Committee on Global Competitiveness. Yeah. Anybody else? Amy?
Well, Elaine asked what we're going to do with the report, and I've already told the members of the committee that I think it's a very good report, very excellent, and we're going to circulate, distribute this report to campuses. We'll probably create an even more condensed executive summary so that presidents and provosts can read it quickly. And then we'll take steps to implement this. But this report is too good to sit on a shelf somewhere collecting dust. So we'll follow up on it, and we'll enhance it, as I told you before, with asking campuses to give us some ideas about measuring learning outcomes. I'd like to insert some sort of recommendation about providing students more information about potential career choices and so forth. But it's a very excellent report, and we will implement it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we stand ready as a committee to assist you in the implementation of any of those recommendations that we can help.
Oh, that's very good to hear, because I was hoping that you weren't exhausted already.
Very invigorated.
Of course, she's the retiring co-chair.
Yeah. We have a recording of what you just said.
On the record, yes. I wanted to compliment you on your work, too. I thought it was a wonderful report, and I found especially useful as a board member your Appendix A, where you say what needs to be done next. And I know the staff knows. Sometimes when we get reports as board members, we're thinking, well, what do we do? And this is really helpful that you have this in here. I appreciate that. Did you have something, Fred?
Madam Chairman, I wanted to point out that two of your funding recommendations, 4C and 4D, are related to some of ours. One is a little different, which we should consider. We're recommending the migration to completed hours, and your recommendation 4C talks about a rolling average. I think we ought to have some dialogue about that.
Yeah.
4D is kind of like takes our recommendation and adds, what on the surface looks like a good idea, which is indexing the need plus merit approach to financial aid. And I was going to ask, is that 4D, is that intended, is that targeted at four-year universities, or are you including community colleges in the need plus merit approach?
This recommendation has a lot of basis in a study that was done, which indicated, and there was some discussion of that this morning, of the break point at which financial aid that's provided affects access to education and how relative to tuition. And that there is, at least in this study, the implication that it's possible to create a formula or an index that identifies the point at which tuition cost reduces attendance by students, and that can be offset by allocating a particular amount of money for state-based grants that's indexed to the overall level of state tuition and fees. So it's applicable really on a statewide basis, regardless of whether it's community college or university that we're talking about. And the study picked the number 25% of the total tuition level should be provided in grant-based need, but that was based on nationwide numbers and wasn't in any way specific to Texas level of tuition and fees.
One last question I had is, have y'all done any research on or read some of the Gallup organization's research on strengths, assisting students in sort of determining, assessing their own internal strengths? There's a recent book called Strength Finder 2.0 I'm specifically thinking about.
We did not, that did not come up in our deliberations. I think we're familiar with the book, but I don't recall it being discussed.
Talk about identifying career paths. I think it's important for the students to know what they bring to the table as part of their makeup.
The committee actually worked in a series of subcommittees, and one of those subcommittees looked particularly at student success, and a large part of that discussion was connecting the educational experience with career potential and workforce experience. And as Dr. Holcomb said earlier, you should have seen the original, because this report is very pared down from the amount of research and the number of items that the committee and subcommittees reviewed. So not everything that they reviewed made it into the brief set of resources that you have there. And there was a significant amount of time spent looking at exactly making those connections that you're talking about.
I'd like you had commented on the parallels between our funding recommendations. I want to say these were developed independent of any knowledge of what other recommendations. So they did, the recommendations converged.
We appreciate your validation.
Well, thank you so very much for all you did. We appreciate it. Is this where you wanted to stop?
Yeah, we probably ought to break for a minute. Break for lunch, and but let me read something, and why don't we break for 45 minutes? How about that? Is that okay? And let me read something real quick before we do this. For agenda items, let me see. Where am I? Okay, for agenda item, we're going to be on agenda item 7. Well, Wendy, you can tell me if I'm saying this right, but under Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, the board will meet in closed session while we're having lunch to discuss the personnel evaluation of Raymond Paredes, Commissioner of Higher Education. And we'll be going into that at 12:14. Okay, great, thanks.
I'd get through it, but I didn't.
I'll do it for you, but it didn't help. I get that.
a trend at the national level. From 2000 to 2007, the number of Texas pharmacy graduates increased 14%. Note the dip in the chart for the academic year 2005. That coincides with the national move to require the 6-year PharmD degree as the initial credential for licensure. There should be a notable increase in the number of graduates when the University of Incarnate Word and the Texas A&M Kingsville programs begin producing graduates in 2010. If you look at the map, you can see that the Gulf Coast, High Plains, and Metroplex regions have the most pharmacists per 100,000 population, while the Upper Rio Grande, West Texas, and South Texas regions have the least. The areas with the greatest need for pharmacists are predominantly Hispanic, and Hispanics are underrepresented in Texas pharmacy schools. Texas currently produces about half of the number of pharmacists it needs each year, and it imports the rest from other states and nations. However, the state's demand for additional pharmacists and the supply of new pharmacists from Texas pharmacy schools are expected to be equal by 2014. If state workforce demand for pharmacists does not increase proportionally to match the rise in the number of pharmacy graduates produced, it is possible that Texas could move from a net importer of pharmacists to a net exporter of pharmacists in the years following 2014. Staff does not recommend a new pharmacy school. Within 5 years, Texas will be producing greater numbers of pharmacists from its own pharmacy schools and should no longer need to import pharmacists from other states. As a response for those regions of the state where the ratio of pharmacists to residents is lower than the state average, the legislature could fund a pharmacist residency program to help bring practicing pharmacists to underserved communities in Texas. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, James. When we make these findings, do we have a mechanism for, when we send this report to the legislature, for recommending something like establishing a residency program, or do we just think they're going to read that and do the right thing?
No. Talk about a loaded question. No, we do not make that assumption. We circulate the information. What usually happens, if I'm wrong, correct me, James, what usually happens is, for example, there is a proposal for a new pharmacy school, and we will submit our educational impact statement, and we convey our findings that way.
Okay.
But what is the distribution process?
For a report like this, we'll often distribute it to the institution so that they get a chance to look at it through our institutional listservers. Reports like this we put up on our agency website under the reports section, so the public, anyone in the public who's interested, can access it. And we often excerpt relevant portions or the executive summary and provide that on request to legislative staffers.
But the issue will obviously receive public notice.
All right.
Madam Chairman, I guess my two brief points. One is, why not attach this to the higher education impact study? Because it's a lot more easily reviewed and quickly reviewed. Secondly, just a point on these types of reports. These regional maps are very helpful. I really appreciate the breakout that comes with them. But I would also, in the title of the slide or wherever, like to know what the overall statewide average is for these professions, whether it's pharmacy, doctors, architects, the excess number of lawyers, whatever it is. Know what the statewide average is.
Craig, you're just an extra. What can I say?
I have to take this every day. Still like Fred.
So I need a recommendation to approve this report.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Brenda, seconded by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, James. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 6J, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the report on projecting the need for veterinary medical education. Dr. Kevin Lemoyne, Deputy Assistant Commissioner, will provide a brief presentation. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, thank you very much. This report is an update to the projecting the need for veterinary medical education presented to the board in 2003. Texas is one school of veterinary medicine at Texas A&M University. Enrollment currently is at full capacity. Since only one new veterinary school has opened in the United States in the last 25 years, the number of new vets remained flat, while workforce demand has grown steadily. There are currently almost 3 times as many applicants as there are available seats at the A&M College of Veterinary Medicine. The college is responding to this declining opportunity by ensuring that up to 98% of its students are Texas residents. While women are in the minority in many scientific fields, veterinary medicine has become predominantly a female profession, to the point where some schools in the nation are actively recruiting men. At the A&M College of Veterinary Medicine, women have been in the majority of graduates for all of the last 10 years. The Texas Workforce Commission projects that 22% more veterinarians will be needed through 2016. With the current flow of graduates from Texas A&M, annual job openings in Texas, including new positions and replacement positions, are not anticipated to be met. And the largest unmet need is for large animal and food and fiber vets. Lastly, the staff recommend expanding the enrollment at the A&M College of Veterinary Medicine. The cost of expansion at A&M are far less than those of building a new program and a new teaching hospital at another university, estimated to be more than $500 million. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kevin. Any discussion?
These are not big questions. I'm just curious. I mean, I know it's much more difficult to get into vet school than even medical school because of the resources and the availability. How many current students do we have?
A&M accepts about 130 students per year.
Per year.
And that's the capacity that they can serve right now.
So it's even less than medical school, which is usually 200 student classes.
That's right.
Thank you.
And what will the expansion you recommend get us up to?
They are prepared to expand to, I think, by 75 students, if funds become available to do so.
Any further discussion? Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Bob Wingo. Second?
Second.
Second by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. I don't think we'll get all the way through this before we have to pause for our next meeting, so I'll just pause at that point. The next item, 6K, is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the report on strategies to increase the number of initial licensure registered nurses and nursing faculty. Donna Carlin, Program Director, will provide a brief presentation on this report. Hi, Donna.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nursing is the single largest health discipline in Texas and in the country. In preparation for the legislative session, staff has prepared a report on nursing education to address some of the biggest issues affecting nursing education, including 1, increasing the number of initial licensure registered nurses, and 2, increasing the number of nursing faculty. The need for registered nurses now and in the future is well documented and well publicized. Meeting that need, however, is complicated by the different levels of nursing education and the different roles that nurses play in healthcare. There are 3 levels of registered nurses. 92% are initial licensure nurses. They are generalists and often work at the bedside in hospitals. They have earned a 2- or 4-year degree. In 2007, Texas graduated about 7,000 new initial licensure nurses from its 94 programs. Only 7% of registered nurses have master's degrees. They are considered specialists in a variety of clinical areas as advanced practice nurses, or they can specialize in teaching nursing or nursing administration. In 2007, Texas graduated about 900 master's prepared nurses. Less than 1% of registered nurses have doctoral degrees. There's the PhD that prepares nurses primarily for research and nursing education. And most recently, in the last 2 years, the Doctor of Nursing Practice, or the DNP programs, have been established. It prepares nurses for even more advanced practice. In 2007, Texas graduated 44 doctorally prepared nurses, and to date there have not been graduates from any of the DNP programs. The first graduates are expected in May of 2009. There's been a well-publicized shortage of initial licensure nurses in Texas, and if current graduation rates hold, projections suggest that the shortage will only increase in the next decade. In looking at the graph, the blue bottom line shows the projected number of graduates through 2020. The top line shows the projected number of new nursing graduates needed to serve the growing population. Based on the top line projections, Texas will need to double the number of new nursing graduates by 2012 and then double that number again by 2020 to keep pace with expected need. To meet the need for new nurses, the state will need to overcome a number of challenges. Chief among them is funding new faculty positions and hiring faculty to support expected enrollment increases and replace retiring faculty. Approximately 67% of nursing faculty are expected to retire within the next 10 years. Nursing programs will also need to improve graduation rates. While graduation rates vary widely by school, the statewide graduation rate is currently 69%, which is below the national average of 79% for baccalaureate programs and 74% for associate degree programs. Nursing programs will also need to continue to increase the number of graduates from one year to the next. One interesting finding from this study was that nursing programs have a difficult time doing this. Only 2 of the state's initial licensure programs increased their number of graduates in each of the 6 years between 2001 and 2007. Finding new faculty is one of nursing education's greatest challenges. Only about 10% of graduates from master's programs are choosing education as a specialty. The vast majority are entering advanced practice nursing specialties. It appears that more nurses are going into practice doctoral programs rather than the research doctorate. Although the Doctor of Nursing Practice program emerged only 2 years ago, first-year enrollments have already surpassed first-year enrollments in PhD and nursing programs. Based on these and other findings from the study, the recommendations are that the state should continue to develop strategies and incentives to produce more initial licensure graduates. Staff recommends that institutions revise their targets for the number of nursing graduates to align with the statewide projections for new graduates. Staff also recommends creating financial incentives for nursing programs that achieve an 85% graduation rate or higher, or that have shown improvement on their graduation rates. Secondly, the state needs to produce more nursing faculty, especially for initial licensure programs. The legislature could fund an existing but currently unfunded loan repayment program. Funds would relieve the loans of recent master's prepared graduates who become nursing faculty. And finally, staff recommends expanding funding to the existing professional nursing shortage reduction program to support new faculty positions and pay stipends for future nurse educators. And this last recommendation was included in the agency's LAR.
So thank you, Donna. If you can wait just a minute, I need to turn the chair over to Joe Hinton to conduct a public hearing on student bonds.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn. Agenda item 10B relates to issuing college student loan and refunding bonds for the board student loan program. Federal tax law requires that prior to issuing bonds, a public hearing be held for the purpose of discussing the bonds and in the use of the proceeds thereof. None of the public hearing was published, notice of the public hearing, of the public hearing was published in several newspapers across the state. I will now open the public hearing with respect to the issuance by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board of the State of Texas College Student Loan and Refunding Bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $160 million and one or more series for the purpose set forth in the published notice. At this point, I would like to ask if anyone here would like to speak against the issuance of those bonds. If so, we'll give you about 3 or 4 minutes. If there's no one here then that wishes to speak against it, is there anyone here that would like to speak for it? Okay. Apparently there is no interest in either one of those. All parties having been given an opportunity to speak, I now declare the public hearing closed. On January the 28th of 2009, the Agency Operations Committee met and considered the issuance of State of Texas student loan and refunding bonds. The committee recommended the bonds be approved, the issuance of those bonds. I will now call on our bond counsel, Mr. Tim Dietloff of Vincent and Elkins, to explain the resolution approving the issuance of these bonds and all of the documents required thereof, which may be found in the board packet. Do I have a motion? Or no, you speak. Do you have any comments at this point?
I believe we explained it yesterday during the Agency Operations Committee meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions or give another explanation if you'd like me to.
No, okay. I don't think that we need any more further discussion than we had yesterday. We went into quite some detail yesterday. So therefore, I would suggest that we have a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the State of Texas College Student Loan and Refunding Bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $160 million and one or more series, authorizing the Commissioner to approve all final terms of the bonds, approving the forms of an official statement, paying agent, registrar agreement, and escrow agreement, and resolving other matters related to the subject.
So moved.
Have a motion from Bob Wingo, a second by Lynn Phillips. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Is that to close? Donna? Donna, that was really great timing. Are you an actress or something?
A nurse. They always have good times.
Yes. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Any discussion? Okay.
Donna, do we know why graduation rates are lower in Texas than they are in other states? Have we, in the rush to provide more nurses, have we lowered standards in such a way that we're getting fewer students graduated? How do you explain the difference between Texas and national averages?
I think a lot of it has to do with support systems that are just beginning to be in place more for nurses. The majority of nurses still remain female. 85% of nurses are female, and with that comes issues with child care, having support systems in place, transportation, et cetera. And I think that was something that was looked at in a study a couple years ago that the coordinating board did, that there is a need for more support services for the students. There still remains a large number of students on waiting lists to get in, so I would not say that standards have been lowered at all.
Good.
It's just a need for more support services. Any other discussion? Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion? So moved by Laurie Bricker.
Second.
Second by Joe Hinton. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Donna. Agenda item 6L, M, and N were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 6O is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to approve appointment of an external evaluation committee to conduct a merit review of the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program. I was just thinking about Dr. Hackerman. He sure would have liked that rocket.
Yeah. Oh, man, he would have gone crazy, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Good program. Yeah.
McGregor?
Thank you very much. The Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program needs to be reviewed on an annual basis, and we typically appoint an external committee to review this. And this committee is normally made up of national experts in the three different fields as specified by statute. Unfortunately, we have been having a bit of a challenge in having sufficient folks to respond in the affirmative to our request to participate in the evaluation. So we are asking the board to approve an external review committee and grant the commissioner the ability to approve the individuals for that committee. And simply so that we have clarification that they are allowed to be appointed in that fashion. I apologize for the manner in which this is being done, but at this point in time, we just haven't been able to get enough people together to form a committee to give you the specific names.
This will allow them to get going as soon as they can form the committee.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Bob Shepherd, seconded by Elaine Mendoza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 6P was on the consent calendar. Next is item 6Q, summary of compliance notification resulting from institutional effectiveness evaluations of associate degree granting institutions. This doesn't require any action. Do you all have any comments? At some point, we'll have, this would be a good thing to talk about, but we probably don't have time today to give it much attention. Any comments? Okay. Agenda item 6R is a report on proposals approved by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous meeting. This is just an information item. Any questions or comments? Are we done?
We are.
That concludes the report of the Commission on Academic Excellence and Research, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. The next agenda item is agenda item 7, matters relating to the Committee on Participation and Success. And I'd ask Chairman Ms. Bricker to lead us in the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item 7A is the committee chair's report, and I have actually 3 brief things to talk about. The first is Casey Kennedy, Director of Application Development Services, will provide a brief overview of the new College for All Texans website. And Dr. Laredo, you might want to comment as well.
Casey and I are going to be a team this afternoon. Thank you, Mrs. Bricker and board members, Commissioner. If you recall, I guess it's been a little over a week, you were sent the soft launch of the College for All Texans website, which a committee of probably 8 of us have been working on for the last 8 months. And in that process, when we sent you the website, we also sent you the document that provided the background of the redesign under the premise for why it was redesigned and the focus that we had, which was to address the population of students and parents who access this website so that the website was pertinent, timely, was accurate with the information, and at the same time was attractive for a student to want to navigate and use, because our ultimate goal is to increase the college-going culture, career, technical workforce readiness, so that they know how to access the system as well as the availability of what is out there for them. So we did a lot of work with this effort, had focus groups with students, in addition to the outside resources that we utilize. We did not develop the website, but there was a team and there was references made for you of those that we contracted with, along with their expertise and their own workings in the community. And so what we would like to do very quickly for you is to walk you through so that you can see some of the features. We did do a soft launch starting last Friday, I guess it was. Yep. And have gotten feedback from people. And the purpose of the soft launch was to really zero in on where we might need to do some fine-tuning to see what they liked, maybe what they didn't like. Commissioner, we will share with you one of the comments that was made by a young man. I think we all had to laugh because it was very sincere, but it said that this was a thrilling website, and he was a 15-year-old student, a high school student, and he knew good websites when he saw them. And so that was shared. And Casey will give you some more information about what we found. I would like to thank and make it known who the committee members were that met every Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock for the last 8 months on this effort. And that is Casey and Heidi and Lois Hollis and Dan Weaver, myself, Chris Alvarado, and Nina Wright was also involved, and ex officio was Dr. David Gardner and Linda near the end of the process. So it's been a team effort, and I can honestly say they've put the effort forth so that this current website is an improvement over the past one, and also I'm happy to say it is bilingual because it is in Spanish as well as in English. So if I could just turn it over to Casey.
Sure. So if we could pull up the site so everybody can see it. Has everybody on the board been able to take a look at it before?
Yep.
So we've sent it out. So during the soft launch period, one of the first things that we did was, you may have noticed a pop-up window for a survey. I personally don't do any of those things, but we did this for this site so that we could get some feedback to make sure that we were on the right track. As of about an hour and a half ago, we had received almost 120 responses, and the majority of those were from either students that are in K through 12 or current college students. One of the questions we asked was this site easy to read and understand, which is one of the failing points that we had with the current site, and 70% rated it as either easy to understand or that it was understandable, which is good. And the highest category was easy to understand at 43.5%. The next one, which a lot of us would debate on the committee, I'm sure, is how did the website look? Was it visually attractive and inviting? And for our audience that responded, we got 50.6% rating it as attractive and 29% rating it as very attractive and inviting, for a grand total of almost 80%. One of the other things that we had experienced with the old website was the navigation of how easy it is to find what you're looking for. So the question we asked was how easy was it to move through the site to get information. That was ranked as 67.4% selected it was either easy to navigate or it was very easy to navigate. So that's good. Another important one, would you recommend this site to others? We had 80% of respondents say that they would recommend the site to other people. And so looking at the website, some of the features that we have is like Dr. Laredo said, that it is bilingual. This is the first coordinating board site that every page that we have in English, we also have it in Spanish. The nice thing is we've also implemented a content management system behind the scenes so that we in IT can track which pages are being changed. We can track to make sure that pages are updated on a regular basis. One thing that we found in looking at the old website was that we would get a piece of information and ask Lois or Judy's group to review it, and they would say, well, this thing's at least 3 years old and it's been revised 5 times. Why is it still out on the web? Well, we didn't have the ability to tell them that this is old. We now have that ability. Additionally, because of content management and it being bilingual, it is forked within the content management system so that the staff that we have that speak Spanish can go in and edit those pages in real time, and when they make updates, and it will be approved by someone else within the coordinating board, and then it'll go live on the website immediately without any interference from IT, so that if Dr. Laredo wants to put something out announcing the Financial Aid Awareness Month, which I know is in the works, that they can go in and edit those details without any interference from IT. Some of the other more prominent features we had on the old website, which we're kind of bumping up to a higher level, is our college locator map, which is having an issue right now, which we're working, and that's, again, why it's on a soft launch. The college matchup is also a tool, which I'm hoping is working. These two tools were on the old website. The other one, and it's got the same thing. See, it's our database group. We'll get to them. But at any rate, the locator map is the first map that we've done, which is a Google mashup. So we took all the college institution locations of the facilities that we have on file, and we geocoded them to get latitude and longitude so that we could put them on a Google map so that you could see where in the state of Texas all the institutions are. You could even go in and say, that I'm from Austin or Dallas, and type in your address, and it would zoom into that area and show you here are all the places that you can get higher education that are close to you, which we think is very valuable. With the college matchup tool, this is actually on the old site in 2 different places. But what this allows people to do is say, I'm interested in a public four-year institution in a suburban setting. And then it will come up and say, well, here are all the places in Texas that are in a suburban setting, or you can say, I want tuition within this range. We also have a comparison tool for the public universities that you can go in and actually compare them on accountability measures in the accountability system, so that if you want to say, I want to see, what the average SAT score is for the freshman class in these 6 institutions, it'll show it to you visually and then graph it so that you can see it as well.
Casey, could I ask you a question?
Yes.
As the voice of rural Texas on the board, is there a way in that college locator, if you live in a rural area like I do, when I typed in my address, it zoomed in?
Way too far?
And there was nothing?
Yes.
Not a single...
Right. And I read your email, and we had that discussion in our group last week, and we were talking about varying the level of zoom so that you'd be able to select...
It's something,
Right. Because right now it's automatically set, I believe, to between 5 and 20 miles. And so if you're in a real rural area, you won't see anything.
Yeah. Well, nothing for me.
But we're going to put a feature on there so you can say, show me everything that's within 30 miles or 50 miles or 70 miles to give you a better range.
Yeah, 35 or more.
Thanks. I also want to say that Carlos Vermont from our ER area has also been very active in much of that translation and watching the Spanish language. And the driver of this whole effort, even though it was assigned in my unit, what do they say, as other duties as assigned, when you get here and you're thinking, I've never done a web page in my life, was Matt Oram. So I also wanted to say that.
Commissioner?
As they say in Hollywood, there's a backstory to this. When I was first briefed on the website, I expressed my skepticism about how attractive it was with the browns and the yellows and the greens. And now that the comments are in, I can only quote George Bernard Shaw, who am I against so many?
Or against the youth.
That's right. That's right.
I tried to say that to the commissioner, that we were just from a different
They were
age.
trying to tell me I was old and I just didn't relate to young people anymore.
That's
so
mine.
Apparently it's true.
I wrote in, how great it was, but it was ugly as sin.
That's exactly my sense. But the kids love it, so that's what matters, right?
We're not the target.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your hard work on this, and please thank the committee. One question I'd like to ask is, could you all put together an email for us and for various agencies throughout the state that could then go to school districts and let them know about this?
Certainly, I think we can do that.
Okay.
We also, our next phase will be the marketing of it.
Yes.
So that we can get the message out, and we will be meeting again Monday at 3 o'clock.
Oh, I have a quick question. I have noticed several places where instead of saying College for All Texans, it says College for Texans. Is there a...
Right. So one of the things is that we've added the word all. However, on the techniques behind the scenes, it will still work without the all. So you may see places where it switches, but as we find those and fine-tune that, it's all switching to College for All Texans.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to the rest of my report, just as an FYI, the Greater Houston P16 of Houston is a finalist for a national demonstration model, and they've been flying various groups up to Cincinnati to interview, and it's down to like the finalists. And so hopefully next time we meet, I'll have a very exciting announcement about the Greater Houston P16. It's led by, as probably y'all know, Dr. Bob Wimpelberg, who's the Dean of Education at the University of Houston, and also Donna Scott, who our P16 stole from the coordinating board with a lot of pride behind that. Donna Scott is the executive director of the P16. So they've been really instrumental. I say they because they've done all the hard work. They've been really instrumental in going across the state and supporting and meeting with other P16s. And also I want to take this time to thank Dr. Laredo for the P16 kind of mini conferences that you're putting together with other P16 leadership and members. I've gotten great feedback from those. So thank you. I know there's another one coming up.
February the 11th is the next one.
February the 11th. And finally, as part of my committee chair's report, We had at the beginning of this month in the Participation and Success Committee meeting, we had a presentation that actually I had requested for community college leadership. And what we anticipated was maybe, a little bit of a discussion for an hour. And what we found was we were so engaged and it was really so powerful. And I'm going to ask Joe Hinton to recollect what he said about it in a minute, so be thinking about what you said. That we ended up spending 2 hours discussing community college challenges and successes, and I've asked the staff to brief everyone, and you all have a paper on the presentation. Dr. Bruce Leslie, who's the Chancellor at Alamo Community College District, Dr. Steve Kinslow, who's here, Steve is here, President of Austin Community College, and Dr. Shirley Reed, the President of South Texas College. Do you remember what you said, Joe?
Whatever it was, I must have been asleep because I don't remember it.
You said that as long as you've been on this board, this is one of the most powerful dialogues you've heard.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, I'm sorry.
See, he said it. I want to thank Dr. Kinslow, who's here, and also Dr. Shirley Reed and Dr. Bruce Leslie. If you have a chance to look through this, I'll hit a couple of high points because I think it was very, very important what was said. Dr. Leslie focused a whole lot on data collecting, and he talked about the Pathways project that he actually found in California and brought to David Gardner, and through that they're working in San Antonio on data tracking. He talked a lot about dual credit and integrating dual credit throughout the school systems so that there is no economic barrier. And he said that that ACCD does not charge tuition at all for in-district or out-of-district dual credit students. He talked about a strategic plan and the logo and what that looks like and how it's consistent among all colleges. He talked about achieving the dream, which many of the community colleges are a part of. He talked about intervention and tailoring courses in math. Then Dr. Kinslow, one of the major points that he made that I think that I really want to kind of get behind and see if there's any way we can really pursue this on a regular basis, and that is to convene community college leadership along with TEA and with the coordinating board with our agency so that the dialogue will continue in a very small group in a very meaningful way. So that this wasn't just a one shot at saying all the wonderful things community colleges are doing and all the challenges that they have, but that continue the dialogue so that some of the challenges can be resolved. Dr. Kinslow, on page 3 at the bottom, you can see his recommendations to enhance success in closing the gaps, supporting statewide GPA calculation for dual credit, implement statewide approval for a dual credit list. He talked about a national clearinghouse to track students. Again, data and tracking was, pretty much consistent in the presentation. Dr. Reed talked a lot about dual enrollment. In fact, I was at one of the graduations of South Texas College, and the students from all of the neighboring high school districts, those students walked across the stage getting their associate's degree. They announced their names and then announced where they were going on to the next 2 years for their four-year next degree. Those students, I started to say kids, you can tell where I'm coming from, those students actually got their associate's degree before they even got their high school diploma, and they all were wearing something around their necks that said, said where they were going to college, and it was just extremely impressive. At the bottom of page 4, I've added a couple of just notes. Actually, pages 4 and 5, and things that I think that our board and the agency can continue to address, like the tracking of data, like looking at consistency in dual credit, the structuring and establishing of this ad hoc or blue ribbon committee recommended by Dr. Kinslow, transfer issues, reverse transfer being the norm, TBEC presentations for the community colleges to be able to make their case. I believe that the Texas Business Education Coalition is a powerful tool for getting the message across, and I think they'd be very, very excited about promoting community college issues and challenges as well as all the successes. looking at things like more community colleges being able to offer bachelor's degrees, annexation issues, which I talked to them about the fact that it's on our legislative agenda, not annexation per se, but community college funding issues, as well as TEOG being one of our, if not our top issue. So anyway, in addition, my finger on the pulse of community college locally is Dr. Charles Cook, and he's here too. He always starts his emails by apologizing and saying, "Can I just say one more thing?" But anyway, I will translate this email and tell you that continued challenges are trying to test college skills of students early in high school, 10th or 11th grade, and a better use of the time when they're still in high school for the developmental ed courses. And I mentioned that earlier today. Career exploration, which we've talked about. Houston Endowment has funded the idea in terms of preparing to dream, but can it be done with the current rigid curriculum? And that's something else I mentioned earlier. A college-going culture should mean informing students of all post-secondary opportunities, and I think that's something, Commissioner, that you addressed earlier as well. So you all have the notes, and Dr. Laredo, I'm hoping that this can be made public on the website or whatever would be appropriate. I think that we all feel very, very strongly about the effectiveness of our community colleges and that link for our P16. This was an incredible panel, and Joe thought so too at the time, didn't you?
I did indeed. I was really impressed with your question to me, though. I didn't realize you paid any attention to what I said anything.
It's okay.
I'm honored.
Gosh, you and my husband. Okay, I believe that is all of my committee report. My committee chair report. We'll go to agenda item 7B, which is the consideration of adopting the staff's recommendation relating to new sections 5.8 through 5.10 of board rules concerning the uniform grade point average. The recommendation is to postpone consideration on this agenda item until the next quarterly or special called board meeting as determined by the board. Before I ask for a motion, is there any discussion? Well, I would like to thank the commissioner and the agency and the leadership of the state of Texas, as well as, in particular, TASB, TEA, the legislators who have gotten so involved, in particular, Senator Shapiro, Representative Morrison, and Representative Eisler, who've provided tremendous input to us and support. In addition, I would like to make a special note of thanking the K-12 sector. I made a joke earlier, but it really wasn't a joke. Of the probably 1,200 districts, I think I heard from just about all their constituents. And I'm sure y'all did too. I know Elaine did. But anyway, any comments? Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the recommendation, and this is to postpone consideration on the agenda item until the next quarterly or special called board meeting.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Heldenfels, seconded by Dr. Phillips. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda items 7C and 7D have been moved we're on the consent calendar. 7E is the discussion of the quarterly update on college readiness initiatives. I asked Dr. Laredo to present a summary of this report so that we could discuss it. I think that Chair Ryder, you and I have suffered the same frustration that this always kind of comes at a time in the meeting where we kind of rush through it, and it's probably one of the more critical issues that we deal with and that we face, and I think it's had the most impact. It's spilled into the legislature and everything else that we do. So, Dr. Laredo, if you'd like to make the presentation, and board members, if y'all want to jump in at any time, even Mr. Hinton, I'll listen to you.
What I would like to do is to go through the document and give a summary as we look at each of those points, and also like to thank Dr. Phillips, who sent me about 7 questions, which I think were very pertinent and certainly set the stage for me to provide you some additional clarification today.
Could I just ask, is the document in the book the same as the one that was emailed?
Yes. It is. If we can start on page, whatever would be, within the document itself, I guess is number 2, looking at the first one, which is the advancement of college readiness in the curriculum and the facilitation of college readiness standards. If you will look at the purpose, which was to facilitate the process of developing the standards, the 4 vertical teams, and the gap analysis. And currently where we are in that process is that EPIC is currently conducting a gap analysis of the college readiness standards, cross-disciplinary, connected also with the 11 technical reference courses. In addition to that, you know that we had 14 regional meetings throughout the state, starting in October, I think, and going through about the middle of November. And then also EPIC is currently involved in the training of the vertical design teams of high school teachers to pilot the senior assignments and scoring points. You will have a full presentation of this at your March meeting, if not the March one, the April. So those are currently in process right now. That's where we stand on that objective.
Dr. Laredo, I wasn't able to go to the one in my region. I think, down here today that but I don't know if any board members have been to any of those. I mean, what kind of attendance have we gotten? What's the message we're trying to get out? What are we trying to accomplish there? I'm just, curious to see, because I know have we had all 14 of these already?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
In fact, we added one. There was originally going to be 13, but we did 14. And attendance went and because I guess we did it so quickly, moved so quickly into it, attendance anywhere was between about 75 to about 120 at, the largest one was in Laredo. Had a tremendous response in Laredo, and the purpose was to get out the information on the college readiness standards and what they meant and the process that had occurred to developing them and then going forward what is being done. It was done with the assistance of EPIC. There was a wide range of participation, anywhere from public school personnel to community leaders to community college personnel, senior 4-year institution personnel. So we tried to cover the entire field of constituents that would be affected by the college readiness standards. You will be receiving a report on the evaluation results from those 14 meetings that will be presented to you later, probably March or April. That is, the evaluation is currently being done right now in the process. But I know that I participated in one. Brenda Pavage and I were at the one in Dallas. That's right, and you were at the San Antonio one. Highly well organized, very well articulated, very complete. I think the attendance, one of the issues was the attendance dropped down a little bit in the afternoon when public school personnel had to get back onto their campus. We were also at a time frame where, during exams for some schools. But I think overall, I was pleased with what I saw in Dallas, and there must have been probably about 95 people at the Dallas presentation.
Was there broad representation, not just from public ed, but higher ed?
Oh, yes, yes. We also had P16 council representatives. They were well attended. It's just I think the issue is too, right now it's affecting us at higher ed on a different scale than on the public ed side of the house. But they did come together in the morning, but schedules just didn't allow for attendance to remain for the entire day. But as far as the sequence of the presentation, the quality of the presentation, the amount of information provided, as well as the handouts that supported what they went through that day, it was definitely done with much professionalism.
Thank you.
I don't know if Eddie might want to make a comment, since Eddie was involved a great deal with that.
These interactive tools on the
Just very briefly, on a total statewide basis, there were approximately 1,250 people who attended the meetings. We made one error, I think. Well, we may have made more than that, but we made one error in starting off the process in the Houston area shortly after the Galveston flood. So we didn't have as good participation at the beginning as we did as we went through, but we are now, because we feel like there was a lot of enthusiasm, we're now having meetings. We're bringing them in next week. Some representatives from P16 Council, some of our college readiness special advisors, and some of the people from the public school sector to talk about next steps. So this will not be just a one-time deal. You can count on seeing something probably during the summer, late summer.
The next item, I don't know, Evie may want to stay up there also, under B, under the vertical teams. This is an ongoing process right now and one that has been quite effective. This is really also a TEA side of the house, which is looking at the vertical teams and the alignment between the college readiness standards and the TEKS. The English language arts, the science, and the math have been finished. The social studies will be done this summer. I don't know the exact dates for that.
I don't think the exact date has been set yet.
But it's also the involvement of the online professional development materials for those college readiness standards, which they are in the process of doing right now. And Dr. Phillips asked me the question, were these held on December the 9th and 10th, the phase 3 part of the meeting? And yes, those were held. When we did this report, because it looks like something is in the past and had not been done, when we completed this report for you, it was assuming that you would be meeting on December the 5th. And that would have been prior to this meeting, and so we didn't change that. So I don't want you to think that it did not occur. It did occur. And thank you for catching that, Dr. Phillips. Evie, would you like to add anything?
Not really. That process is continuing on. They've already completed the gap analyses, and you know that there is a rollout in the bill for the college readiness standards in terms of being infused into the curriculum. And the first one is the public school curriculum. The first one is ELA, and that's why we had the meeting in December. You can count on meetings in math coming up.
If you don't mind, remind me, Evie, are the vertical teams the same teams, or have we flip-flopped to the 40-60s?
We're now in the 60% public ed, 40% higher ed, and because of the increasing interest in this, we made a commitment that we would have all new people on these committees, so they're all new.
Thank you.
The next one has to do with the college readiness special advisors, which we have assigned at our public universities, college universities, and they have absolutely been a tremendous asset. You know that we do provide funding through our college readiness monies in order to have these representatives on each of the campuses. They have not only been involved with working with their public school constituents, but been very heavily involved with the P16 councils, the preparation of the regional college readiness meetings, and the council meetings that we have been hosting, the 3 that we're doing now. They will continue in that vein. We will also be working with them. They've worked with us in terms of our faculty professional development symposium that we've been working on. So they've really been a very viable tool with our outreach efforts in terms of using them to help with that connection. I think you had a comment.
The privates have these as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Public and the private.
Just it's only public.
Well, only the publics are the only ones who receive any funding from us, but the private schools were invited, and I believe there are 5 that are participating.
That actually happen.
But they're not funded by us, but they're following with the same model.
Evie, I was looking at the list. Somewhere I saw a list of all these around the state, and I always kind of go back to the dark memories of P through 16 advisors, and I guess, are we really accomplishing what we intend to accomplish with the college readiness special? Because I assume they're also employees of a higher ed institution, yes. So they're splitting responsibilities, but are we getting the focus that we want to in terms of coordinating the CRS standards and all those issues right now?
I think anytime you have 105 people involved, you have some who are very, very good, some who are you wish you could replace. However, I think we've learned a whole lot from the whole field specialist experience. And one of the things we've done is, first of all, we do have meetings with these people. We also have a listserv. So we keep up an active involvement with them, and we make a real effort to include them in, for example, on the regional meetings. I feel these people are really doing a lot, and it is worth our funding to make certain that the word has gotten out to the institutions. Again, it's not really very much money that we're giving every institution. However, all of them have agreed to participate, and they all come to our meetings. So I think that we are getting really more service than you're actually seeing.
Is there any
in terms
way
of the
we're
funding.
assessing the effectiveness of them at all?
Yes, they are part of the evaluation process, and there are certain activities that they are asked to participate in. For example, they were the people who got us the names of faculty for the gap analysis that we did, and every single one of the institutions in that example did give us names of professors for the 21 courses, and we've seen that same kind of response for this second review we're doing on the tech prep among the community college readiness special advisors. So we do have some ways that we can evaluate them. That evaluation, I believe, is part of what's coming up in strategic planning.
Yes.
And there is a section on that.
The next item has to do with the Texas Governor's School, and we've had one round last summer, and the purpose of those are to provide a summer residential program for high-achieving high school students, and it's specializing in one or more of the following areas, which is math, science, humanities, fine arts, leadership, and public policy. We did put out a second RFP this year, and we have just received 8 applications. They are in the reading stages, so we don't have the results, but we will be awarding those in March. So I will have a report for you at that time. You will have in the strategic planning component later a evaluation result, Mr. Ryder, on the summer part from last summer. The next one is the regional P16 councils, and you know that we did provide enhancement grants to these councils this past year, and have been, as part of that process, been working with them very closely because we have some that are when I say pretty strong, they're very active and they've got a structure, and then we have some that are developing. And so as part of our effort this year, we have been working with them very closely to help them utilize the data that pertains to their region so that they can better understand their college-going culture and the needs within their communities. We've also been working with them to help them develop strategic plans that allows them to be outcomes-oriented in the work that they do. In addition to that part of it, we've also tried to include them in every activity that where we provide information, other meetings, etc. I'm really very pleased, and I thank Mrs. Bricker for making comment. We had our second meeting in November because we started this off last August, and we have another one scheduled for February the 11th. We've had some very positive feedback from the councils as a result of also this work with them. They have asked us as an agency to come up with some guidelines and structure that would allow them to better develop themselves and work to enhance their communities to achieve that magical number of 630,000 and closing the gap. And so we're going to be doing that and are looking also at our budgets for next year to see about recommending continued funding to help them, because this is seed money. At some point, they will have to then take on their efforts themselves. Everything that we are doing this year, Mr. Ryder, with the money that we did lend out in terms of that seed money for these enhancement grant is connected to deliverables. And so we don't have any evaluation results right now. We are monitoring them very closely. Priscilla Martinez is the director within my unit that is working very closely with the councils, and the senior director that oversees that is Dr. Muffet Livaday. So I'm just excited about the work that they're doing. It's moving forth, and our next meeting after this one will be on June the 11th as well. So we also, I would like to say, are developing an interactive website component of my division that will be able to be utilized by the P16 councils for continued dialogue, questions that we could answer on a daily basis for them, and also as a way to provide information to them daily of things that are happening that they need to be aware of.
Yeah, I've been asked before, and Laura, you might have heard this, but I had somebody from P16 said, have y'all ever thought of putting a blog together? Or just
Well, and that's the word. I should have used that word, but that is what we're doing.
That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this came from them.
A couple of things.
Definitely
One, there's probably nothing that's energized them all more than being able to get together and share with each other. That has been really, really energizing for all of them. They've learned from one another. Each one is so unique in what their strengths are and what their focus is, that it's helped them become more able to share with one another. Do they see any connection yet to the state P16 Council? I mean, have they kind of put themselves in perspective as to where the state P16 Council is?
Well, I can't say that they have not. We had this discussion the last time we met, and they wanted to see how they could become better connected so they could understand the makings of the council and the things that they're charged to work on, or they are electing to work on as they move us forth in closing the gap. And so they want a way to better understand how I can communicate with them to keep them informed about what the state P16 Council is doing, and maybe how they could be a support base or help their efforts. So they did start that dialogue.
Yeah, 'cause we spent a whole lot of time about a year or so ago looking at a model and how that all interfaced with one another, and that's one piece that I think we still need to work on.
And at our next meeting on February the 11th, TEA, because TEA now is the lead for the state P16 Council, our commissioner just finished his 2-year term. He's still on the council, but it's not housed out of here. They will be presenting and giving an update on the information of what the P16 State Council is doing so that we can keep them informed.
I have had questions about that whole interrelationship and the lack of understanding of how they link back into
Absolutely.
the statewide
Yeah.
P16. I've heard that consistently.
Me too.
From multiple sources.
But I did want to say, well, the both of you brought up the comments from the last meeting from P16 councils. One of the things that I understand our team was real encouraged by also was the fact that you all were in a very much a listening mode and gearing the go forward based on the input you all were getting, and they were very complimentary about that and encouraged.
Well, we met in fact, we only expected about 12 or 13. I think I had 25. On a very quickly called meeting the night before, and they showed up and we dialogued for 2 hours with exchange of ideas and things that we could try to implement. The outreach effort, looking at the next item, is the initiatives that we have in place, particularly with the African American students and the Latino students. And we are moving forth with our RFP. And in this report, it's not to say that there is no research or best practices in relationship to African American male students. We're trying to get a synthesis of that so that we can possibly look at potential models for replication and funding in our state. And that is the purpose. The same thing and you know that we are co-sponsoring a conference with the leadership of the African American faculty in higher education. That was one of the recommendations that resulted from the African American task force that we had in place. And because of the limited number of staff members, it's really hard to put on conferences unless you just mobilize, 2 parts of an agency to help do that. And so we had the opportunity to team with them, and it really became a very positive vehicle because of the fact that we need to get higher ed faculty, especially the African American faculty, involved in our initiatives. And so that's how it came about, and that is the conference that we are doing with them on March the 6th, I think, through the 5th through the 7th. Dr. Gardner will be a keynote. We've also gotten the African American legislative delegation involved, and a few of them will be doing presentations. Of course, hopefully the legislative day will not bump them off that scenario. The commissioner was not available that day, but Dr. Gardner has willingly stepped in. I will be doing some sessions, so we're really excited about that. And we will connect. We have defined some purposeful outcomes from our participation, and we'll be evaluating that with activities to follow after that, so that we can continue with this effort during the remainder of the year.
And when you have like a one-pager to send out to board members or to anyone, so that we make sure we're not missing any potential participants, there are so many incredible programs that are being done across the state, specifically for the African American male population. That
we have them on the agenda.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, I know you have
Provision is already
Provision,
on, and we have two
Reverend
others.
Lawson School,
Yes.
and then there's also a program called Making It Better, which is Jerry Davis, who owns the Breakfast Club in Houston. And anyway, if there are others, I mean, we don't want to miss anyone and miss the opportunity to engage them. So if you could send us like a little teaser or something, so we can remember.
I will
to
send
tell
you
our
the
communities.
flyer that describes the conference and the agenda. I think that External Relations, I think, sent you the brief little blurb, but it didn't have enough detail on the sessions. The next item is a Gates Foundation grant with the project that we have working in Houston ISD, and that a question that Dr. Phillips had was, when did we start? We started in the fall of 2008. We had some problems in trying to get off the ground because of the hurricane that sort of delayed us, but we have picked up with that, and that project is in place. Texas A&M, their ERC Center, is working with us on the evaluation of those efforts that are out there. We were just down there January the 7th, I think, looking at the data collection process. We're going to be going through some training within the next, I think, week or so regarding HQ2, which is a data evaluation system for collecting the data regarding students. So that process is moving forth. The next one has to do with our educator preparation initiatives, and Dr. Susan Barnes, I think, she's over here to the right. That has gone extremely well. We've already done 2. You know that we did connect with 4 universities to deliver the faculty collaborative symposiums looking at the college readiness standards and the infusion of those college readiness standards into the curriculum of educator preparation. The 4 universities, the lead university that has worked with us is Texas State, and the other 3 have been UT Austin, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and UT Arlington. The session with mathematics, I think there was probably 52 universities represented, 200-something faculty. We just had one a week ago on January the 23rd, was the English Language Arts, and I think there was 51 or 54 universities represented, and that consisted of 150-something approximately faculty members, well attended, well received. Our next one will be on February 28th in Corpus Christi, and that will be addressing science. So those sessions are being evaluated, very well attended, very good dialogue with the faculty who are preparing educators in those particular areas.
Dr. Laredo, real quick question. I know this presentation we had is hot off the press. Is there anything that we could pick up in here and intertwine while we've got the audience that we need?
Well, I'll tell you, we have some other ways that we're doing that, and that is, I don't remember the date, but very recently we met with the deans of colleges of teacher education. Approximately, I think, 34 deans came in, and we did touch this topic and looking at educator quality and the need for them to step up to the plate, exactly what Mr. Val Wilkie and Bill Reeves said today. And so that is what we're connecting there. We're also looking at some laboratory model training programs for how we can affect change in educator quality. And Dr. Barnes, I don't know if you might want to say anything. The other thing I wanted to mention to you as we move on to the next one, looking at educator quality and faculty development, we have also been in the process, Abby Hyatt and her staff, Kristen Kramer, along with Dr. McGregor Stevens and his staff, have been looking at dual credit, along with TEA. It's been a joint venture of discussions. I think they've met 2 or 3 times, looking at the courses, the requirements, the statutes, et cetera. So that is definitely in process. On item number G on page 12, the vertical alignment project, Pathways, that is certainly alive and well and moving forth. I know that we are also looking at possibility of funding other areas to move that agenda forward. Also, on the test alignments on page 13, there will be a presentation to you at the April board meeting regarding EPIC's work and the test alignment study. I don't have any information for you at this time other than to tell you that they are in the process of doing that, but it will be presented to you at your next meeting. The Math, Science, Technology Teacher Preparation Academies, you know that yesterday you approved the funding or the awarding and the letting out of an RFP for a 3rd cycle. Those are actively engaged and moving forward. 5 were approved and awarded during this grant period. They are listed in your document. At your strategic planning component, you will have some evaluation results on those projects. On page 15, our summer bridge programs and our bridging transition programs are in place. We let out grants for last summer. You will hear about those a little later today. And we are in the process right now of obtaining, we have received grants for this next summer cycle, letting it out and getting the grants so that they can be read and approved and implemented for the summer session. You will have evaluation results as I have indicated. Let's see, Lexile framework on page 17, you know, is complete. We are also still dialoguing with them, with Metametrics, on possible projects that we can continue to work on since the work that they have done with us in the courses and the material, both at the technical side of the house and the academic side of the house. Developmental education, I think the commissioner is addressing it more, has already addressed it as well. You know that we did have a symposium, and I'm confused the dates. I think it was in October, right, Commissioner? The developmental ed symposium?
Beginning of October.
Yeah, beginning of October. And you heard the presentation this morning from Lee. The next item on pages 19, 20, and 21, Dr. Vanessa Davis is right here, and she's going to give you some information. Dr. Phillips had asked me about some information, and I just thought it might be best that Vanessa do it because she's going to share something with you real quickly so you can see it.
And I will make this very quick because you're running late and I have no voice. So my students always loved it this time of the year when I couldn't actually talk in class. The thing that we wanted to highlight very quickly is the information that you see on the National Center for Academic Transformation. The NCAT contract is not new information, nor is course redesign phase 4 new. We did want to show you what the beta version right now of the Learning Objects Repository looks like. The University of North Texas Center for Digital Knowledge had the original contract for research and development. We funded that through phases 2 and 3 of the course redesign project. They were only interested in the research and the development phase. They're not interested in the expansion of this as a statewide Learning Objects Repository. You'll remember at the July agency ops meeting, you gave us permission to enter into an arrangement with the University of Texas Telecampus for 3 years to expand this. This is going to be the major delivery mechanism for the materials that are being developed in all of our course redesign projects. phases 1 through 4. We hope that they will seed it initially, and then we hope that this will become self-sustaining and that faculty will continue to develop material, and it will be reviewed through a competitive peer review process like you would see with any journal publication, so that we can continue to assure quality after the course redesign project is over. You'll see that what we have right now is the beta version that's up. It has content primarily in U.S. History 1, which was also developed at the University of North Texas as one of the earlier phases of course redesign. We're placing materials in Spanish and developmental English in it right now from the University of Texas El Paso's course redesign phase 2 developmental writing grant, and then from ACC's phase 2 Spanish grant and Texas Tech University's phase 2 Spanish grant, and we'll have that material later this spring that faculty across the state can begin to access. It's a fairly user-friendly interface. This will change a little bit when it's migrated over to the telecampus this fall, but it's going to remain relatively the same. So it just at least gives you a little bit of an idea. We've shared the web address with Dr. Phillips. I can share that with any of you if you're interested in playing in it. The caveat is that it's still being tested. There's usability studies still being done on it, and there's updates still being run. So sometimes it's up and sometimes it's down, much like me right now. So, but we are very excited about this. When this is completed, when the expansion is completed in 3 years, we anticipate that this will be one of the largest, if not the largest, digital learning objects repository in the nation. And this means all of those materials will be available to all public college and university faculty, and we're looking at ways to put an authentication system in place so that that can be made available to secondary education faculty where appropriate as well, particularly those faculty that might be teaching dual credit.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
The remainder of the items that are there, you're going to be hearing more about as you hear your evaluation report, so I won't get into those. I would also like to add that Dewey Brooks, who is overseeing and helping coordinate the conference that we will be involved in, will be bringing you in just a moment a handout so you'll have it. We'll also send it to you electronically so that you can send it out to any constituents that you might have there. We will again update this document for you, and just to let you know that the division is in the process of doing strategic planning and connecting its activities, looking where we are in terms of our budget and projects that we're trying to fund in order to move with closing the gaps. We will be adding some projects to this document as we move forth, keeping you in tune with what is happening within the division. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Laredo. Are there any comments or questions? I know we spent a lot of time on this, and it was intentional because it is so important, and I've always felt a pretty strong responsibility on my shoulders from when Whit Ryder chaired this committee and really started this, that we really have an update and that we keep up to date on it and keep current with our information as well. So, Dr. Laredo, I know that was a lot to ask of you, and I really appreciate you doing this. Thank you very much. Any comments?
Ms. Brooker, I just commend you. I mean, you and your committee on this. I mean, I know this has always got pushed to the back, but it's probably one of the more important things we're doing. And when you combine the reading of this with, I guess, what we're hearing in the program analysis, it's very encouraging to see the progress that's been made in 2 or 3 years. I mean, we finally begin to see the results of all that work, and so I commend everybody involved in it. So, very good work.
Any other comments or questions? Thanks. Okay, agenda item 7F is on the consent calendar. 7G, written updates on P16 initiatives, the College Access Challenge Grant, and College Readiness Standards regional meetings that Dr. Laredo already talked about. Are there any comments or questions on agenda item 7G?
I would just like to let you know that there are the lists of the grants that have been approved, the contracts have been let with the contract. Also, the deliverables are very clear that they must respond to, as well as the deadline dates. We have hired 2 people funded through the College Access Challenge Grant, and that is Kimberly Christian and Dr. Pamela Rogers, who are both overseeing those 2 grants. We've been in dialogue with Washington to finally get from them the deadline dates for reporting, et cetera. And so I will keep you further informed as we do that. One of those buckets of money also has to do with the retraining of counselors. In terms of the college readiness standards, this Saturday and Sunday, Dr. Muffet Livaday, the senior director in that unit, will be participating in the Trainer of Trainer session where the development of this material is taking place. And that Trainer of Trainer model, the actual implementation of the program to train trainers, is scheduled for April 14th and 15th. And we have 9 service centers who have come on board to help deliver the training statewide.
Wonderful.
No further information.
That's spectacular. Any comments or questions? Mr. Chair, this concludes the items for presentation and discussion by the Committee on Participation and Success.
Thank you, Ms. Bricker.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Laredo.
Thank you, Dr. Laredo.
The next agenda item is agenda item 9, which is the matters related to the Committee on Strategic Planning, and ask Mr. Heldenfels to give that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep the committee chair's report brief since I feel like I've ceded most of my time to Chair Bricker for participation and success.
That was very, very kind of you to do so.
The Facilities Approval Task Force that Elaine served on with me, and which was ably assisted by Susan and Gary. Essentially, our work is done, but over the course of the next 2 quarters, you should continue to see the changes and improvements that this task force recommended implemented as staff is able to gather data such as zip codes with project submittals, et cetera. Begin using the mapping tool so that when you see facilities come before this board, you see them in context of the state. We are also recently attended the TCUF, the Texas Colleges and University Facility Conference, where Susan and her staff had a great opportunity and did a great job of presenting the changes in our criteria for projects or facility approvals and their changes on classroom and lab utilization and project cost statistics. So not only have we had work groups with higher ed institution leaders participating, but we've had a chance to disseminate that statewide to the whole facility industry within higher education. So that's the only thing I really wanted to report on, other than the fact that point out that items B, E, F, G, and H were on the consent calendar approved earlier. And so moving to item 9C, this agenda item is informational item for the board, and no action is required. The projects listed in this agenda item, the Committee on Strategic Planning either approved the project or the evaluation of the project at its December meeting, or did approve them. And so all 3 are here just for informational purposes. Does anybody have any questions about any of those projects? If not, moving on to agenda item 9D. Let's see if I'm at the right place in my book. The next agenda item is a report on facilities decisions made by the commissioner or the assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. This item is also an informational item with no action required. Does anyone have any questions about any individual facility decisions under this item? Seeing none, we will move on to, as I said earlier, agenda items 9E through H were on the consent calendar, and that takes us to item 9I. Agenda item 9I is a presentation on the participation and success goals of closing the gaps by 2015, and Janet Vinke is here to make a presentation.
Janet, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'll try to make this very brief, but if I'm too brief, please stop me if you have questions about anything. This is just a reminder of what the goals are for closing the gaps for participation and success. And the next slide shows the areas that you've defined as the ones you're most interested in because of their importance to the state and the lack of progress on them. I'd like to stop a moment for this slide, though, and show that we've actually, after 3 or 4 years of pretty modest growth, we had a significant increase in enrollment this last fall, and that's an important trend, and we hope it will continue because you can see the slope of the red line has now changed. It's a little more in line with the yellow line that's there. Next slide. The source of the growth is really the good news. Half of the students that were of the increase is from Hispanic students, and there was a 7,000 increase in African American students. That's the second largest increase, the one in African American students since the start of closing the gaps, and the increase in Hispanic students is the largest that we've experienced since closing the gap started. Because of trends like that, we're becoming more diverse as a higher education system, and that shows the change.
Janet, would you go back to the previous slide and underscore, notice the enrollment, that enrollment growth in community colleges is about 3 times as large as that in universities.
I think it's also important to note that most of that no credit that community colleges, how much of the growth of community colleges is actually growth in enrollment.
Yeah, and we'll have a slide on that later.
Half of it.
Yeah. Okay. We talked about this slide. The next slide shows the change in the population of the college-going ages, and this was just a reminder of why closing the gaps is so important because the increase in Hispanics. Okay, next slide. This one we'll stop and talk about for just a moment. The red line that's on this slide is the participation forecast that was on the consent calendar, and that forecast is based on the enrollment that the universities and 2-year institutions would have if they continued to attract the same kinds of students, meaning students of the same age and ethnicity as they currently attract from individual counties in Texas. So it's a very conservative forecast, and it's meant to show the institutions if they don't change where they're attracting their students, they're going to end up not growing very quickly. Now, the blue line that's on here is what the institutions have submitted to us as their targets, and you can see there's quite a large gap between those two. The reason for that gap is that the institutions are undertaking lots of new initiatives to increase their diversity and to retain their students, and that's what they're assuming will make an impact on their enrollment in the future. The yellow line on the slide is the closing the gaps target. This shows the same kind of information but broken out by region just to give you a flavor for how it's not going to be uniform across the state and the demands that will be placed on if we're going to meet closing the gaps. And the Metroplex has the biggest challenge in terms of need for increase in students to meet closing the gaps. I'm not going to really go through these slides very carefully because Dr. Laredo has done such a good job of covering all the initiatives that we have going on to increase enrollment, and so we'll just skip through these two. Because you're interested in Hispanic enrolled, we'll stop a moment on this slide, shows that the growth in Hispanics is only about a third of what we'll need if we're going to meet the closing the gaps total. And you can see that even though the institutions anticipate attracting quite a few more Hispanic students, it's not going to be enough to get us to our closing the gaps goal.
Janet, let me interrupt that.
Yes.
Put that into context. That one goal of Hispanic participation would require for the next 7 years that we meet not only the enrollment numbers we gained this year, but 100% of them be Hispanic enrollment.
Yeah.
So that tells you how far further up we've got to push enrollment.
I wanted to say that I saw an email that Lynn had sent, and she recommended that that we, given where we are, that we need an accelerated plan for 2010 to 2015. And as soon as the session is over, we are going to work on that, and we're going to present an accelerated plan at the October board meeting with a particular focus on Hispanic students.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay. And once again, Dr. Laredo talked about most of the things on this slide in detail. Now, here's the slide that's on dual credit. You can see the red on each of these lines is the enrollment at community colleges that is taken up by students who are high school students taking college-level courses. And you can see for many of those intervening years, 2004 to 2006, the enrollments at the community colleges wouldn't have increased if it weren't for dual credit students. Thankfully, in 2008, there's a little uptick in both regular enrollments and in dual credit enrollments. Okay, the coordinating board and the institutions are interested in the participation and enrollment of students, but they're equally interested in the success of the students in higher education. This is the first time for FY 2008 that we've actually been just right below the target line. Up until now, we've been, except the first year, we've been above the target line for closing the gaps. Next slide. Both bachelor's awards and associate's degrees awarded. We're well on our way to meeting the closing the gaps targets, and the institutions anticipate that they'll be able to meet those targets.
Real quick, on the associate's targets, does that include certificates?
No.
No. Okay.
Those are separate.
Those are separate. But we don't have a separate.
No, we don't have we have the goal that's the total goal of undergraduate, which includes certificates, but we haven't set a separate one just for certificates.
So the 210,000 includes counting certificates, but we don't have a breakout.
We can calculate by subtracting out. We need about, I think, 22,000 certificates to be awarded. This slide shows the progress that we made relative to ethnicity. And one of the interesting things about it is this is the increase in awards since 2000. We've actually awarded more undergraduate degrees and certificates to Hispanics in terms of increase than to whites. But you can see that even though the institutions anticipate having really large growth in their success awards, they don't quite meet the closing the gaps targets. This is a slide that shows the opposite information. This is for the doctoral degrees, and since 2000 we've awarded 858 more doctoral degrees. That's nearly equal to what our closing the gaps total is for 2015. You can see on the blue bar what the institutions think they're going to be awarding by 2015. And Commissioner, you'd ask about EDD degrees. 61 of the 858 were additional EDDs over what was awarded in 2000. But we don't know from the institutional targets how many of those are EDDs. This slide is one that you've seen many times. It shows that we're not making much progress at all on technology. We've made some more progress in the nursing and allied health fields, but in neither of those do the institutions anticipate meeting the closing the gaps targets. And once again, I won't go over this because today we've had so many discussions talking about STEM awards and things that can be done. But we do have one back. Can you go back one? In the first presentation today on quality teaching, they mentioned that more and more teachers are coming through the alternative certification programs, and this is an example of that. The gold color is the increase from alt-cert programs. The red is from the traditional baccalaureate and post-baccalaureate programs. And you can see, even though we've awarded quite a few more awards, we have a long ways to go to meet the closing the gaps total. Okay, and once again, you've heard quite a bit about what we need to be doing for the teachers. So, are there any questions?
Did you have a success summary slide you wanted to put up there?
Well, Not now.
Any questions for Janet?
I have a quick question. I know I've asked this before, but I don't remember the answer. At what point are the proprietary schools and technical institutes, are they participating in our numbers?
They are in the participation numbers. We have never included in the success numbers.
We only get, we don't get all of their reports at this time. We're starting to get them, I think, for this sector, given the change in the Chapter 7 rules that are now implemented, that we should be getting them now. We don't, because we only get a portion of them, we can't say that they're all included because we only get very few of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if their numbers, their participation numbers collectively would make a difference, but certainly their breakdown in diversity would make a tremendous difference.
And that's part of what we will be getting from them, because we'll be getting some of the individual student information from them that we have not been getting. And we're still working with some of those to help them with the process of how to start collecting that information.
Are there any other sources that we're not tapping, like I don't know, private high schools that are doing dual credit? Or, I mean, is there any other piece that...
The dual credit, as long as if they're doing dual credit with a public university or community college, we have those.
And you'd know it.
We would know that.
We also know independent institutions that are offering dual credit.
Right. But so I would assume, if they're with an out-of-state, if they're partnering with an out-of-state,
I'm just trying to think if there's any way to reach. I visited a proprietary school a couple months ago, and it struck me not only with the numbers as far as participation, but also the breakdown of minority students in participation. And I thought, oh gosh, I hope these are reflective of our numbers.
Right. And we're getting those in, like I said, we're working with the proprietary schools because they don't actually submit their information to us until like November. And because this is a new process, we have to work out some kinks.
Other questions? The top slide on your second page, Susan, if you want to briefly address, I've asked Susan and her staff to develop an action plan. We talked about this last October for those 3 areas of focus that were on that top slide on the second page: Hispanic participation, additional technology degrees, and additional certified teachers in math and science.
And we've been kind of working on it and trying to. It's very small at this point. We're working on it, and I'm adding fields to try and address what part of closing the gaps, because some of it is excellence, the pathways, we don't really know. We're hoping that's going to help with the college readiness standards using the pathways. And as I can't believe it was Judy mentioned, we just have the MOUs that were signed to expand it to El Paso. We're working on Houston, along with Charles Cook and his group has submitted a proposal to the Houston Endowment, and we will be bringing the Pathways model to them, and then we're meeting with Judy to see where else we can expand it and what's going to be the best way to do that and who to work with, those different groups, to try and expand the Pathways models. But that doesn't really fit into, simple little squares of how many students are we going to affect. Hopefully we'll affect all of them in those school districts, but we don't know for sure. So that's one of those things that we're working on, but we are focusing, and we'll probably use that for the accelerated plan that will come to you in October, is looking at where we can do more to increase our Hispanic participation and that sort of thing, and then with the teachers, and maybe work with CREATE and some of those other groups to improve the teacher. So.
The main thing is that it just work as a tool to keep it simple, focus on the impactful, measurable things that are working, and discard the things that aren't having much impact in our
And that leads right into the next presentation.
Indeed it does. Agenda item 9J, nice segue, is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the Consolidated Annual Evaluation Report, which provides an overview of all the program evaluations for programs administered by the Coordinating Board. Robin Sunigat, Planning and Accountability, will provide our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the Consolidated Annual Program Evaluation Report includes information on the evaluations of 33 THCC-funded programs representing about $87 million in funding from the agency. We had 3 recommendations that have come out of the report. Through the evaluations that we've conducted, we have been able to identify promising practices in many of the areas, and we think it's important at this point in some of those areas to implement those promising practices at other sites and study them more thoroughly to identify best practices. We also applaud your efforts to fund pilot programs for multiple years. The board has done that recently with several programs, funding them for 3-year periods, because that helps the programs to improve what they're doing and helps us to study the effectiveness of those programs. And then we are also working on implementing at the board procedures for assuring project compliance so that we know that the projects that are funded by these grants are actually meeting the requirements of the grants. One of the programs in which we have been able to identify some promising practices are the summer bridge programs. There are 2 parts to this program, the high school bridge programs and the intensive summer programs. The high school programs are funded under HB1, or the College Readiness Funds, and the intensive summer programs are under other legislation, but they both HB 2237, but they both share the same goal of reducing the number of students that need developmental education by giving them help over the summer to overcome some of their deficits. As you can see from this slide, we found a number of characteristics of programs that were successful. And one example of a program of this sort is one that took place in the intensive summer programs last summer at Texas State University San Marcos. The program was working with current college students to help them overcome deficits in math. These were all students that had placed into developmental mathematics. And you can see from this slide that they had many of the characteristics of the successful programs that I showed you a moment ago. As a result, they were very successful. They had large increases in improvement pre and post for their students on the Texas Higher Education Assessment, the THEA, which is the TSI test that we use to evaluate this program, and on the Learning and Study Strategies inventory that we use to evaluate the program. In addition, from their own data, they tell us that 85% of the students passed college algebra with a C or better that summer. This was a paired course of students taking both developmental ed and college algebra at the same time, so that's quite a success. In terms of assuring compliance, part of the ongoing evaluation process at the board is to implement procedures to assure that the projects are in compliance with the grants they receive, including that they are running the program that was intended to be run, that they are providing all required evaluation data and reports so that we can assess the effectiveness of the program, and that they are using the funds appropriately and providing us with financial reports in a complete and timely manner. Okay. The Consolidated Annual Program Evaluation Report will be available to you soon in hard copy. It's also going to be available online, and within the online there will be more detailed information about programs and projects. Are there any questions?
Questions for Robin?
One, I'm so delighted to see this. I know y'all have been asking for this for years. But as reading through this, as we're doing the evaluations, are there any programs that we have decided to eliminate? Okay, as a result, and some of these I know are still in the process of evaluation. Some of those, as I read through it, are we just modifying the existing programs for where we saw weaknesses or where it did not work in some situations?
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't say there are any programs that we're saying that we would eliminate. I think in terms of individual projects, especially with the pilots, we make recommendations to the program officers, and they're tightening up the RFPs to say, we want to see you do more of this and less of that.
As a result of the evaluation.
As a result of the evaluations.
Okay.
But none of the programs so fell below expectations that we were making a decision.
Correct, at this point, and as he said, some of them are still in progress, so we don't have, if they're still at the point where we can't collect the data on the outcomes, we don't have anything to say yet about that.
Most of the programs that we have some of the pilots that were really good and some of them that may not have been as good. So what we're trying to do is tighten it up so that all we're going to be getting are those good programs, and then we can have a fuller evaluation of the overall program, because we know that some of them are working. What we need to find out is it a specific person that is really driving that, or is it the program as a whole?
And I would assume, Susan, the next step to come from that is going to come back and say, based upon either the, outstanding results we've gotten or mediocre results we've gotten, if it's been programmatic driven. I know as we're requesting funds in the legislature as to which ones we might maybe have enhanced funding as opposed to reduced funding.
Right, and we are, as Robin said, we are tightening up the program area. Judy's group is tightening up what they're requiring of the schools based on what we've found out from this, so that we can kind of pinpoint more the programmatic.
Mr. Chairman.
On the flip side of that, one thing staff has found out is in some areas the legislation is so restrictive that the dollars aren't attractive to the institution. So one thing that the staff is also doing is, are there some areas where the legislative requirements need to be modified to make the program more accessible to the institution? So it works both ways. So, and we have one program like that, which didn't actually come to us directly, the dollars that came over to us from TEA, in which some of the requirements were a little bit made it difficult to implement in an effective way for the institutions.
And are we reporting that back to the legislature?
Yes, we're actually working on that right now.
Try again, Messy.
The other thing I noticed, and I can't remember exactly, I don't know if it was the Texas Governor Schools, but I was acting like Fred Heldenfeld as I read it. I was trying to figure out how much per student impact we were getting, how much the per student cost was, and then what type of result we were driving out.
For most of the programs, that will be included in the detailed analysis that will be on the web.
Yeah. Lynn, you had a question?
I have a question for the commissioner. I'm just trying to understand. We have so much going on. Would there be a way to, in the developmental ed work, that the, sorry that I keep calling it the think tank. I can't get over that.
I like that term.
Okay. Do we have enough to go on where we might just say, if we had some incentive funding money, or if we have money in the developmental ed, to say, well, this looks pretty good, we want 3 more places to do this same thing?
Yes.
Do it right away?
Yes.
Let's see if it works.
Yes, we have enough data about what seems to be working on a relatively small scale. We have enough data and anecdotal information from experts about what needs to be fixed. That yes, we have identified some promising practices and approaches that we would implement if we had funding of that type.
Okay,
Yes.
and so what we saw referred to there, kind of broadly, promising practices, might be this.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Good.
If there's no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve this report.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion from Elaine and a couple of seconds to choose from. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 9K is our legislative update. And make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself. Laura Weber, Director of External Relations, will provide the board with an update on relevant legislative actions to date. And after Laura's update, Tamara Clunas, Director of Adult and Development Education, and Commissioner Paredes will provide an update on developmental education and the plan for allocating the proposed $30 million for non-course-based development education if the Ledge approves the board's recommendation on this issue in our LAR. Laura?
Good afternoon. This is kind of an interesting point in the session for us. The House and Senate committees, as you know, have not been officially designated yet, so you almost feel like you're in a holding pattern, except there's all this activity going on all over the place. Of course, first, we've got bills being filed continually affecting the agency or higher education. To date, we have 168 bills in our tracking system, and we've been trying to update you regularly on those bills as they're being filed at least once a week. The bills, of course, touch on all sorts of issues related to higher education: tuition fees, top 10% law, financial aid, tuition revenue bonds, textbooks, and the establishment of new institutions. As those are going on, the Legislative Budget Board is asking staff to prepare cost estimates on the bill. So we have requests in for 103 fiscal notes, and the staff has completed 53 of those, and so we still have 50 that are in progress in the agency. We're also asked, as you know, to submit, or the board is, to submit higher education impact statements on certain Senate bills. And we've currently got such a request on Senate Bill 98, which is Senator Lucio's bill to establish a medical school in South Texas. Staff has been drafting that for review, and we should be sending a draft shortly. Since it's due to the LBB before the next regular board meeting, we're going to be following the process where the chairman and the vice chairman and the chairman of the relevant committee can approve those to be sent to the LBB and then be ratified by the whole board at a later time. We also anticipate getting a request for an impact statement on a bill that was just filed yesterday, and that was Senate Bill 567 by Senator Hagar. That would authorize the University of Texas, the University of Houston, Victoria, to offer lower division courses. Both chambers issued their versions of the appropriations bill last week, so we got our first look at the level of funding that will be available or recommended for higher education items. Given the economic conditions in the country and the state, we were pleased to see that the bills pretty much hold the line on funding for higher education. And so going forward, of course, we'll be seeking additional funding and financial aid and through the formulas and other priority items of the board. We hope that the Senate and House committees are announced shortly, hopefully maybe this week, but more likely next week. And that at that point, of course, things will really ratchet up with the committees calling hearings on bills and other issues. And that pretty much completes my report, Mr. Chairman. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Laura?
Just a comment.
Laura?
Your staff is doing such a great job communicating to us.
Well, thank you.
Y'all are just amazing. I mean, I really appreciate not only just the bills file, but the way that you're highlighting them and putting special notes to us. That's extremely helpful.
Good.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
It's because they're like bears. They come out of hibernation. They stay awake for 4 months.
What happens in June? Trying to kill
Go back into hibernation.
I did have one question, Laura. The one pager, the draft of which we reviewed last Friday, is that ready to? Do we have copies we could hand out to our board members
Today? It's over at my place. I'm still making changes on it, so I hope that we can, when we do the conference call tomorrow, I hope that we can have that for you.
That's something we hope to get to each of you soon, so you've kind of got the legislative priorities in a nutshell right there on one page. And
in relation to funding.
any recommendations on a format or appearance, Bob, especially if you've got any salient presentation recommendations that might, I hate to use the term pretty it up, but make it more effective.
Take a look at the document.
We would appreciate it.
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, just one question on the fiscal stimulus package. I know you've been sending us information about that. That's what's came out of the House, and we'll probably get something out of the Senate next week, and then it'll go to conference. But do we have any idea of, as those, we know there's going to be allocation of money that will go into facilities, and probably will be the conduit as to how those funds are released. Is there any work that we can be doing, Susan, or we need to be doing?
We are
try
doing.
to figure out what that looks like, and from a board perspective.
I'm meeting with Mary Catherine Stout tomorrow from the governor's office to talk exactly about that issue.
Good. It's important. So
On the facility side, it will appears that it will include the ICUT schools and the community colleges for the facility. So we are in the process of modifying our system so that we can collect information from them to start with, so that we have a clue. And the bill actually lays out some very specific priorities for the facilities funding part of it.
thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
You're welcome.
Tamara?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you more specifically, well, actually to provide background information as Commissioner Perez speaks to you more specifically about the $30 million appropriations request for developmental aid. Dr. Holcomb discussed some of the recommendations that came from the Developmental Education Symposium that we convened in October of 2008. We also invited administrators and practitioners from around the state to give us additional feedback about those recommendations from the symposium. The feedback from the symposium and the research literature supports the focus areas that we've identified. They're also in line with many of the recommendations you heard this morning from the Undergraduate Advisory Committee. The focus areas, again, are common assessment, a broader use of innovations, the academic advising, faculty development, and program evaluation. Commissioner Perez mentioned this morning the need for a common assessment, and particularly as it relates to diagnostic information for our faculty. But we also want an assessment that's aligned with the college and career readiness standards. The P16 division with Dr. Laredo will have the results of the assessment test alignment study in a few months, and we hope to use that information if we do move towards a single assessment in considering that to make sure that any assessment that we have are aligned with the college and career readiness standards. And we also need an assessment that factors in the on-demand assessment needs of our open enrollment institutions. Dr. Holcomb's recommendations from this morning discuss the need to broaden the use of innovations such as learning communities and peer courses. We also want to broaden the use of non-course-based remediation and alternate delivery methods that accelerate our students through the developmental education sequence. We want to expand the work that the coordinating board has started with the course redesign project you heard about from Dr. Davis this afternoon, and consider more of our developmental education courses for that initiative. We'd like to strengthen academic advising by focusing specifically on making quality counseling available to our students throughout the pipeline. Right now, our institutions focus on orientation in the first semester, but we want to make sure that our developmental education students are getting it throughout the pipeline of the developmental education sequence and beyond. Commissioner Previs mentioned the critical need that we have the best faculty in the classroom. And we also want to make sure that our DeVale faculty are receiving training in how to effectively teach the innovations. The traditional standalone courses and the strategies that instructors should use are different from what's required to teach the innovations. And even the findings from the course redesign project further reinforce the need for intensive faculty development as it relates to these innovations, the technology that's being required, as well as working in a contextualized learning environment. So we really want to focus on that effort. And then lastly, there's a need for our institutions to improve their efforts as it relates to program evaluation, with an emphasis on the data that's being collected and how that data drives curriculum and institutional changes. So, I'd like to close by saying that the meeting that we had with our institutions from around the state, there was broad support for the Commissioner's call to dramatically alter our delivery of adult developmental education for student success and acceleration. And we're actively engaging our institutions about future directions, and they're looking forward to the state's leadership on this issue. And Commissioner Previs is going to talk to you more specifically about the $30 million.
Well, I don't think there will be $30 million, anything close to it, but I think you've heard today what the components of the strong developmental ed program are, and those are the attributes that we will look for, assuming that we get some money for non-course-based developmental ed and we get some money for demonstration projects. We will make sure that those particular attributes are part of the requirements for response to the RFP. We've also taken a look at the work of Byron McClenny and Achieving the Dream here at the University of Texas at Austin. And we also know that one of the primary attributes of a very strong program is there has to be a very strong commitment to developmental education from the president of the institution and what in community colleges is called the vice president for instruction. The university would be called the provost. A study just came out from Teachers College at Columbia University that pointed out that the way that developmental ed is organized right now in this country is so discouraging to students that most of the attrition in developmental ed occurs before students sign up for a course. That when they find out, when they get their assessments and they're told that they have to take a 3-course developmental ed sequence in math and a 2-course developmental ed sequence in reading and writing, they just never sign up. And so we're going to have to reorganize. We have to improve academic advising so students can see a light at the end of the tunnel. But it's just extraordinary how poorly we do developmental education. We have one study that we commissioned internally that demonstrated that in most cases there's no discernible benefit to taking developmental ed courses, and in fact there's some evidence that developmental ed retards or reduces the likelihood that a student will actually achieve an academic or career goal.
It struck me today that developmental ed is sort of the opposite of the rocket project.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the opposite of hands-on, makes any sense whatsoever at all to anybody. I mean, you teach reading, but you don't ask the kid what he likes to read. You know, doomed.
We looked at, for example, one of the things we're taking a look at is this whole business of Lexile scores.
Yeah.
You'll recall when we had that presentation, I asked, what's his name? Malbert, yes, Malbert.
What a name.
When I asked Malbert, I said, would it be possible that you could bypass a lot of developmental education if you simply found textbooks that were written with a lower Lexile score? Now remember, the Lexile difficulty is largely a function of poor writing, not necessarily greater complexity. So if you could find really good textbooks that covered the material appropriately, but were less difficult to read, you could presumably place students in credit-bearing courses that cover the same material, and then work on the students' reading and writing comprehension while they were in credit-bearing courses. So that's one of the things we want to take a look at.
You know who'd have an opinion on this is Dr. Dweck, because it's all about mindset.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that. It's like you can't do it. We're gonna drill into you how much you can't do it and how much you haven't succeeded, and now register for this course.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. What a pedagogy, right?
Yeah. But it also reminds me of the parallel of social promotion. And maybe we could, when you said something about changing the way that we teach the courses, if a child is retained in a third grade or whatever and repeats that grade, if you teach it the same way you taught it before, he won't learn it. You know, you've got to change the way you think. So there's a lot of research on social promotion which might shed light on how to do this better and more effectively.
If I could add about the Lexile scores, we know the study that we conducted with the college credit courses. We're also going to look at the Lexiles for the textbooks that are used in developmental education. If the books that are being used are below the level of college readiness, how do we expect our students to be able to achieve college readiness?
Exactly.
So we hope to commission that study here in the near future and have some report to the board before the end of the year.
You know, Randy, that is a wonderful idea, not to mention an entrepreneurial idea, because most students who can't read, who are that age, just don't have enough practice. And so this way, you'd give them practice and credit, and they'd be moving on.
And if we get any extra money for adult basic education, now that's not in our LAR, it's in TEA's LAR, but if we get more money for that, then we can separate out the students who need basic literacy skills from those that need developmental ed in terms of college readiness. There's a big difference between the two. And so I'm hopeful that we might make some progress on that front as well. So I'm very optimistic about
This $30 million proposal is not in our...
It is. It is.
Okay.
That is,
But you're saying
The
TEA
adult.
has another...
They have a budgetary request for adult basic education. Yeah.
Didn't we ask for 50 or something?
Yes.
They're asking for 50.
50
Yes.
million.
That leads me, though, to my question, which was, if the expectation is that 30 may be overreaching in this particular session, how much is enough to make a difference, to make an impact where we still have a program?
Well, I think we would need to establish at least 2 demonstration sites so that there could be some comparison with some of the different approaches. I think I had originally hoped that we could do as many as 5. Now I'm hopeful that we can do 3, and I'll settle for 2.
So is that $15 million? Is that?
I was thinking about a range of about $1 million apiece.
Any other questions regarding this report?
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last agenda item, 9L, is consideration of higher education impact statements for the 81st Texas Legislature. I don't know that we have any, but so there is there a handout that is necessary at this point? I guess what's in your book is a statement from that includes an example of the impact statements that were done in the last session.
And this was in here primarily as a placeholder in case there were some statements that needed to be considered, but that's just not the case. So we put in materials to talk about the process, but we don't have statements yet to be reviewed.
Okay. So there will be some coming, but no action, no report for that today. And with that, unless you have anything to add, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Fred. Agenda item 10, matters relating to Committee on Agency Operations. Mr. Hinton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to do is give you a little briefing on yesterday's meeting. By the way, the meeting went on for about 3 hours yesterday afternoon. We considered a number of issues. I'd like to give the board a brief summary of the reports that we did receive. During the Deputy Commissioner's report, we heard from Dan Weaver on the agency's loan program. We also heard from Susan Corrine as she presented the committee the quarterly financial reports. The quarterly reports presented yesterday was for the period ended November the 30th of 2008. Tony Tigby then reported on the CAL program internal audit report. Now, that's a very brief statement of what we did yesterday for 3 hours, but there was spirited discussion on all these items that we were reviewing yesterday. So we're down to the point now that we need to move forward and conclude this chair's report. We would now like to have this item required to board approval. I guess what we need to do now, and I don't have that in my notes here, is to have a motion to approve this report.
Chair's report.
No, I'm sorry. Back up. It's a long day. We don't need to do anything else on this point. Next point is, agenda item 10B was considered following the required public hearing, which was posted for 1:30 p.m. today. The board voted on this item and no further action is required. Agenda item 10C was originally placed on the agenda as an action item. Staff recommendations were that it be postponed until a future AOC meeting so that more work could be done. The AOC voted to postpone this item until a future meeting. But now I need a motion to accept the committee's recommendation to postpone this meeting until a future meeting date is determined.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Bob, second by Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Are you on the committee?
Motion carried.
What's the board meeting? Is it Tuesday? No.
Don't let it down, Lynn.
He's a little too relaxed, isn't he? He's a little too relaxed.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's having fun.
I am.
Okay, now we go to agenda item 10D. And we would like to ask for a motion to adopt the recommendation of the committee to approve the list of investment banking firms or their successors in interest as reflected in the staff recommended underwriting pool. that is set forth in Agenda 5C of the Agenda Operations Committee agenda yesterday, January the 28th of 2009, to serve as underwriters in connection with any negotiated purchase and sale of the board's college student loan bonds, with final approval by the Commissioner of the Underwriting Syndicate for any such sale. Now, do I have a
So moved.
a motion?
Second.
Fred, a second by Bob, and all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 10E. Is in consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the tech prep funding formula for programs year 09 and 10. This item was approved by the committee at yesterday's Agency Operations Committee meeting. May I have a motion of adopting the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
By Elaine, second. By Lynn, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda 10F is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the reallocation of unused fiscal year 2008 Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education funds for use in program year 08 and 09. This item was adopted by the committee's meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Elaine, seconded by Lori. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item is a list of contracts executed by the Commissioner since our last board meeting. Arturo presented this report yesterday at the Agency Operations Committee meeting. This list is in your material. Are there any questions of Arturo regarding the list of contracts? This list is for information only. There is no action required.
Joe, are you referring to item 10I?
The 10I.
Okay.
What did I do?
And G.
I'm okay with checking I off the list, but we
Oh,
need
I'm
to go
sorry.
back to G.
When I turned my page, I turned two pages.
straight to
Sorry about that. It's late in the day.
Caught it.
Oh, imagine that. Fred, congratulations. You caught some.
It's not a fun meeting.
Okay, so much for levity. Let's go back to agenda item 10G. Is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to an amendment to the Texas State University System interagency contract to include additional services related to the College Readiness Facility Collaboratives. This item was approved by yesterday's AOC meeting, and I'd like to have a motion for adopting the committee's recommendation.
So moved.
Moved by Bob Shepherd, seconded by Elaine Mendoza. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 10H. In consideration of requests for applications regarding the allocation of Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act funds to colleges and consortia for basic grant, tech prep, and state leadership activity for program year 09 and 10. This item was approved at yesterday's AOC meeting. May I have a motion of adopting the committee's recommendation?
So moved.
By Fred and seconded by Bob Lingo. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now that we're back on the right page, I believe. Close to it. The next item is a list of contracts executed by the Commissioners since the last board meeting. Arturo presented this report at yesterday's agency operations meeting. This list is in your materials. Are there any questions for Arturo regarding the list of contracts? This list is for information only, therefore there is no action required. Do you have any questions about it? If not, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. This last item is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation related to an external audit of the agency's fiscal year 2008 financials. After much discussion, the committee voted to amend the current contract with KPMG to perform a GASB 34 audit with audit, opinion, and management letter of the agency's fiscal year 2008 financials at a cost not to exceed $180,000. Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, may I have a motion to approve the committee's recommendation?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Brenda made the motion, seconded by Bob. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. This concludes the AOC part of the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there, I can't believe it's 3:30. I thought we'd be here till 8.
I thought maybe the clock stopped.
So, is there any other business to come before the board? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second. So moved.
Second, Mr. Hogenfeld, we stand adjourned.
All right, great.